How's it going, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome. Hope you're all doing well. It is time for a domination tournament, so keeping our old stream of competitive events going strong. Today we're in the grand finals. It is going to be top four, taking a look at the brackets for the day. It's going to be Even Star against Hanadins and Rhineless against Voidlaws on the bottom side of the bracket. So the first best of three that we're going to be doing here is going to be Rhineless versus Voidlaws, and then the second match is going to be Even Star versus Hanadins. Both best of threes with a best of five grand final, very much the standard format. And again, welcome. Welcome, welcome. If there's no Nurgle, we will riot. Well, oh man, that's going to be a tough one, man. If I was playing, I would happily do Nurgle for you, but sadly I can't play in my own tournaments. I mean, I could, but I prefer to be able to run those. I know, Anticity, we're early, man. So, hopefully there will be a cool patch on the horizon. Maybe get some bounce changes with it. Let's hope for the best. But for now, it's probably going to be a lot of Ogres, and maybe Slaanesh against Ogres, and Tzeentch, and Kislev, and all that sort of good stuff. But very excited for what the future holds with Domination Mode. Really looking forward to getting access to the old world factions. I think that's going to be a huge game changer. It's suddenly going to go, it's going to be so much better. It's going to be so much better. Lord says, today was a nice 50. Yeah, you know, honestly, 54 people signing up today for like a midweek event is pretty good. If it was the weekend, it'd probably be closer to like 70 or so, but yeah, I'm very, very excited about that for sure. When we get the old world, I think the events are going to be over 100 people, honestly, when we get the old world back. For now, it's kind of like, you know, the meta's a little bit stagnant, but it's still fun to play, of course. But, you know, I think it'll pull in more folks when it's at that point. So taking a look at the leaderboard today, we can look at the old tournament. So you can see this is the tail of the tape here. On the top side of the bracket, like I said, we have Even Star versus Hanadins. Even Star, taking a look at his run, he did defeat Fabian, and then from there he defeated Fight Me, and he actually defeated Zyphos in the second round. Certainly a pretty big victory right there, and also Marinus in the beginning. So Even Star is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wins today. Certainly a very, very solid run. Now for Hanadins, mighty champion of the ODM clan, he defeated Helge here, I don't know how to say that, my apologies, Aetherian, and then CS. Now look in the bottom side, we have Rhineless on the top. He defeated Calimbro. Calimbro actually had a pretty big win as well against Ulrich Rahl in the earlier rounds. Very, very nice upset there. And Rhineless also defeated the Evil Man, and you can see a victory against Rigson, of course, a tournament veteran in Warhammer 2, and defeated the Platypus, who we've seen in top four of many of our tournaments as well. So yeah, very, very nice runs. And of course, Voidlaws is a perpetual contender, right? He's just always here. He's always cackling, twirling his mustache, and you know, winning a lot of these tournaments. So Void defeated Dodokasin here, Trader GG, and Maverick Sloth. And we've seen Maverick Sloth in the grand finals of events as well. So certainly a lot of new faces appearing and getting to the later stages of these tournaments, which I think is really, really exciting. And yeah, it's going to be great. So the players are ready. It's going to be Ogre Kingdoms versus Slaanesh. So let me just get the scoreboard up. I always forget to do that. I'm like sitting there before the stream, like I feel like there's something I should be doing, but I just forget to do it, you know, you know, my age it's catching up with me, man. Although I think the reality is I just like grind my teeth super hard at night, so I'm always a little bit like foggy when I wake up. All right, cool. So let's get this party started. Players are loading in. Thank you all for joining. And you guys ready for the magic? You guys get to see the behind the scenes action right now. Yes, look at the scoreboard magically appearing at the top. How is this happening, you may ask? Well, a little something called a PC. Turin, where's Falcon? Falcon, to my knowledge, is taking a break until the old world factions get added back in. I think he's waiting for a little bit more balance, and I certainly understand that. Anticity saying, wishing I could have played today, but busy with the family stuff. Hey, no worries, man. I'm sure we'll see you in future tournaments and all that good stuff. And of course, we are doing a season-based structure now, so the leaderboard is going to be reset every season. Then there's going to be like a Hall of Fame type thing for previous seasons, and yeah. So basically, before or maybe just like right after a major content drop, we'll do like a big tournament, right, with the top 16 players in the leaderboard. So it'll be like kind of like a mini Everchosen style thing for each season, which is going to be great. Super excited for that. All right, so here we are, game one. It's going to be Void on Slaanesh facing off against the forces of the Chungus Kingdoms, who are going to be led by Rhineless. Now, the meta for Slaanesh here is pretty standard, and Slaanesh has quickly emerged as one of the few counters against Ogre Kingdoms that actually trade pretty well in the hands of really good players. We've got Marauders of Slaanesh with Spears into the Sunset, and it's going to be backed up by Hellstriders, which of course are intuitively very good against Ogres, right? The only thing they're not like great against on the Ogre roster maybe is big armor, but on top of that, like, you know, Nobblars maybe are a good counter against them, and Trappers, but for the most part, there's always going to be Ogre Bulls. There's always going to be some big boys that these Hellstriders are good against. So it's going to be anti-large cav backed up by a Herald of Slaanesh just to proc the Slaanesh lore passive, which gives a melee attack buff to your entire army and also can summon Furies, which is great. Now, looking around the bushes as well, we do have Hellstriders and more Hellstriders. For the Chungus Kingdoms, it's going to be a good stuff army, although Iron Guts as well. Iron Guts kind of an interesting tech piece here against Slaanesh because Iron Guts themselves do have very high armor, and none of the Slaanesh Marauders have good armor piercing, right? So, I mean, even though the anti-large bonus is highly pertinent here, these guys still do have good armor and can certainly endure like absolute champions. The overlay says finals, don't you worry, we'll fix that in between. Gnoblars here at the back, Man-Eater Pistols, interesting. Man-Eater Pistols are kind of one of those good stuff units as well. It's like, you know how in Magic or Commander decks, if you're playing like a mono black deck, you're always going to be running, you know, Urborg, and you're always going to be running Cabal Coffers. That's kind of like what Man-Eater Pistols are. They're just like good stuff. They're going to be in like most of your Ogre builds. And no Gorgers though. Slaughtermaster the Great Maw is going to be having both of the defensive spells, it looks like. He has Troll Guts as well as I think the armor buff. No, the melee attack one, Bull Gorger. So, pretty cool. Let us know how you think this is going to go. The battle is indeed underway. And let us know your predictions. Do you think the Chungus Kingdoms are going to be emerging victorious, or will it be the forces of Slaanesh? Remember, Slaanesh is being controlled by Voidlaws. Voidlaws currently our #1 player on the tournament circuit. He is ranked hard at #1. I believe he has 2 tournament victories to his name so far since Season 1 has started. But we will see. Rhineless, of course, I believe has gotten to the top 4 several times and has done very, very well, looking to pull off a big upset here today. We do have 2 Gnoblar Trappers moving around the flanks. Going to be jumping on over to objective #1, which is really good because Slaanesh could commit a bunch of like Haggard Cav to try and backcap this. And Gnoblar Trappers are actually surprisingly good against Slaanesh. They hit, you know, not super hard, but they do have 26 melee defense, and they have this like weird kind of Mortis Engine effect that does do damage. And they could probably honestly deal with like cheap Slaanesh Cav pretty easily, so I do like that. But for the most part, Ogre's going to be parking up on the second objective here, so they're just going to be cackling all the way to the bank. It's going to take a lot for Slaanesh to move this. What Slaanesh is going to want to do is just to cap 2 objectives and force the Ogres to move around. But if Ogres can kind of get a little bit of a sneaky scheme going here, what I would really, really love to see would be actually some Saber Tusks. If we could see some Saber Tusk packs like chilling behind these guys, I think that'd be super strong. Because then the Hellstriders and these other mobile units would, you know, maybe think they could overwhelm the Trappers with a little bit of support from some like Hell Scourges, for example, but Saber Tusks would come in. And I don't know if Void knows they're here yet. No, they're both still hidden, so Void is not aware of this. The Gnoblar Trappers are about to reveal themselves, and what are the Ogres going to do in response? Okay, he might have read my mind. 2 of the Saber Tusks are going to be moving out, which is going to be a huge power reinforcement. That's 1,000 gold, and Saber Tusks are quite good against Slaanesh. But there is going to be a Cultist of Slaanesh coming down here, which is a great play. Going to be able to drop some summons, most likely. The Gate of Slaanesh. Demonettes will kill the Gnoblar Trappers pretty quickly. I think Ogre Kingdoms got caught on the other side as well. They did, actually. So some Gnoblar Trappers actually got caught in the bushes. And they're a 450 gold unit. Hellstriders, all these different units, should be able to run them down with the support of the Herald, so those guys are pushed back. I like the idea of them, you know, being like a secret agent option to maybe pressure here, but Slaanesh is very, very quick. You got to be careful. Now, Saber Tusks are in the reserve, and with good micro, they should be able to countercharge. The first Cultist has moved in. And now I would imagine the Saber Tusks will be given the attack order, or are they waiting to see what the Cultist is going to do? The first one does pile in, and it does have the support of the Trappers, and the other Saber Tusks are moving in as well. I think that Rhineless is going to have to send some more support over there. Like, I would like to see one of the Iron Guts be pulled here or something like that, maybe a little bit earlier to have some more mass. I mean, they're trading okay, but the Hellstriders of Slaanesh do have anti-large, like I said, and Saber Tusks are large. If they're stacked perfectly on top of the Gnoblars, it's not going to be as devastating, but the Cultist summon here pretty much guarantees the break. Saber Tusk packs nibbling here. Gnoblar Trappers certainly in the danger zone. And the Chungus Kingdoms are very much kind of trapped up in the middle. I mean, unless Void makes a big mistake here, and there goes the Whip, which is going to be great because that will trigger a melee attack buff. So now if you take a look at the Slaanesh army, they have a ton of melee attack on all these units, right? Which is super, super good. Gnoblar Trappers fighting to the bitter end, just breaking here. Saber Tusk's broken as well. One of the unfortunate aspects of fighting right here is that they might run just off the side of the map instead of, you know, routing and maybe coming back a little bit later on. But the Saber Tusk packs, what kind of value are they getting? Probably about 200 or 300, I would imagine. Not too crazy. Yeah, about 400. So they shoot through like 1 Marauder worth of units. Now we get a bunch of Ogre Bulls and Iron Guts moving over here. Now this is something that should have been done a little bit earlier for the Ogres. Had this like mobility been sent over here quicker, I think they would have been able to hold this objective. Because now this is like classic Slaanesh against Ogres in domination mode. Slaanesh just, distracts you on 2 objectives, and then when you allocate resources to the other objective, they just swarm in and crash on the middle and surround you with their mobility and speed. Because this back objective is very, very cozy right now, and I don't think a couple, Ogre Bulls are really going to be able to get it. Although with that Saber-Tusk incursion, maybe. Saber-Tusks and Bulls and even more Bulls here might be able to do the trick. But Man-Eater Pistol is getting caught. Really, really nice fascination right there. Beautiful play by Void. So he's able to fascinate this target, which does Rampage it, right? So this bad boy is going to be out of control. It's fighting a bunch of haggard trash and chaff units. I was going to, my brain was thinking both. But basically, it's taking a ton of anti-large attacks, right? And there goes the Whip of Slaanesh hitting down on those Noblar Trappers. A lot of scary stuff, to say the least. And honestly, it's looking like Void is in a very commanding position, though the value isn't that far apart. And that's just a testament to how durable and, hard-hitting and fast the Ogres are. I mean, they're pretty much not bad at that very much. They're good at everything. Ogre Bulls moving in, Noblar Trappers, and more Ogre Bulls collapsing. Ogres could certainly get back in this game. A lot of it's going to depend on how it goes in the middle. The one issue for Void is he is fighting in the Ogre's deployment zone very aggressively. So here you can see Rhineless is able to get a couple summons of the Saber-Tusk packs that do flank into these cav and are getting good work done. Man-Eater Pistols here a little bit trapped up by the Marauder Spears as well as the Chaos Fury, so that's a big value play for Void. Middle objective is just barely being held by the Ogre Kingdoms, but I believe Slaanesh has a couple infantry on there and they are able to get it. So Slaanesh does get the triple cap for a moment. Ogres might be able to get this one back. Actually, doesn't look like it. The Demonette summon coming in, and very good patience here by Void. A lot of people would have used that Demonette summon in the beginning, right, to come in and kill those Noblars, but he realized he didn't need it. So he very, very good awareness of what his units are capable of, which I think is a really, really big factor in this game. And he's able to save it for later, and now it's very, very useful. And honestly, guys, it's looking like a triple cap at this point. We have 6.9 to 6, so the value differential is only about 1,000, and Ogres do have access to healing, so Ogres could, if any faction could grind their way back from a relatively rough start like this, it's going to be Ogres. And now we do have some Secret Agent Noblars moving across, so here they come, moving across the terrain, going to be looking to contest against these Marauder Spears. I believe the Marauder Spears will have more capture weight unless they all move on, and even still the Marauders could probably push them off. They're going to be throwing their Ninja Stars. The value differential continues to grow as these Slaaneshi forces are able to pull apart the Ogres a little bit. Noblars here are going to be breaking the Spears, and the Herald of Slaanesh is very, very damaged actually. I believe some of the Man-Eater Pistols were able to drop some shots on that Herald, but all the Man-Eaters have been forced back. I mean, the only thing that Slaanesh could be in danger of is maybe continuing to overextend, and the Ogres can start to get more value due to the additional reinforcements they're getting, right? But I think that Slaanesh is far enough on points with the triple cap here that they're going to be okay. Here, the Ogres get completely crushed, and now this is going to be a big factor because this huge mobile force of Slaanesh, which is somewhat healthy, not these Hellstriders, but the other cav units here are in pretty good shape. We got Furies that are more or less full health. We have Occultists. They're all going to move across and flank this Ogre army, which is kind of holding on by a thread. The value is about 10,000 to 8.1, which is a pretty substantial lead, and it looks like the Ogres are going to get to the point very, very quickly here where they need a triple cap. If the Ogre Kingdoms don't get a triple cap, there's going to be some serious punishment. Big flank coming in. That sweet, sweet Sorrow is active, giving them speed and vigor. And the Man-Eater Pistols, though they're very durable and pretty good fighters as well, are going to be swarmed by a bunch of anti-large cap, which is not what the Ogre Kingdoms want to be fighting against. So the Chunguses doing their Ogre karate kicks that they learned from the Dwarven martial arts masters of old. And here in the middle, Slaughtermaster is hit with the Acquiescence, and he's going to be getting shanked by Spears, as well as the Herald, who's a pretty good fighter. And that's got to be GG at this point. I don't see much of a comeback option for Rhineless. He kind of held the value somewhat close in the earlier stages of the scrap, and maybe there was a glimmer if he could have gotten a good catch, but Voidlaws is certainly a Terminator, and he's not going to be taking any prisoners here, as he does encircle the Ogre army. We're going to be seeing a mass rout going down, and Slaanesh is going to be cackling all the way to the bank as they close in on a 2,000 value lead once again. Ogre is going to be trying to grab some flank objectives. We do have the Noblar Trappers moving here, and the Ogres are going to be getting come from behind points. Currently, they're probably getting, upwards, let's see, what would they be getting right now? Probably about 23 income per second, if not 25. So they are getting extra units. But I mean, I think Slaanesh can just fall back and hold one objective here. I do love this play on the flank, though. Using the two Noblar Trappers to try and steal this objective is very cheeky, especially considering you're in a situation where maybe, just maybe, you're going to be able to come back because of the victory, comeback mechanic. It's hard to say. But I think Slaanesh is going to be able to hold them off, and Ogres are going to have to capture so many objectives here to get back in the match. Now, looking at the value, 13,000 to 10, Slaanesh continuing to just ravage through the lands as the Marauders with Hell Scourges, a very effective anti-infantry choice, are able to clean up the Nobblers in the back, and you can see the Ogres are in mass rout everywhere, running back to the hills. The Great Maw will remain hungry for this day. GG, well played. This is not the finals, it's the semis. I just forgot to update the scorecard, so let me do that real quick. All right, so we are going to do that. Before we move on, this is the semifinals. This is a best of 3 here. So semis. I need to like get a better system for this. I'm such a potato, man. Been doing this for so long. Well, I guess as long as what I'm saying makes some sense. All right, GG, well played. Now we're on to the next match. It is going to be the dreaded Eye in the North. So let's find that map. Very cool. Yeah, Void is, he's definitely a very strong player. Clearly a very strong #1 on our leaderboard right now. I mean, as a matter of fact, let's take a look at that and see what the leaderboard looks like after today. See if there's any kind of new contenders on their way up. So yeah, Void is facing off against Rhineless in the first best of 3. And up in the top, we have Evenstar versus Hanadins. Now, up on the main leaderboard, let's see here. Yeah, Void Lols, guys, has got almost a 90% win rate. Now, there's going to be players with less games played that have better win rates, but that's, like, if somebody has a lot of games and a crazy win rate like this, I mean, man, that is insane. So right now, yeah, 21 wins and 3 losses, 2 tournament wins. Evenstar is the closest to being able to catch up for sure. Like, if Evenstar can get a tournament win today, then he'll be in a position to maybe catch Void Lols, depending on how he does in future tournaments. Zyphos still maintaining his #3 spot. Zyphos was eliminated from today's tournament. I believe he lost to Evenstar in the earlier rounds. And yeah, we got a couple of folks on the cusp of getting into the top 3. We have Platypus, Hanadins, Ulrich, Raul. You know, a lot of folks here that, like, if Ulrich or Hanadins can get a tournament win, like, they'll immediately jump past Zyphos because they have more tournament wins overall, but they obviously don't have a tourney win. So winning a major event counts for the most weight as it pertains to our leaderboard. So again, if you guys want to check out, like, the tournament scene, you can come on over to the website here. You can look at the leaderboards and you can see, and you can search by player to see how your friends are doing, all that sort of good stuff. You can click, see who they played against, who they lost against. There's a full compendium of their matches. And of course, you can look at past tournaments. So if you want to go, you can look at every tournament we've ever hosted on the website. There's an archive here and all that neat stuff. So going to be meeting with my developers soon. So some things that I'm thinking about changing. Let's head on over here. Or not changing, but adding. So here's what we're going to be adding to the website. Ideally in the next patch. So let me go ahead and pull this up. I have it in a Google sheet somewhere. All right, where is that? We could talk about this real quick. Hey, they delivered my paints today. Yes, I can finally finish my Black Legion army. Void Lols had over a 90% win rate on Anticity's Ladder in Warhammer 2. Yeah, it makes sense. He is definitely the top dog right now. So here's changes that I'm going to be pitching to the developer of the website for our second kind of development cycle. Separate leaderboards for domination and land battles. So essentially, when you go to the website, the leaderboard will have like 2 tabs. You can click on either one to like show which leaderboard you want to see. After that, we're going to have the leaderboard will show top 16 instead of top 15. Also, we're going to be adding a casual tournament format on the website. So if people want to host tournaments, including myself, that are casual, it won't feed into the leaderboard, right? Because that's a little bit problematic. If you're trying to have a competitive circuit and then you have like a meme tournament, that can't count as the same, or can't count in like a competitive season. We're also going to allow players to maybe adjust their profiles a little bit. So you can put like the clan you're in, the country you're from, and maybe put a little bit about yourself, whatever. We're going to have like a graphic element on the website, like a slider where people in the community can upload their miniatures, whether it be 40K or fantasy. So that should be quite fun. We're going to add 2v2 tournament options. So right now you can only really host 1v1 tournaments on the website. So we want to do 2v2 tournaments. And, you know, challenge is really bad for 2v2 tournaments. So ideally we could have like a 2v2 tournament leaderboard as well. Maybe we'll do that, like have one for 2v2 tournaments and make that a regular format. We're going to add Swiss League options. And also the big thing that we want to add is a section where people in the community can upload screenshots of their builds, and then like other folks can upvote them or downvote them based on if they're good and can give feedback and all that kind of stuff. You see this in like card games and other RTS games with like building openings and all that. So I'm hoping we can get that soon. The next match is going to be a Tzeentch mirror match actually on the Eye in the North. So 2 very, very wide armies. 2 very, very wide armies. Welcome to the stream, by the way. How you guys doing? What is it, Thursday today? Yeah, I think it's Thursday. I'll actually be out of town tomorrow, so there's not going to be a stream, but there'll be videos going up, of course. And we'll be back over the weekend with some good action. I'm not sure what. He had a 98% win rate on the ladder. Jeez, that's brutal. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I can't wait for the new patch, man. We need some love, and I want to get back to playing campaigns. You know, like I do enjoy the campaign and streaming it casually, but right now I don't feel the urge. Yeah, I really don't. I finished my Katarine campaign. I just did it off stream because the only thing I had left to do was the Realm of Tzeentch, which isn't very fun, so I just like did it off stream. Yeah, and that was that. But I think when we get the patch, I don't know what we can. Well, maybe we'll try the Demon Prince or something. I always wanted to play one of his campaigns all the way through. Oh god, not more mirrors with Void. Yeah, you're gonna get him, dude. You're gonna get the mirror matches when he's playing for sure. He loves them. Some people do. Some people do. I've given up on campaigns till Immortal Empires. I kind of feel the same way, honestly. Yeah, I'm not like super. I think like when Immortal Empires comes out, having like a huge like multiplayer campaign would be really fun with like 6 people or something. The tricky part is the lag. The lag is so problematic. It's so problematic. When you stare into the void, it also stares into you. That's very true. Yeah, the void looks back with exactly what you're playing. Can't wait for the 2v2 functionality so we can host them on your site instead of challenge. Yeah, challenge is pretty terrible for 2v2 tournaments. Quite, and yeah, we're going to be having that. So basically how it's going to work on our website for 2v2s is one player will create a team, and then another player can then once the teams are created, players can join them. And yeah, we're going to figure it out. I'm going to work with the developer to figure out a good system for it. How did the Realm of Tzeentch treat you? Oh, it was miserable. Yeah, super unfun, of course. Super unfun. Ego, no worries, man. I get you. You like the immersion. Completely fair. So Tzeentch versus Tzeentch. The meta for this is blues and pinks. Or blues and Forsaken. That's like another way to play this. Like mass blues with Forsaken and then just bring like a cheap Herald or something like that. Blue Fire and Pink Fire is pretty good in this matchup because they build up your magic damage really quickly, therefore allowing you to cast your army abilities. That's typically why you always see that Lord Magic. Like, Lord Metal isn't bad either. Lord Metal is good against Kislev if they want to, like, do a disgusting Chariot blob. That typically is the best way to beat them. Or one of the better ways. Yeah, I can't wait to get some big campaigns going. I was thinking of doing, like, a big multiplayer campaign with, like, heavy editing. So, like, it was recorded offline, and, like, I would play with a couple friends, and we would just like edit it down to the points of action and do like a little commentary on what was going on in the campaign. I don't think anything like that has quite been done. Hey, it's my smoking hot wife in chat. She says, y'all should demand the webcam. Turin looking like a whole meal today. Yeah, she's shirtless with my pot belly and my long hair flowing everywhere. Double cultists need a nerf for sure. I don't think Creative Assembly is gonna probably like, I wager they wouldn't do like a huge bouncing. They might address things that are super bad, like Gorgers and whatnot, but I don't think there's going to be general bounce patches, which is a shame. But, I mean, I know multiplayer isn't the priority for them, but, yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll get something. Who knows? Who knows? I mean, bounce is pretty haggard in Warhammer 2. A lot of people forget this. Like, greenskins for, like, literally 6 months were just, like, tyrants that nobody could deal with. Yeah. Oh... Demons of Chaos are not allowed in tournaments right now, but I'm thinking about adding them in. In Domination, I think when Immortal Empires comes out, maybe Demons of Chaos could be like less oppressive, because right now in my testing, Demons of Chaos are pretty fair in land battles. They're not that bad, but in Domination mode, Demons of Chaos are really OP. Because they basically just play Tzeentch and then get Fleshhounds of Khorne. They don't use any Nurgle units, except maybe like 2 Nurglings for Vanguard objective holders. Like, they're just very strong, and Be'lakor is a little bit overpowered too, so it's like, yeah. And also... yeah. How long is the hair? If you were to straighten my hair, it would go down to like down past my traps. Yeah. What chaos faction would chaos factions become a lot worse if cultists got nerfed? No, I don't think so. I think they'd be fine. I think if you just made cultists cost like 100 more gold or 150 more gold or something, like it would be fine. They're just a little bit undercosted right now. Like especially like the Tzeentch one, it shouldn't cost less than the unit it's summoning, you know? They're also good. Like the Nurgle one is actually one of the best ones because he's such a good fighter. He has armor sundering. He's got regeneration. He has really good attack animations. I find that he usually hits. Like attack animations are a variable in this game as well. You don't think it would, darling? I'm pretty sure it would. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it would. But you would know best. You would know best. So someone brought up that the Demons of Chaos might have too much overlap with other factions, so they'd eat up a ban. Yeah. That's a great point, Anticity. And I think they just, in Domination, like being able to have Tzeentch Blues, Corn Dogs, Nurglings for like objective sniping, like, and then really powerful Lords that can pretty much like, you can't account for them. You don't know what's coming. So like playing against Demons of Chaos is really hard to like pick against. That's the problem because they have the best of all the demons essentially. I know they don't have mortal units. In land battles, it's not so bad for some reason. I played a lot of land battle games against Demons of Chaos, and I was able to beat them consistently, and I also lost to them as well, but like it didn't feel bad. It didn't feel bad. What is the passive for Lore of Yin? I'm not sure off the top of my head. I think it like has something to do with speed and armor. I don't think it's very good. Hey, one man boy band, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. So guys, we're in game 2 of the semifinals. Right now we got Void Lulz facing off against Rindless. And it's going to be a Tzeentch mirror match. Ooh, we actually have a Soul Grinder. Look at that. So we actually, the one thing that I've said every single time as it pertains to this mirror match, and I believe I've been right almost every single time, is that the wider army almost always wins. In this case, though, Void is going to be going with the more narrow army, which makes me certainly question that call because he always finds a way to win. Apparently, he had over a 90% win rate on the Antiquity ladder at the end of Warhammer 2. Was doing very, very good stuff. So Rindless going here with Occultist, Forsaken, Pinks, and Blues. A wider army, right? So in theory, it should be able to focus down bigger targets. Now for the Forces of Void, it is going to be a Blue Fire Spammer in Kairos. We do also have a Soul Grinder of Tzeentch, and we got a bunch of Blues up in the hills, and Occultist as well. Very interesting stuff. I think what's going to be happening here is I think Kairos Fate Weaver is probably just going to try and snipe that Cultist. Which would be a very good play, right? Like if you could snipe the Cultist before the fighting really gets going. Yeah, look at that. So the Soul Grinder actually able to throw his spear into the Cultist, and the Cultist then gets popped by the Blue Fire. Warpflame going down, so the Warpflame is going to be applying the Fire Weakness as well as armor being lowered, which makes Blue Fire a lot better. And Kairos is just going to be going for the Gooning attempt. So yeah, that's going to do a ton of damage. And what he did there is he used the Scroll of Tomorrow. So the Scroll of Tomorrow actually resets your cooldowns. But I mean, if the Cultist can get back, like the thing is with Cultists is you can simply just like use the summon and then you can just unsummon them and get like a partial refund. Although now that he's so damaged, I don't know if that's really going to be happening. So the blue summon does go out. Power Stone is active for Rindless, and I think that there's going to be probably a withdrawal from this character to try and get a partial refund. And of course, Void isn't going to be letting those blues and pinks hit him. He's able to juke pretty well up there in the sky. So Kairos Fate Weaver juking back and forth. Imagine if you were playing tabletop and like enemy like monsters could actually do this to you. Oh my god. Shock Me Sane said it legit made me mad at how long greenskins were OP. Yeah, it was a dark time for sure. It was a dark time. All right, so Forsaken, Blues, and all those guys moving down to objective number 2. And this is the thing about wider armies. Even though there was a nice gooning attempt here, oh my god, 2,000 value. Jesus. From Void in the beginning. Yeah, really pounding these pink horrors down. That is a brutal lead. And it just goes to show how much of a student of the game he is, right? He's very, very aware that cultists are going to be present. And it seems like Void's entire build was kind of designed to kill cultists. Using the Soul Grinder plus the big chicken in the sky with the blue to do a little bit of sniping action. Very, very strong indeed. Now, it looks like Rindless is banking resources right now. It does get a little bit of firepower here into the Soul Grinder. Actually quite good. Although the Soul Grinder, is it bugging out? No, it looks like it's going to be able to pull back. That would be unfortunate for sure. Yeah, the Soul Grinders do occasionally run into the corner of the map. It's a very annoying thing, but it's kind of like an occupational hazard. If you're going to be picking Soul Grinders, you kind of just have to expect that to maybe happen. It has to be part of your game plan, because if I had to restart a game every time there was a Haggard bug, it would be a little bit problematic for sure. Like in the end of the faction war we had, the first faction war for Total War Warhammer 3, we actually had, what's it called? We had chariots like Tokyo drifting off hills and actually dying, like because of the fall damage. It was like the most ridiculous thing ever, which was wild for sure. What do you mean by wider army? Okay, so when I say wider army, I'm discussing the fact that Rindless has like more units overall. Like a more tall army, a more elite army is going to have less units. It's going to have more single entity models. Whereas a wider army is going to be more infantry heavy. It's going to have a little bit more presence on the battlefield. And now, like, you know, you can see even though Rindless is down in value and did have a relatively rough trade in the beginning, like he resummoned his cultist. He's got the middle held. He's got the back objective held also. And it really puts the pressure on Void's army to get in there and try and capture it, right? And in my experience, like the more elite armies have struggled. I mean, yes, they're good at gooning, like if you come in with a goon squad like this, but Kairos is mega, mega expensive. So too is the Soul Grinder. They're very pricey, and they're not really going to give you that much in terms of like actually capturing objectives, right? And Rindless seems to be in a pretty cozy position right now. Like, I don't know where Void is going to go, like which objective he's going to be playing. He does get his pink horrors up here shooting into the Forsaken. Rindless should pull his Forsaken back on the objective. He's going to want to waddle back here to the backside to make sure that his opponent has to overextend. Because right here, he's just kind of giving up a little bit of free value, getting blasted here. But you know, it is what it is. It's not the end of the world. So we got some pinks moving in for Rindless. Looks like they're going to be moving towards the back objective, which I would like. Just park them right here, start shooting at the blues. Causing some problems, all that sort of good stuff. Up on the high ground, we do have Furies of Tzeentch, of Rindless, moving across. Maybe looking to attack some blues. A little bit hard to say. Well, we do get some Screamers. Ooh, nice snare there by Void. He uses the Gaze of Fate. And basically, Furies are a hard counter against Screamers. So they're going to be screaming in there and just tearing them to shreds. That's going to be brutal. And you can immediately see they're taking massive casualties. Their Protoss shields, though OP, are not enough to save them. And up here, we do get a little bit of magic going down. It would seem that one of the Tzeentch army abilities, maybe, or something. No, that's going to be Piercing Bolts. Okay, so the Cultist was actually brought as the caster. Really nice Piercing Bolts there by Rhineless. That will also trigger fire sensitivity to the enemy army. So Void's army is going to be quite a bit weaker to that. But this is why blue and pink fire is so good. You can see he already has his Tzeentch army ult, and look at the damage, man. Rhineless's forces are definitely taking a lot of damage, and the middle objective is going to be pressed now by Void. I think Rind has to know that he is certainly on the back foot, and he's going to have to move up and just helms deep on these objectives and try and hold for as long as he can. Maybe to the point where he can just sit on one objective. Once again, the Cultist is getting sniped by the blue fire. A very risky choice here for sure, but the Cultists have been meta in the mirror match, right? So Void clearly adjusting very, very well to the meta and, you know, playing against it. Now right here, Chaos Furies of Tzeentch battling Chaos Furies of Tzeentch. It would look like the Chaos Furies of Tzeentch are going to win this. The pun completely intended there. And looking around to the back, what is the reinforcements going to be? It's going to be more Forsaken. So Forsaken, obviously pretty quick. They do have 46 speed, unless you're a Nurgle Forsaken, in which you have 42 speed. But the Forsaken of Tzeentch will be waddling to the middle objective. And right now, Rhineless is winning on points. So he is doing his thing. And he does unsummon the Cultist, so going to be bringing that bad boy back in a minute. I believe the Cultist, with the spells he brought, costs about 900 gold, give or take. So he'll be back soon, and let's look at the banked resources. Actually, he doesn't really have any, no, so it's going to be a hot minute. More and more Forsaken rushing in, but Void is getting pretty danger close to the middle now. Now that he's done so much more damage than his opponent, his army is going to start reflecting that, right? Kairos is in there, we do have the Soul Grinder, but the double Forsaken from Rhineless will be jumping in, while the Pink Horrors actually get some nice shooting down into the old Soul Grinder. Soul Grinders do have 90 armor, though. They're not squishy, and these things have pretty terrible armor piercing, so it should be able to endure for some time. Because a lot of Void's build is designed for sniping, right? So there could come a time when he perhaps does struggle to actually get through the meat of his opponent's army, but I think he's done enough with his Tzeentch army abilities to maybe do it. And also you can see in the back of that, Rhineless has had to abandon his back objective, most likely to pull some reinforcements up. And now Void is going to be capturing here in the middle. And I think if Void manages to capture the middle objective, I think that probably would be game blouses. I don't see too many ways for Rhineless to come back if he loses the objective. Now, if he manages to hold on to it and can kind of keep the value at a little bit of an even keel here, I think there could be a chance that he could win on points. I mean, he's up by quite a bit right now. It's not to the point where a 3-cap needs to happen. If Void were to capture the middle objective, he would have plenty of time to get to the back objective, but he would just need 2 to win at this point. It's not enough that it has to be a triple cap. And a lot of capture weight going down. Of course, the Big Chicken himself doesn't have any capture weight. Flaming Sword of Ruin also active here for Void. Oh, so he does have a Cultist somewhere. So it looks like he might have summoned in a Cultist of his own, yes, to apply the fire damage, which is such a strong synergy. So if any of you guys are new to the game, you'll notice that all of the pinks and blues do fire damage, right? And there is a spell on the Lore of Passive. So the Lore of Fire, whenever you cast a spell, it makes the entire enemy army 20% weaker to fire damage. So in terms of a force multiplying effect, it's pretty insane. And now Rhineless is down by about 4,000 value. Void Lulz has really, really consolidated his value lead in the middle. His magic usage has been a little bit more efficient. He's sniped characters, he's gotten the big army abilities on blobs, and overall, he's going to be cackling all the way to the bank. Rhineless with a nice attempt back here, going to be chasing with Forsaken. I do love that he's kind of running with the blues here, trying to drag the Forsaken off the objective. That's a very common tactic. If somebody's not paying attention and they push you, you can run away and pull them off the objective and then buy yourself a little bit of time and get those points. Domination mode has a lot of things to... a lot of little tricks and play nuances that people are starting to catch on to that we didn't see in the earlier kind of rounds of play. There's going to be some blues coming in, but there's no way like a blue horror unit is going to do enough. And I think Void is going to make his way towards the back objective now. I mean, when you're up by about 4,000 value, if not 5,000 here in a minute, you're going to be in rough shape. And Void is the Dark Lord of mirror matches. Very few players have been able to contest him in mirror matches. And yeah, you can see his Forsaken going to be slapping up the Forsaken of his opponent. And that will most likely be GG. I don't see any sort of comeback for Rhineless happening, although it's more than welcome to try, but I don't think there's going to be much of a chance. The Big Chicken, Kairos Fate, we were flying around, you know, being an evil Tzeentch wizard, you know, all that sort of good stuff. And that is a big value lead. Almost 5,000. It is almost 5,000, which is pretty crazy. So something I really hope for is, obviously, in Domination, I would love to see bigger starting army sizes. I think that would be super cool. I think that'd be really, really cool. Granted, I do like the escalation style, but I think having a bigger starting army would bring it more closer to what people have experienced in land battles, and I think it could kind of pull the community a little bit closer together. Hey, thank you for the donation, Chris. It's very kind of you, my friend. Hope you're doing well up in Canada. Love your content. Hey, right back at you, man. Thank you. Appreciate that. Lag is the Tzeentch Army ultimate. Yes, in the campaign map, it is indeed the ultimate. Flaming Sword of Ruin is active. Flaming and magical attacks are now imbued, and they're going to be hitting for 33 missile strength, which is pretty darn good. And the other ones up here only have 28, so a little bit sad. But yeah, Rhineless basically has nothing left on the battlefield. He's got I think like some blues right here, Tzeentch army ability. The fact that Void is like using his Tzeentch army ults on one blue is a testament to how far ahead he is. And he just, you know, he cares not from where the magic flows. Forsaken of Tzeentch and blue is going to be zerking onto the back objective, and up here the blue horrors are going into the old can. And what do we have back here for reinforcements? What is the miracle unit that is going to be digging you out of the pits of despair here as the triple cap does come in full effect? Typically, if you're triple capped, but you're ahead on value, there's a chance for a comeback. But if you're behind on value and triple capped, you know things have gone a little bit south for sure. A little bit south for sure. I'm sad the Blood DLC is taking so long. You know what we need is we need the chat DLC. I was going to put together like an April Fool's video tomorrow about a chat DLC, but I've made the joke so many times already. I think you guys get the picture. All right, so victory location here being taken by the forces of Void Lols. A little blue fire coming in. Obviously, the blue fire, you just use it to build up your Tzeentch army ability. Cultist giving you the constant power stones, obviously very strong as well. How many spells does he have? He's got blue fire there. Yeah, and then he had a couple on his cultist. GG, well played. So Void Lols continuing to be an unholy terror here in these tournaments, advancing on to the grand finals with a very, very solid 2-0 victory. Well played to Rhineless, though. You're fighting one of the strongest players in Total War. I liked the build, too. I just think that Void had an answer for it. He had the sniping to goon your character and was able to really live long and prosper from there. Having the leadership advantage and the magic advantage for Tzeentch is a pretty darn big deal. So I forgot to update that. My apologies, but that is a 2-0 victory for Void. And now we will be moving on to the grand finals. So let's make it official here. Very good. And there he is. Alrighty. So now we have Evenstar versus Hanadins on the top side of the bracket. Void with the 2 Dreadsaurian advantage. I like that. That's like a good way. He's got 2 Dreadsaurians worth of advantage there. All right, so we're gonna remake the lobby, and we'll get these other players in here in just a minute. All right. Why does it default to FFA mode? Come on, you know better than this. I don't know. Sometimes we didn't have a desync actually there, which was kind of interesting with Void. Usually we do. Usually we do, but today we did not. Alrighty, so let's get these players in here. And next up, it's going to be Evenstar versus Hanadins. Hanadins has made it to the grand finals of these tournaments many, many times. Been a perpetual contender. So I'm excited to see what schemes have been practiced by this mighty ODM champion of the shadows. First map here is going to be Broken Lake Gully. Now we're just hanging out. We're enjoying our best life. Looking at the leaderboard after the updates. Let's make sure they got that all set. And they should have. They should have done it. Yeah, and I think he'll update that in a second to make sure he goes on to the finals. Very cool. So, a couple more events coming up. If you guys are looking for more Total War action, we have a North American Domination Tournament tomorrow night. I'm not hosting this one. It's being hosted by RTK Houseplant, but it is on Challenge. I don't know who's actually casting this. Let's actually go look and see. So this isn't my tournament, but it's got a pretty nice little sign up here for sure. It is a domination tournament. Looks like they're doing same picks and bans. I don't know if it's being finalists save replays and send them to Houseplant. Okay, so maybe it looks like Houseplant's going to be casting it on a YouTube channel or something. So I don't know if there's any sort of like a live stream for this. Maybe there is. I'm looking around to see. So that's going to be going down. And then over here, we do have the 2v2 factions going down on the 2nd. So that's going to be Saturday as well. No, that's Saturday. Okay, so this is tomorrow. Then we have a 2v2 tournament. That looks like quite a bit of fun. It's being hosted by Quaden. And yeah, you can visit the challenge page to sign up for that. So obviously we got, even though we're in a relatively dark place in the community, I would say, in terms of balance and several other things, we do have more, a lot of events going on. Anticity's Ladder tournament going down, and then a Siege tournament on Sunday, which is one that's going to be hosted by Umais, and I'm going to be casting the top 4, which is going to be quite a bit of fun. So that'll be like one of the first times we have that. Yeah, it's best of 1 until the top 4. Yeah, correct. That's how that goes. All right, so Hanadins is in here. Got to get Void or Evenstar. Cool, no problem, man. You do your thing. Evenstar should be on his way. And there he is. Alrighty. So it's going to be Hanadins. And Evenstar and Hanadins, please make sure to save your builds, because obviously we do have the dreaded desync bug. Hopefully that'll be something that gets fixed relatively soon. It was plaguing us in the early access as well. And here we are. Once again, welcome. Just turns at website keep land battle faction win strats. It's for domination. Currently, the leaderboard is mixed between the two of those, but it's going to be separated soon. It'll be separated soon. But honestly, like the same people usually win those tournaments. To be honest, it's not that big of a deal. The leaderboard gives you a very accurate representation of like who the top dogs are. Like Voidlaws will win land battle tournaments, and he's also going to win domination tournaments. Is there any rule of thumb for when a player needs to triple cap to not lose on points? Not off the top. I mean, there is some math you can do, and there's some stuff, but I just kind of like eyeball it and things like that. Any word on when the blood DLC is coming out? I have no idea. Yeah. That's not like top of my list. I'd rather be getting like the old world factions. Do you think certain underperforming factions like Nurgle will have advantages in siege defenses? I think Nurgle could be pretty good in siege defense. Yeah, I do. I think the old boy Nurgle can do well. What bug were we talking about that we were plagued with in early access? Desync. So you guys will often see someone desync as we load into the first game, and then it doesn't happen again. Well, we didn't have that bug at all in early access, and then like 2 days before launch, Creative Assembly added like a patch, and it like added the desync bug, and we've had it ever since, unfortunately. Hey! But I mean, it doesn't happen during the games, which is good. So once we get into the game, it's totally fine. It just happens as you're like loading in. So we're on the Broken Lake Gully for the map. Players are doing their picks and all that sort of good stuff now. They need to get that balance in the old. I mean, honestly, if they just added the old world factions in, like I think that would balance a lot of things out. Because then like Tzeentch would have counters. I guarantee you there's old world factions that are going to absolutely crush Tzeentch and absolutely crush ogres. Like I think if you added old world in right now, even with ogres being as broken as they are, assuming we didn't have restrictions on gorgers and iron blasters, I guarantee you there would be people who would crush the ogres. Like it's just there's so many factions, right? There's so many options against things. And that's kind of how Total War Warhammer is balanced in general. It's just like everybody has a natural predator. There's always something more dangerous. And you know, with 23 factions being playable, like yeah, it's gonna be wild. The dreaded last minute patch, I know, dude, I know. So we got Newtonia saying, I come from Dawn of War 2 Elite. I want to say welcome to the community turn. It's great to know that our little family is still growing. It is, man. It is. I love Dawn of War 2. I've been having a blast. I'm not very good at it yet. Like I'm playing against people who have, you know, years of experience, but it's been a blast trying to catch up and learn. I really enjoy it. We need to get CA to make score start at 5,000 and go down instead of starting. That's actually a good idea. Yeah. Starting to go down. Like that's how they do it in Dawn of War, right? You have like the requisition value. Yeah. Yeah, Wood Elves I feel could be pretty good against Tzeentch. Although Wood Elves Lords could get sniped for sure. But I mean, Sisters of Twilight could definitely dodge the shots from the Tzeentch sniping. I feel like Dwarves won't be bad against Ogres. Like Slayers are just super good. And like their infantry are super high leadership and durable. Yeah. Yeah, old factions have huge rosters with all those DLCs, exactly. I don't think I think some of the newer factions will be fine. I feel like Khorne will be fine, Tzeentch will be fine. Ogres will be fine, but yeah, like Nurgle's probably going to struggle against pretty much anyone that has shooting in the old world. I think Wood Elves could do well. Vampire Coast is going to be interesting. I think they need wider maps. Like Vampire Coast needs like some chunky maps. Otherwise, they're gonna pay the price. Which old factions do you think would counter Tzeentch? Man, I feel like it's been a long time. I mean, I feel like a lot of them will potentially be good against Tzeentch. I don't know. I'd have to really think about that, man. I personally feel that vampire counts are going to be the strongest faction of the game. I think when vampire counts get added back in, they're just going to be these unholy terrors that nobody wants to play against. In domination mode, because with all the choke points we have right now, they're just going to be like dropping these zombie summons and all this different stuff, and it's going to be really crazy. I think Cathay is going to struggle. I agree with you. I think Cathay is going to be pretty terrible. Like, why would you ever play Cathay if you can play Empire, if you could play like these other artillery factions, you know, that are just so much better? Like Empire can do like what Cathay does, and yeah, sure, you have your little cute harmony mechanic and some monsters, but like, yeah, I don't know. It's going to be Crab Coast for tighter maps. I agree with you, Anticity. I think it's going to be Cyrene, Crab Blobs, maybe some Deck Gunners, things like that. Obviously, some maps, though, are good for Vampire Coast. Like, if we're talking, like, Eye in the North, for example, like, they could have their cannons up there. They could have Queen Bess sitting there. Imagine trying to hold an objective while Queen Bess drops her fat payload on your face, you know? I think that's going to be pretty cool. Newtonia says, I think I played with you, Turin, Old Man Nurgle, Gojira. Yep, that was me. Yeah, I was playing with Gojira the other night. It was probably Professor Pone, dude. You probably crushed us. Yeah, dwarves are going to be sweet. I don't think dwarves will be like a super high tier faction in domination mode, but I think they'll be like niche. I think they'll be okay. Do you think it'd be over a year till we get the old factions back? No. I would say, like, okay, so the game launched how long ago? What was the date? February 17th? Okay, so February. I think it'll be May. It's gonna be May. I think it's gonna be May. I would wager it's gonna be May. Yeah. Like that's my guess. And I hope I'm really wrong about that. I really, really do. But, you know, it is what it is. How do you think it would change domination if points were uncapped to neutral before being capped like in Dawn of War 2? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I think it's fine how it is, honestly. I don't think there's a huge issue with the way points are captured. Yeah, Cathay's formation attack is like doesn't work either. So, guys, it's going to be a Slaanesh mirror match. We got Hanadins on Slaanesh and Evenstar. I don't know, Evenstar and Void, they just love their mirror matches, both these gentlemen. I mean, there's plenty of other options, I suppose. Maybe it has something to do with the pick and ban system. August, I'm calling it for the old world. Don't you dare say August. If we have to wait till August, I'm going to be so sad. If they add, like... I could wait for the old world a little bit longer if we get, like, a quick DLC. If we get, like, a new faction and maybe, like, some new units, like, I think that, like, shakes up the meta with some new maps, I would be okay. Dawn of War 2 tournaments would be good too. I would host Dawn of War 2 tournaments for sure. Although my commentary wouldn't be terribly informative, I could make it exciting because I could do that. But with the sound bug, I'm a little bit on the fence about it. Hosting Dawn of War 2 tournaments. Newtoni is saying you were playing really well for someone new to the game. You have a great instinct to micro, just lack of game knowledge. Yeah, that's a big thing. I don't have the game knowledge in Dawn of War 2. Like I don't know what things do, and there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff. Old World by May would be pretty disappointing given how the new current... Yeah, no, we need it faster. But honestly, guys, I would say May, yeah. April, May, January, February. April, May. Maybe like late April, I guess. I don't know. It's got to be May, though. Yeah. Yeah, we'll probably get Chaos Dwarves before the Old World comes back. And that'll be like the 8th faction, which I think is cool. And then from there, the Old World will come. I mean, I would imagine the big camp, the combined map is a lot more complicated this time, simply due to the fact that there's so many factions on it. Yeah, like we just so Anticity saying pick one, no bans would mean no mirrors, but some tough counter picks. Yeah, it's a little bit different. You can see on the website the pick and ban format. But if Creative Assembly could extend an olive branch and give us the Old World factions back for multiplayer at least, like it wouldn't be that hard to do. I really don't think it'd be that difficult. It's literally just importing files over. Yeah, Ali, for sure. For sure. I definitely think we're going to see Chaos Dwarfs before the Old World. I agree with you 100%. I agree. I think Chaos Dwarfs will come. I can't wait for my beloved Norska. Hey, Norska will probably get updated. Like, here's... Okay, you guys ready for another conspiracy theory? I personally think that Warriors of Chaos and Norska are going to get updated and added to the game before the other Old World factions. And they're going to come as like sort of a DLC. Like they'll be, I mean, if you own them, you'll still get them, but they'll be included in a DLC with like an updated roster and some new units. I think that could happen before Old World gets added back in. Like I can see Chaos Dwarves and then right after that, like a Warriors of Chaos Norska like reintroduction, because they would probably be pretty easy to plug into the map since their starting areas are already there. And then you're all set. That's my conspiracy theory that I think could happen and think is pretty likely. Yeah, put the tinfoil hat on. That's right. I think that's very possible. Tinfoil hat on. We need to have Steven Seagal write a book about that conspiracy theory. Yeah, so that's what's going down. I think that's going to happen. Because like if you bring them back with the Old World, they're just going to be haggard and crappy like they were before and super out of date, right? Like I see Creative Assembly like updating them separately. What makes you think they're dropping so soon? I don't know. I just have a feeling. I just have this scheme, dude. Like Charlie and It's Always Sunny when he's like locked in the apartment, you know? Just all crazy with the conspiracies, yeah. Because Norska needs an update bad, dude. And so too do Warriors of Chaos. Like, and I think they have a lot of potential to be updated, right? Like with the new Chaos like initiative and all that. Like, why wouldn't you? Yeah, Warriors of Chaos can inhabit settlements now. Exactly. Like the platform is already there. Just add a couple new units and like give them some, updates, and I think you're good. Norska, Skin Wolves, I mean, I actually think Norska would be good against Ogre Kingdoms. Like, Ogres are, like, obviously the strongest faction of the game right now. And I think Norska, who is one of the crappiest factions in Warhammer 2, would actually counter them in many ways. Skin Wolves will wreck most Ogre units. You have Javelins, which are excellent against Ogres. Your basic infantry will be very cost-effective too, I think. Like, Throg is a great anti-large duelist. I think that Norska would be quite good against them. This games are strong with this one, yes. There are already settled warriors in the map, so I'd expect them soon, but I don't know about before Immortal Empires. I think so, dude, because it just... Can you really see Creative Assembly re-releasing just Chaos? Like, how much of a meme would Warriors of Chaos be? You literally have a game designated to Chaos and then you just re-release Warriors of Chaos from their 2016 state or 2015 when the game came out? Like, come on. They're not going to do that. The Norska and Chaos need their updates, bro. They need them. It's got to happen. It's got to happen. What have I missed in the last 5 minutes? No, not too much. You're good. I hope they focus on the monster side with Norska and Warriors of Chaos and Undivided stuff, yeah. 360 skirmish. Yeah, Gorgers, finally, you have something to counter them with, like, cheap skirmish cav. Like, what? Okay, no, Kislev has skirmish cav against Ogres, but, like, yeah, they have such a hard-on for Chariots that you almost never see any other playstyles. They're not going to re-release Chaos as their 2016. That would just be such a meme, dude. That'd be such a meme. I want to see Throg get massively updated and become an unholy Terminator. Throg is already pretty good. Throg is not bad at all. He's a very respectable lord. Like, regenerating. If you took Throg as he is right now and put him on Nurgle's roster, they would be stoked. They'd be like, oh, sweet, I get a regenerating anti-large fighter? Like, give me that. It is a Slanesh mirror match. I don't know why. The players they picked this way. Sometimes if people, like, here's the thing. A lot of players are sometimes, like, not one-trick ponies, but, like, 2 or 3 trick ponies. And they just pick mirror matches to make sure they can play the stuff they're good at. Yeah. Norska and Warriors of Chaos got that pre-order curse. The pre-order factions have never had any updates in 4 years. Ogres will probably get updated, I would imagine. No, I think they're probably pretty popular. Although, in my experience, I actually did not enjoy the Ogre campaign that much. And I also hate playing against Ogres in campaign because Scrag just, like, comes in with, like, a million Gorgers and, like Stonehorns after, like, turn 30, and you're just like, oh my god, stop! Yeah, the Ogre campaign, I don't, like, I wish you could move the... I don't know, maybe you can, but correct me if I'm wrong, but you cannot move the camps once you set them up, right? I wish you could, like, move... They could, like, pack up the camp and move it. Maybe you can, and I just don't know, but I didn't enjoy it that much. Turin, it'd be super fun if CA employed a single person that cared about balance. Can I hire that guy for them? They do have a couple people there, who I know, that are very passionate about multiplayer stuff, but obviously you have to remember the power dynamic between those people and the campaign. Like, the game sells because of campaign primarily. Multiplayer is more of a niche within it, so yeah, it's not going to be, like, as many employees. Like, I know for sure there's several employees at CA who are very passionate and awesome about multiplayer, but I'm sure, like, they have to scrap tooth and nail to get, like, minor stuff for us, whereas, like, for campaign, it's a completely different beast. All right. Here we go. Quick question from Hube. He says, I'm an Ogre player, but I have no idea how to counter anti-large. Shooting, so you can use your shooting. Iron Blasters, Scrap Launchers, Man-Eater Pistols, Lead Belchers to shoot their anti-large. Or you put Noblars in front of your Ogres and let the Noblars take the attacks while the Ogres stand on top of them and lay a beating. That is how you do it, my friend. Yeah, you can close down camps, but you can't move them. Yeah, I don't like that. Like, that's kind of an annoying thing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are in the match. It's going to be Hanadins facing off against Evenstar. It's going to be Inkari with Fiends and Spears against Inkari with Hell Scourges. And then I think Double Cultist? Yeah, so a little bit of a different build. It's going to be the Inkari Slam. They're going to be rubbing their naked Slanesh bodies together, and I'm sure enjoying every second. Inkari's pretty freaky looking. Look at this this mighty beast. Just chilling, waiting for the objectives to unlock, taking a very, very conservative approach. Spears, of course, useful anti-large against Slanesh Cab, but the Hell Scourge Marauders will actually outduel the Spears pretty considerably. 26, 32, 25 on the Spears, compared to 32, 42, 28. And yeah, they just living their best life. Yeah, Gorgers counter anti-large as well. They do. They absolutely do. You know, if if CA wanted to hire me, and by hire I mean just give me access to some, you know, helping out with multiplayer balance and decision making in some regard, I would do it for free. I would legit dedicate, like, I don't know, maybe 8 hours a week, like sitting down and just talking shop with them about that stuff. If I could, like, straight up, man, I just wish I could be more involved in some way. Because there's so many great resources in the community. Players who are willing to invest their time in testing for free. We could have such a good testing team. Like, prior to launch, we could have gotten, like, just an absolute A team together of testers who would have just grinded for, like, a week straight, given great feedback pertaining to balance, and the game would have launched in an exponentially better state as it pertains to balance. Like, we would not be in the position we're in, you know? And that would have all been free for them. All been free. Yeah, I just I wish more game companies would do that. Games Workshop kind of has the same issue to an extent, like with their codex balance and all that. But I don't know, a fantasy for another day, man. So Hell Scourge is moving from all directions, 1, 2, and a 3. Double Cultists are going to be really tough to crack for sure. Like, they're on foot, if I'm not mistaken, but they're still pretty quick with 44 speed. But even still, they are going to be very, very tough to remove. As the Cav do move forward, Seekers of Slaanesh are going to be going after the Spears. Spears should turn Embrace for sure. You don't want to get charged in the back there, and it looks like they're able to pull back. Maybe you should offer that. You know, I've thought about it. I don't know. I don't think they would accept. Inticity says, CA, hire me too. The multiplayer community is essentially QA. I know. And they can hire me for free. They don't even have to pay me. They can, I don't know, they could send me some delicious tea or something. I would do it for free. You know, I would provide feedback and, like, you know, before something is launched, like, look, when the Chaos, you know, when the Chaos Dwarfs come out, there's going to be something that's broken and just stupid. Like, just let us catch that first before it happens, you know? Yeah, I guess leaks and scary stuff is too risky for large companies. Yeah, I think that's a big part of it, right? So Whip going down from Evenstar, getting that nice juicy whip on the Marauder Spears. The Fiends are going to move forward. The Fiends will be okay against Hell Scourges. Hell Scourges aren't, like, great against large units, and up in the high ground, it looks like these Hell Scourges thinking about moving in onto the objective number 1. But Evenstar does get a nice stranglehold on these 2 objectives. You get number 3 here, you get number 2 right here, and number 1 is in the hands of Handedens. Handedens is going to have to take the aggression. I feel like a lot of this matchup is going to come down to who Zinkari is going to do better. Who Zinkari will find the prize. Also, avoiding the cultists. If the cultists are allowed to get good, cost-effective summons that trap a unit, get a lot of damage value, that's going to be big. But if Handedens can use his speed and mobility to actually bait out the summons, that could be very, very strong. So Handedens up on the high ground, sitting with a bunch of Slaaneshi units. Inkari moving in. Spear's probably going to be turning to fight here, and they do charge in. They're not braced, so they're going to be taking that charge right in the face, but it's not too much. You know, Seekers of Slaanesh do have a good charge bonus, but it didn't look like the charge was too saturated. Evenstar does leave the Marauders in combat, so the Marauders will be able to defeat the Marauders here of Handedens, and up on the high ground we get Hell Scourges and Hellstriders, just all these units collapsing here. Spawn of Slaanesh also summoned in. Spawn of Slaanesh, of course, they do not work. Their Soporific Musk just isn't active and doesn't do its thing. A little bit grim. But Demonettes here are an actual Demonette unit, getting mulched pretty hard, but the Hellstriders of Slaanesh here for Handedens are being pushed back by Evenstar's numbers. But again, this is in the reinforcement zone here of Handedens, so he's able to get a lot of units in here very quickly, and we'll see what kind of damage value can be done. Now down here, we do have the pit fight. We do have Inkari of Evenstar getting hit with the Musk and willing prey, so apparently Inkari is very, very willing. Big attacks coming in from Handedens' character, and Witstealer Sword is now active. So I think at this point, Handedens should probably take his leave and run, because while the Witstealer Sword is active, Evenstar could certainly get karate chopped pretty hard here. Very, very nice play there by Handedens. Very slick, able to pull back, you know, baited out the Witstealer Sword, a very powerful activated item, and now Inkari of Handedens can cycle charge back in. The Cultists, I don't know if they've blown their payload. I do not think we've seen a Demonette summon yet so far, and up on the high ground, Handedens does appear to be winning this fight. It looks like most of the forces of Evenstar are being collapsed on, and with good micro, Handedens should be able to come down here and surround the forces on the lower objective. Now, Inkari moves back in. Looks like there's going to be a fascination going down here on the Hellstriders, which should rampage them, actually, although their health is a little bit too high. Overall, though, value is pretty even at this point. Slaanesh games are usually pretty fast and furious. I do not think we've seen the summons yet. We see the Cultists of Slaanesh. We see another Cultist here kind of chilling out a little bit. And, yeah, Evenstar is winning the low ground engagement, but has taken a pretty big value hit up on the high ground. A lot of units being collapsed, which means most likely that Handedens will be able to sweep down from the hills. Also, Handedens does have the healthier Inkari, who's just kind of running around doing anime moves, flying into the old Marauders of Slaanesh. The Crab Claws are here. Big attacks dropping down. There they go. Perfect stuff. Spears moving across. In terms of reinforcements, let's go ahead and see what's being brought in by Evenstar. He's got a couple spears. Looks like some Hellstriders, more anti-large. Very, very typical stuff. The spears are just so cost-effective in this matchup. And look at this, Inkari actually getting a little bit surrounded for Evenstar here. Hellstriders and the Chaos Furies of Slaanesh getting some nice damage. However, Inkari does have the ability to heal. If a unit is wiped out completely near Inkari, he does heal up quite a bit. So it's really, really good against demons, right? So if you crumble like some Nurglings or like any sort of a Slaanesh demon. Oh, the Duel of Fates! They're charging each other! And the Rampage is activated, Willing Prey and Fascination. We do get Acquiescence and Willing Prey here, but this Inkari of Hanneden's does have control over its senses here. Although, Evenstar's Inkari is getting a little bit of a better fight here. We do get some cap moving down. Obviously, the Seekers of Slaanesh for Evenstar are going to be giving a lot of fire support. And suddenly, Evenstar is pulling ahead in value. This is very much like watching the Cornmere match, where you're going to be seeing like two Scarbrands fighting, and whoever gets the better engagements will typically win it. Whip of Slaanesh going down right there from Hanneden's as he does move in with his spawn and different units. And is there going to be any pressure in the middle? It looks like the middle objective might actually be taken here in a minute by Hanneden's. He does get some Hell Scourges and Spears in there, and they are able to push off the forces of Evenstar, which are very heavily consolidated here in this position. Chris says, Turin, is it me, or does it seem like Inkari's charge animation was like a half second too early? I'm not sure. I'd have to take a little bit of a closer look. So Evenstar obviously being super patient with the Cultist summons, and now there is going to be the first Cultist summon coming out, I believe, or did that just not go off or something? Very, very strange stuff. But yeah, it looks like it might not have gone off. Maybe it has to do with the elevation. But here, Evenstar does get Inkari, beating down on Hanneden's Inkari, and the Rampage is now active from Fascination. And it looks like there's going to be a Narcissism being used here, although that's not going to be helping Hanneden's Inkari because he is trapped in the Perpetual Rampage. He's very pissed off. He's been eating too many cornflakes, and now he is paying the iron price for that as the battle does rage on. Up on the high ground, more Cav, Demonettes of Slaanesh pouring in to fight these Hell Scourges. Demonettes should be able to defeat the Hell Scourges most likely and pour in onto the objective here. Currently, the middle objective, though, is being taken by Hanneden's, and the back objective is now being pressured. So Hanneden's does summon in some of the Hellstriders of Slaanesh to maybe come back here and try and contest this objective. The middle, oh, big mistake! Why would you leave that? Oh, Anakin, I'm too weak. He actually almost had that objective, and had he stayed, he would have probably captured it, but now it's going to be a little bit harder. Now, one of the Inkaris did fall. Evenstar did win the Inkari duel, and I think that's probably going to be winning the game, because Inkari's a powerhouse of a character. Like, hits really hard, super fast, very impactful. And obviously, the Slaanesh army that has magic is going to be so much stronger, because Slaanesh's passive is probably one of the best passives in the entire game. Slaanesh's passive gives you 24 melee attack for every spell you cast, or 20, I think, for your whole army, which is insane. It's a huge force multiplying effect. So one army not having an Inkari is going to be pretty much game blouses. And I think now Evenstar, it's only a matter of time before he gets here and is able to claim a glorious victory. So we'll have to see. Yep, GG, well played. Evenstar has emerged victorious against Hanneden's in Game 1. Remember, this is best of 3. So we'll see what's cracking. We will see indeed what their picks are going to be for Game 2. But yeah, it's basically just a Lord micro duel. That's a big part of it. The double cultist actually didn't do anything really. He just came down, 69 kills, the blessed number of Slaanesh. No wonder this one lost. It only had 50. It only had 53. How could you beat the 69 kills? That's what she said. It's not possible. It's not possible. So that is going to be Game 1 going to Evenstar in this best of 3. And now we'll see what the players do for the next match. So we are going to be on the Death Pass for the next map. Good luck, have fun. We'll see what the players pick. And let's hang out. The blessed number. It is here. Yeah, the Wuxing War Compass needs some help. Rabisa says the tournament was such a blast, even though I found my master in Evenstar. Hey, I'm glad you had fun playing in the tournament. Yeah, Evenstar is definitely a rough opponent to get in the earlier rounds. He was the Warhammer 2 World Champion towards the end of the game's life cycle. So yeah, very, very scary opponent. Very, very scary indeed. The blessed number, yes. Total War Freak says, Turin, could you do a brief description of tabletop? Mostly what is the point of the world map and why is square bases such a huge deal? Okay, so square bases are popular from Warhammer Fantasy. Although I personally prefer round bases. I think they look nicer and I think they give you a little bit more dynamic gameplay, but square bases are really good if you want to have rank and file, right? So if you're going rank and file and having an army look like they're in formation, square bases are very good for that. However, the round bases are also, can be done that way. Like in other games, like the Game of Thrones tabletop game, they have that. They have round bases and then they put them in a movement tray that is square. So then they rank up that way, which I think is the better system. I don't know what approach Games Workshop's going to be taking for Old World, but either way, doesn't make too much of a difference to me. Doesn't make too much of a difference. But yeah, it's for rank and file, right? Like if I go to 1 sec here. So 1 sec, guys. My brain just can't figure out how to type Google. I was just like looking there, like, what is the name of that thing that I can search for things on? All right. So armies, all right. I'm going to show you real quick. Oh my God, Warhammer. So yeah, here's an example of this. And then you have Warhammer. I'm just pulling up some showcases here. Yeah, round bases are definitely better for skirmish games. 100%, I agree. All right, 1 sec. Here we go. And let me show you real quick. Okay, so this is what games like the Game of Thrones. This is the Lord of the Rings minigame, I think. But you can see here that this game has certain round bases and square trays, which I would actually like if the old world did that. I don't know if they will, but that's kind of cool too, because you can also take round base models from Age of Sigmar and use them in fantasy, right? Now, if we look at Warhammer Fantasy, you can see this like huge army. You can see they have like the huge, I love how the titles Warhammer died for a good reason. It has like these huge like armies that are rank and file. So it looks like they're in big formations, which is kind of cool as well. It gives you that feeling of like a really big kind of like army scrapping, you know? Ask Jeeves, holy shit. That's old school, man. That's old school. Evenstar is in game 2 here. So just make sure you can find his way back in. All right. Very good. Got to use that Google. What? Ask Jeeves. Yeah, wow. Yeah, that was some epic stuff. Got to ask Jeeves when the Wheel of Fortune comes on tonight. That's some depressing shit. Yeah. Old World has square bases confirmed, yeah. But I have a feeling that Old World is also going to be having movement trays that you can like use your round bases on. Like, because a Games Workshop probably wants to have some crossover there. Hey, Chris, thank you for the $2. He says, I need my dwarves. Oh, the Goblin Hewer. Oh, my God. Oh, man. That'd be pretty sweet. Malachi needs his giant blimp, dude. The war blimp of doom. The one from the Gotrek and Felix books. If that thing could just like fly over the battlefield, that'd be so sweet. That would be awesome. I had no idea they made trays for round bases. Yeah, it looks really good too. And you know what also is really cool about movement trays for bases in general is that you can like add like decoration on them. You can make it look like you know, you can make it like a panorama, which is really rad. Little known fact, every time you Google just asks Jeeves and passes along the answer. Yeah, that would be pretty funny if that were true. All right. So, Hanniden's, I think, had to restart the computer really quick. Let me just go ahead and double check. Let's see if this works. We'll see if that works. I open up another slot. See if they can find their way in. I may have to remake the lobby, which is totally fine. And again, we're at the top 4 right now. We're on the bottom, the top side of the bracket with Evenstar versus Hanniden's. See if he finds his way in there. All right, I'm just going to remake the lobby. And hopefully that will work for the next game. Should be the final boss for the tournament. I'm so out of practice though, man. I haven't been playing as many games lately. I've been mainly focusing on hosting tournaments. I do want to get into the tournament scene a little bit more and start playing. I know there's a Friday night tournament I might try and play in. And Evenstar. Cool. All right, so hopefully they'll be able to get into that. Perfect. And perfect. Looking great. All right, so Optimus Fine saying suggestions for the stream overlay. Can you add the rank of players in there? Oh yeah, that's kind of a cool thing. I could do that. Yeah, maybe not for this stream, but for the future. Yeah, diorama, yeah. That's what I meant. You get the picture. A Total War Warhammer 40K, I think it could be really good. I think they could do, I think Creative Assembly could do it. I can't remember the last match you saw Void lose. Yeah, it's been a while, in the words of Stained. You guys remember that song? Stained? It's been a while since I could. Yeah, that song came out when I was in high school. Certainly some fun stuff. All right, so please not a mirror match. Give us a little something. So the next map is going to be the we did Eye in the North, Mountains of Morn. Death Pass was the map. That's right, dude. I would love to see a really good 40K like RTS game. I don't know if it's going to happen though. Not anytime soon. I think Creative Assembly will do a 40K game eventually. I think in the next like 5 or 6 years. 100%. Like it's got to happen. Why wouldn't they, you know? The last time Void lost was in Warhammer 1. That's actually not true because I played Void Laws on ladder in Warhammer 2 and I managed to beat him once. It was my greenskins against his vampire counts. I went double giant in an Arachnarok spider or something like that, yeah. But yeah, I mean, most of the time I think I maybe beat him twice and he's probably beat me like 10 times. So yeah, clearly he's a ferocious foe. Hey, Ram, thank you for the donation. Love the content, Turin. Have you seen the Cathay Dragon Turtle fan art covered in the artillery? Oh my god, that'd be so cool. Yeah, that'd be super cool. Do you think we will see, and again, thank you for the donation. Do you think we will see Total War Warhammer 40K before or after AOS? Oh, before, for sure. I don't think they would release AOS right after they already have a big Warhammer Fantasy IP, right? Like, because they would conflict. I think like 40K is different enough that it pulls in a different audience. And a big audience, right? Yeah. The release date for Darktide, yeah, I saw the trailer. It looked pretty cool. It had like the Ogren and a couple other units. I remember that song, saw them in 2003. Yeah. Those are some magical times, huh? Lux saying, I just reloaded some Dawn of War 2, gonna try Elite Mod. Yeah, do it. Go enjoy the sound bug. You're gonna enjoy every second. Man, I'm always on the lookout for good Warhammer games, but the IP has so much garbage. It does. There are so many terrible computer games for Warhammer in general. That's why Total War Warhammer 2 was such a masterpiece. Like towards the end, like it's like once it really got, it was just so good. I can't tell you how many hours I put into that game. Oh my god. Yeah, so many hours. Like I actually, here's another conspiracy theory, but I think the old world for Games Workshop was brought back due to the success of Total War Warhammer. Like I think if Total War Warhammer did not happen, I don't think old world would be coming back to Games Workshop tabletop. I think there's a direct correlation between those. We might get a World War I Total War on a new engine that sets the stage for 40K. Yeah, it perhaps could. Certainly not a terrible idea. Yeah, 40K fans are definitely passionate, yeah. So Nick, you're saying I'm afraid for Creative Assembly when they make a 40K game because those fans are passionate. They are, but you also have to remember that 40K, like Warhammer fans in general, are used to suffering. Like I play Chaos Space Marines. I have a codex that's almost like 3 years old. My army is exponentially worse than like almost every other army in the game. It's just absolute trash. And I just still enjoy the game because I love the lore and I love the way the models look, you know? So like 40K fans are used to suffering for sure. Like balance is really, really bad in 40K. It's really, really bad. It's horrendous. But it's still a really fun game to play. Like if you're playing casually, it's not as big of a deal. But if you're playing tournaments, which is what I like doing, it's like, oh my god, it's like, it's rough. Shadow of the Horned Rat. Oh my god. That's old school. Yeah, there's some solid 40K games. Like the Space Marine game I heard it was quite good. Dawn of War 1 and 2 seemed like really good games, but they came from a time when RTS games were made properly. You know, like, yeah, there was issues and bounce issues, but like RTS games from that time were really good. Definitely why Games Workshop put out Cathay and Kislev stuff on their own blog sites, working with CA on those factions in the background. Oh, for sure. Here's my prediction, right? We had, you guys, today is the stream of conspiracy theories. We had, what? Who are the two launch factions, right? Like in Warhammer, like the very first ones we saw was Kislev and Khorne, right? Games Workshop's going to have a launch box for Old World that is going to have Khorne, and it's going to be a lot of recycled models from Age of Sigmar with a couple new ones. And Kislev is going to be brand new. It's going to be a Khorne versus Kislev box on square bases, and that's my guess. Like 100%. I'd be willing to put some money on that. Not like big money, but some. Osvex Tactics just made a video on the CSM leaks. Yeah, there's been a couple. I've seen a couple different sources. Dawn of War 3 is it's very bare bones. Like, it had some potential, I think. I think people were pretty harsh on it when it first came out, but I have to say I really had fun at first. But they just didn't. They gave up on it. They abandoned it. They were going to add Necrons. They were going to add some other factions, and they just gave up on it, you know? Yeah, they I think like people I enjoyed playing the game. I had some really fun times playing Dawn of War 3. I played against In Control. We were playing on ladder and played some custom games against each other, and yeah, I had a lot of fun playing with him. It was fun, and I enjoyed playing ladder. It just if they had updated it and added some new factions in and maybe like fine tuned it a little bit, I think it could have been a good game. But obviously they gave up on it because it probably didn't do well at launch. Cathay versus Zinch is a good bet for a second box. Yeah, could be. Empire will definitely be the first release. Definitely not. Because Empire's model range isn't bad. I collect Empire and Tabletop. Those models look good, dude. I have Karl Franz. I have Demogryph Knights. I have State Troopers that don't look that bad. Like, they don't need to be desperately updated. It's not like the Orcs and Goblin units from Fantasy, and like Empire looks fine, dude. I think like in a lot of the Empire models are still for sale. I think if they just add a couple back to the website, like maybe up, like Games Workshop could probably keep like 70-80% of the Empire models from Tabletop. And if they just updated like things like the Warrior Priests and the Witch Hunters and like, I think it would be fine. I feel bad for the devs of Dawn of War seeing all the, yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. It's a shame. I enjoyed Dawn of War 3. I really did. I think if we had gotten like Chaos added in, we got Necrons added in, I would have been really stoked and would have loved fostering a competitive scene for that game. I would have been hosting tournaments, doing the works, put in some work, man. But yeah. Yeah, it was a bit of a shame. Like, there was a couple moments I remember in Dawn of War 3 where I was like, this is awesome. By the way, guys, the matchup's going to be Zinch versus Kislev, where, like, the Imperial Knight would just, like, get its big Gatling cannon and just, like, mow down an army. And I was like, yes. And, like, when the drop pods landed, it was really cool. Francis, yeah, the Fantasy Tabletop game is coming back. Correct. It is coming back. Skaven probably will not be updated that much. They probably won't, because I think Skaven are, they're pretty, like, flushed out. And the models, even though they're old, like little clan rats are still cool. I don't think they need to be updated. There's some other ones that will probably get big updates, like Wood Elves and Bretonnia. Like, Bretonnia is probably going to get a huge update with Wood Elves as well. Who knows, though? Hopefully we don't get, like, drip-fed the armies, too. Hopefully there'll be, like, a big batch of updates. I enjoyed some Dawn of War 3. All new AOS armies have some unique gimmicks so that it's easier to copyright. Yeah, it makes sense. But they're going to... Old World will... I actually hope that the Old World blow like just does super well, so then they're like more interested in supporting it and whatnot. Have I read any of the Horus Heresy books? Yeah, I read a Thousand Suns book. I've read a couple I read the Black Legion series by Aaron Dembski-Bowden, the Talent of Horus, and the one that follows Iskandar Kaon. He's the Thousand Suns Black Legion sorcerer guy. What other 40k books have I read? I haven't read too many, to be honest. I read the Plague Wars. I read the Death Guard book that follows the Plague Champion guy. What's his name? Yeah, it's been a while though. But I haven't read too many 40k books. I've read some. Skaven will be OP. Skaven are pretty funny because they have like mechanics that like they get punished sometimes. Like they're really strong, but then they can just like their machine can just blow up randomly, which is pretty great. Clan Rats look fine, but all the Eshin and Pestilence models are really outdated. Yeah, those ones are like Stone Age. They look like they were invented when the wheel was. All right, so players still loading in. By the way, I'm thinking about hosting some tournaments that are in different time zones as well. So next week, I think I'm going to host some events. So when did they... Yeah, Lords of Silence. That was it. Thank you. When is... Okay. All right. So I'm probably not going to host any more events until the patch happens. And then, aside from the Siege tournament. And we'll do some like nighttime tournaments too, so folks in other time zones can actually play. It's not Typhus, it's a different guy. Typhus is in the book though. I think there's a scene that like shows him talking with someone. Yeah, I can't remember what it is. Lords of Silence was led by, yeah, Vorx, yeah, that was it. Lords of Silence is pretty cool because it has a Death Guard like warband, like, and they're kind of messing around with the. They end up fighting like a Word Bearer's army, sort of. Yeah, there's all sorts of cool stuff in that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so here we are in Game 2 of the semifinals. Currently, Evenstar is up 1-0. It is going to be Hanedans on the forces of Tzeentch, facing off against the Kislevites, who are going to be led by Rasputin and Evenstar. Very cool stuff. I would imagine Chariots will be there, and it's going to be a good time for all. Eldrin, thank you for the $5. He says, can we have some form of tournament where each player plays a custom Demon Prince? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think that would be quite a bit of fun. So Blues into the sunset, backed up by some spawn. Having mass to trap down the Chariots and keep them from blobbing is always good, and armor centering is very useful. Double Chaos Knight opening from Hanedans. Kind of a cool one. They, of course, lose to the Bear Cavalry pretty hard, in my experience, but they will outtrade the Griffin Legion as well as the Winged Lancers. So we'll see how the Chaos Knight ends up doing. They're very expensive, so the battlefield control for Tzeentch is going to be a little bit more narrow, considering they did a double Chaos Knight opening. We have one in the bushes and one over here as well. Now, for the forces of Kislev, it is going to be light war sleds. So these bears going to be getting out there, getting ready to party. We got 2 of them. Front battle line is going to be armored Kossars with gray weapons. More Kossars in the back. Very standard stuff. Shooting is good against each. And whoa, a Tempest caster. I feel like I haven't seen Lore of Tempest like ever in a tournament. Let's see. So he's got Blizzard as well as Hailstorm. So just basic damage abilities. And yeah, she's like, look at her. She's like dancing with that tree right there. Having a good old time. Having a good old time. So looking across here, we do see the blue horrors of Tzeentch waddling up to the objective. Going to be eating the shots from the heavy war sleds. It's always a good idea to keep the spawn like just behind them. Otherwise, the war sleds can definitely run in there and do some good work. And these are light war sleds, I think. Yeah, so these are the cheaper variant. Oh, no, he's got some heavy war sleds in there as well. Okay. So probably has light war sleds in reserve as well. Light war sleds are limited to 2 for the sake of our tournament, but the heavy war sleds do not have any restrictions outside of the normal restrictions. Up in the bushes, Chaos Knight's waiting. Probably going to be looking to hammer objective number 3. I wouldn't be shocked to see Evenstar send over maybe some blues or something like that to go sit on objective number 1 while the Kislevites continue to use their dreaded bear sleds to shoot downtown. And yeah, they got Streltsy on the back. These guys, pretty cool job. You know, compared to some of the other foot soldiers, you get to get pulled around by these bears and, you know, it's probably far less stressful compared to the basic Kossar. So right now they're shooting into blues, not getting too much damage, and honestly they're going to be taking a bit on the return. Heavy war sleds do get peppered, and it looks like a Plague of Rust maybe is going down right here, which probably not a good idea, because the heavy war sleds of Evenstar are just going to be pulling back. And I guess it's like a deterrent, so it'll keep this thing off you for, wow, that lasts freaking forever, dude. 35 seconds left on that. That must have been an overcasted one. It was, because it was actually 60 armor, but here comes the forces of Kislev, the Kossars, and the armored Kossars. Wonder why he brought armored Kossars. That feels like a little bit of a misplay. Maybe he's going to prove me wrong with them, but dude, these maces are so giant. Jesus, it's literally taller than the guys. But yeah, they don't have shields. They do have armor, so they can mitigate some of the damage coming in from the blues and pinks, but I find maybe they're designed against Forsaken. My whole philosophy, though, in this matchup is that you can go with shielded Kossars because they're more durable against like almost the entire Tzeentch army, but Forsaken can be dealt with using the light war sleds, right? War sleds in general just absolutely wreck them. So here we get another light war sled coming in, bringing the total of this sled goon squad to 3. The Tempest caster is going to be emerging from the bushes for Evenstar, and this objective will be opening up soon. Where are the Chaos Knights? Are they going to grab this objective? Definitely need to get something over there. Although it looks like Tzeentch might just go for like a Royal Rumble in the middle and try and claim victory in that regard. We will have to see. Blues waddling, pinks waddling as well, and old Rasputin on his bear. He's got his big old cane here. Yeah, he's kind of an interesting character. He's got the power baldness going on. Always cool. A little bit of Daka back and forth. Nothing terribly decisive at this point. Tzeentch and Hanedin sitting up in the hill, cackling, wasting ammo from the war sleds. Chaos Knight's looking to grab those objectives, and the objectives are now open, and nobody's going to be grabbing the side objectives at all. Maybe they're just going to be looking to fight. Nice little Searing Doom. Really good Searing Doom right there, man. Brings those armored Kossars down to about 70%, maybe 65%. That was a pretty good cast right there. But the blues and the spawn and other units are in a little bit of a concave firing situation where they are being popped by quite a bit of the shooting here for Kislev. And I think Kislev is going to go into the bear sled game and just move in and use the Patriarch, or Kostalton, who is the Supreme Patriarch, to get the big heal. So the bears have moved into the blues. Of course, we're going to see the counter response here from the Forsaken moving up. They have armor sundering. They have good mass. Certainly bring a lot to the table here to fight against these guys. And now more and more spawn of Tzeentch going to be waddling up. Big bombardment going down from the Blizzard. Doesn't do too much damage. Kind of tickles them a little bit. I suppose it's not bad. But yes, now we have the Kostalton blob, and of course Tzeentch is going to be piling in to try and deal with them. This is where you need Plague of Rust, and we've seen, you know, Void Laws do very good against this using Plague of Rust and or Final Transmutation. So does he have it? He does not. A bit of a misplay there from Hanadins. If Hanadins had gotten a giant, just erect Final Transmutation, it would hit the Snow Leopard, it would hit the Light War Sleds, it would hit Kostalton, and honestly, the value differential would probably be like almost 4,000 right now to 3. But, I mean, the Searing Doom is still very, very good. Clearly, it's getting some good bombardments. And where are the Chaos Knights at? So the first Chaos Knight moving in, going to be slam jam, space jamming here into the Armored Kossars, and should be able to wreck them pretty good. I mean, they will fight back okay since they're Kistlevites, and they fight until they're, you know, the bitter end, basically. They get 30 seconds of unbreakable stats. But the Chaos Knights really didn't do that much, I guess. Yeah, it looks like Kislev did have a planned bombardment. Now, where is the other Chaos Knight unit? We got some blues heading to that objective, and I could have sworn there was another Chaos Knight. Okay, here it is. I really like this play. Even though these are Kossar Spears, most likely, no, they're basic Kossars. This is going to be a huge win here for Hanadins. The Chaos Knights are going to be screaming into the middle, and they are just going to run over these Kossars. These guys... and they're awesome haircuts. This guy's like, he's like, I just want, you know, one flap of hair on my head. Gonna get run down by the Chaos Knights pretty bad. They're not the Spear variant. The Spear variant would still probably lose to Chaos Knights, but would do a lot more damage on the return. So in the middle, another Searing Doom. Very, very nice on the Armored Kossars. We have the Pinks, and Flamers of Tzeentch being brought in by Hanadins. If Evenstar doesn't notice these guys, and they're able to shoot into the blob of the Light War Sleds, they have amazing armor piercing, and are generally quite good against most of the roster. I'm really not sure where he's going with these Flamers here. It looks like he's going to be pulling back right now, but he needs to start punishing this Chariot Blob. Speaking of, the Chariot Blob is quite damaged. Light War Sleds here, 4 models. These ones have 2, and the other ones have 3 left. So Plague of Rust really, really mitigated their effectiveness quite a bit. And now the Forsaken of Tzeentch going to be moving back in after taking quite a beating, and the Flamers getting hunted down. So this is definitely not fun for Tzeentch, having to run away from the angry little Snow Leopard. And yeah, he's going to be probably hunting down those Flamers, knowing that they are one of the big epicenters of issues. Hey, Pious Skeleton, thank you for the $8. Greatly appreciate it. And I'm glad you're enjoying the community, man. It's been fun. Look at this, decisive victory, and a big misplay here by Evenstar, I think. Sending in some Winged Lancers. Like, Winged Lancers are not going to trade well against Chaos Knights. Like, they'll do okay on the charge while their charge bonus is active, which of course is 60. But the Chaos Knights just have armor, better stats, they're just going to cut them to pieces. So that's basically just giving the Warriors of Chaos even more value there on that flank. Even so, though, Evenstar is still winning this game. His Light War Sleds are being very, very, you know, troubling in the back for the forces of Kislev. Little Snow Leopard here being nice and adorable and is going to be feasting on these disgusting monsters of the warp. Although they're not absolutely terrible in melee, but very, very squishy. They have 12 melee defense. They do pack a little bit of a melee punch. You can see the Snow Leopard's actually taking some work. We do get some Screamers. Look at that. Hanadin's going to be sending some Screamers over there to try and help win that fight against those Winged Lancers. Not that he needs to, but, you know, gets a little bit of support to maybe try and finish the deal a little bit quicker. The Light War Sled's still going like champs. Plague of Rust is active on these bad boys, but you can see Kislev has pulled a pretty decisive win in the middle here. They have cleaned up objective number 2, and the Snow Leopards of Evenstar just cackling and running around, keeping the forces of Tzeentch off balance here. And look at this, really, really nice play. As soon as Hanadins actually leaves the objective, the forces of Kislev get some Kossovite Dervishes over here, and these guys are just going to be laughing all the way to the bank as they just watch the haggard, beleaguered Tzeentch infantry make their way back. I think these Forsaken actually would probably lose against the Kossovite Dervishes as well, so that's going to be a little bit tricky. The Kossar hairstyles are actually relatively historically accurate. That's kind of cool to know. So you're asking, hey Turin, when you withdraw units, do you get resources back based on health or the remaining unit count? I'm not sure. I think it's. I know how it works with single entities, but with other units, I think it's just based on the health. I'm not 100% sure though. That's something I'd have to look into. Good question, man. So Snow Leopards battling into the Flamers of Tzeentch. These guys are pretty beat up and honestly haven't really done much of anything. I guess they got the Leopards a little bit lower, but that's it. Snow Leopards are a really underrated piece. Very, very good in the Tzeentch matchup and also quite good against the Ogres. Against Ogres, they can chase down many, many things, right? So if you're facing off against Iron Blasters, Scrap Launchers, Ogre characters, and Lords, they can really, really be super nasty for sure. So looking like it's going to be the end of the road for Tzeentch, I think. I think Hanadins perhaps has fallen here in the Grand Finals. A couple really nice plays from Tzeentch. This whole position over here has just been value city. Because look at this. Right now, Evenstar's going to be sending out some Kossars, and they're just going to get flattened as well. Like, these Chaos Knights are basically just farming things in the backfield, which is one of the main variables that's kind of keeping Hanadins in this game. Objectives, 1 is being held by Tzeentch, 2 by Kislev, and 3 by Kislev, or 1 by Kislev, 3 by Tzeentch, and 2 by Kislev as well. So currently, the Kislevites are rocking 2 objectives to the 1 of Tzeentch. And yeah, you can see that reflected in the score pretty substantially, as there is about a 1,000-point lead in terms of the victory tickets. Over here, we do have the Doggos, the Doggo squad getting back here. Screamers, not great in sustained combat. Kossovite Dervishes should be able to melt them. And Tzeentch doesn't have too many counters. I would say Tzeentch only has one counter in the game in terms of the factions, and I would say Kislev is probably the best counter pick against them. Ogres, the best counters against Ogre Kingdoms have lately been shown to have been Slaanesh. Slaanesh has actually had a pretty good win rate against Ogre Kingdoms, but aside from that, and Ogres also have a relatively bad matchup against Tzeentch as well, if the Tzeentch player is very skilled. It depends, of course. Ogres can still win that matchup for sure. Now, the big Kislev Goon Squad, we have the Snow Leopards with the Salax Lullaby. There are a bunch of those bad boys, and they're going to be getting blasted in the face here. And definitely taking some work, as the Leopards will move across into the blues. And I think that's gotta be it. I don't see too many ways for Tzeentch to get back in this, although the value differential isn't too much, and Tzeentch does get the cap here. Okay, maybe. Maybe Tzeentch can do something here. The Chaos Knights are not regenerating their Protoss shields, but they are capturing the objective. We do also have some Tzeentch Forsaken moving down here. Unfortunately for the forces here of old Tzeentch, this squad is very, very scary. Kostalton's going to be giving healing to these Leopards when he uses the Salax Lullaby. And they're going to be very, very grindy, and it's going to be tough to remove them. But I really do like this back cap. I think this is a great play by Tzeentch. It's going to make it very tough for Kislev. They're going to have to allocate some heavy hitters back here because Chaos Knights are very tanky. Forsaken are relatively tanky as well. They have high armor. Not the best melee defense, but if you don't have armored piercing, it can still take some time to get through those guys. So the objective... Oh, no, we didn't take it. Oh, no. Anadins, I'm too weak. I think the Forsaken are going to get it, though, so it's not the end of the world. But he definitely almost lost that. That would have been pretty bad for sure. Chaos Knights moving towards the middle. The Goon Squad, man, if there was a final transmutation in this game, I feel like Kislev has such a hard-on for blobbing, that you really, really do need to bring, blob punishment. And that's what final transmutation is. It's been so good against Kislev in all these tournaments we've been hosting. So now we do have the two objectives being held by Tzeentch. The back objective, number 2, is obviously firmly in the hands of Kislev. But the Chaos Knights might be able to get back here. Could we see a comeback from Hanadins? Maybe so. He would win with the 2-cap if he were able to hold for the rest of the game. Chaos Knights here still riding around. Their Protoss shields cannot regenerate while they're being shot by these missiles. And the Winged Lancers running in to intercept them. Winged Lancers obviously, at this point, would win the fight. We got 32 models here, and it looks like they're just going to go for broke. I think they should have attacked those Kossars a little bit earlier, but we'll see. The Chaos Knights get a little bit of damage on the charge. War Sled's also going to pick them apart. And now Tzeentch is on its way back to the middle. Oh my god, guys, we could have a comeback. This is very, very impressive. Because obviously, Rasputin has a pretty good goon squad, but the Leopards and these other units are actually quite god-awful against infantry and blobs, right? So 2 blues are going to be moving up on the objective. Forsaken going to be moving over there, while the Herald of Tzeentch continues to just kind of poke at whatever he can. It looks like he's going after old Rasputin there. And Kislev does not have that much weight on the capture. They do have some infantry in the light war sleds. I guess the Leopards have a little bit of capture weight as well. So too does Kostalton. But now it looks like Hanadins might be able to kind of scrap his way back. Although, if he wants to scrap this back, he's going to have to capture the middle lake right now, because the back objective is probably going to be taken back by the forces of Kislev here relatively soon. Evenstar is moving back in this direction and is going after them to do some work. Kostalton, Tor's Battle Hymn is active. He's getting a little bit beat up. Value is still pretty heavy for Evenstar, but guys, the gap is closing. It's only 1,000 right now, and Hanadins does have the Protoss shields, so there's going to be a lot of healing going down. Back objective, though, still controlled by the forces of Tzeentch. The score is getting closer and closer, still a 1,000-point differential. This back objective, I think, is being contested. Man, it looked like there was something back there, but I think they got bombarded off by the forces of Tzeentch. Big shots coming in from Tzeentch, shooting in. The light war sleds are back in business, so too are the other ones. Plague of Rust is going down, and immediately we're going to be seeing a big attack order from Hanadins. He's going to be shooting all of his forces into the light war sleds, which only have 10 armor right now. So if the shooting actually does go into full effect here, it's going to be big. I think it's more important for Tzeentch to get on the objective, though, and capture that, rather than try and deal with this war sled. I would probably run these 2 blues up there, but it looks like Kislev is going to be able to kind of stranglehold the objective here, getting some armored Kossars and other Kossars in reserve. We have the Duel of Fates, the Herald of Tzeentch, moving in to finish off old Rasputin. He's at 247. He does heal. He gets much tougher to finish when he gets low. And man, look at Rasputin giving the Herald the business, even when he was at like 1%. Oh my god, not 1%, but like 5%, give or take. Pretty brutal stuff. So Kislev holds onto the objective. This one's still held by Tzeentch. Tzeentch actually is looking to stranglehold the side objectives, using the Chaos Knights that are still alive with 16 Chaos Knights, as well as the Forsaken and the Screamers, to keep them from getting that objective. And during all of this, Tzeentch is actually doing a really good job pressuring the middle as well. Man, what a close game. Guys, the value is dead even. Hanadins has closed the gap. It is 16,000 to 16.1, give or take. And now Tzeentch is going to be waddling with blues. A lot of the Kislev army was very designed for gooning characters and, big SEMs and things like that. And now their value is starting to fall off a little bit. We will see if Tzeentch can get this objective. They need to get these blues up there, like stat. I don't think anybody's going for the back objective. I don't think it'd be a bad idea for Kislev to maybe send an infantry unit over there. The Mighty Herald has healed up. His shields have healed him. I don't know about the magic situation. Kostalton has back up to 1,000 HP, just an absolute raid boss. Forsaken should trade pretty well against Armored Kossars, but it looks like there's going to be some magic going down, some sort of a bombardment from the Lore of Tempest. Yes, that's going to be pretty good for getting through their shield. And yeah, big damage right there. Definitely not bad. That might allow the Kossars to trade a little bit better, but overall it seems like they're losing the fight. Guys, Tzeentch is going to get in with the triple cap. I can't believe it. Lord, thank you for the donation. Greatly appreciate it. Thanks for becoming a member. And once again, the Screamers of Tzeentch are holding back the entire Kislevite Cav Corps here. You know what, guys? I think Tzeentch is going to win this. Earlier in the game, I was like saying, like, I didn't think there was a chance for a comeback, but I was proven super, super wrong here. Super, super wrong. Now, on the back objective, number 3, we got some Chaos Furies going to be trying to mitigate the Kossovite Dervishes. You know, at least lower their model count to keep them from capturing. And I think Tzeentch might be able to clinch it, man. This back objective looks like it's pretty close to being captured by Kislev. Furies are being sent over to try and, you know, push them off the cap. But Kislev has crazy, crazy good leadership. So Kislev is going to have to get an objective back pretty damn soon, guys. 4265 to 4200. Tzeentch, for the first time of the game, has taken the lead in terms of the bounce of power. And now Herald the Herald getting in there, going after Rasputin. And will he take him down? Cool little attack animation right there. Rasputin holding on with Tor's Battle Hymn. The Kislev passive keeping him active for a couple seconds, but it looks like he's going to be broken. Herald the Herald falls, but will his sacrifice be in vain? Find out on this episode. Very, very close stuff. Now, looking around, old Rasputin's going to be pulling back, getting blasted by some of the blues. On the back objective, very securely taken by Kislev. And is there any pressure here on objective 3? Uh-oh. If Kislev is able to take this soon, I don't think it's possible, though. I don't think they have enough capture weight. Tzeentch is too close to winning. They're too close, but the middle objective is also a little bit precarious as well. I think if Hanadins moves the blue horrors on the objective, I think that would be too much. But he needs to have the presence of mind to do that. He needs to move on there. So get on the objective, waddle on. There you go, baby. You guys hop, looking very funny. Oh my god, these guys are such ridiculous looking models. I love them. Yeah, they're going to be getting some good firepower into the Winged Lancers. Back objective, very, very close to being taken. Guys, but I think Tzeentch is going to win it. With just one objective, they would have to get triple capped. And I simply don't think there's enough time. The changer of ways. He heard me talking some smack, and he's like, you know what? I'm going to go into overdrive and take this to game 3. Well played to Hanadins. Now we have a 1-1 series as we go on to the next match. GG, well played. GG, well played. All right, so Chaos Knights proved to be pretty metal. At least one of them did. Herald the Herald was a hero with 2,700 value. Obviously, light war sleds always do good. Again, I don't like the great weapon. I know they're better against Forsaken in theory, but I think the shielded variants are just so much better against Tzeentch. Tempest Caster got about 1,000 value, so, you know, nothing to write home about, but certainly not terrible. 1-1, and now we go on to the next match, which we will have on the Eye in the North. Cool. What a game. That was a really good game, man. Beautiful one for sure. Yeah, that was a fun one, wasn't it? Every now and then you get those gems, man. When you get to the top 4, you're obviously looking at the strongest of the strongest. He changed the ways for this battle. I think he did. I think Tzeentch had a hand in that one for sure. There was some funny business there. All right, so let's see what the players picked for their last game here. And yeah, it's going to be great. It is going to be great. It'd be nice if there was something in game that tells you about it. I'm having trouble finding out just watching, and I'm not even trying to micro everything. So what are you referring to? Let me see. Are you talking about like the score? Like saying who controls what? It would be nice if there was like a little icon below the score that had like the Tzeentch icon or the icon of the faction that actually like holds the objective. I think that'd be really nice. Sad cat noises for the Snow Leopards. The Snow Leopards did really good though. They were pretty menacing. I think Evenstar might have left them in a blob for too long and just let them get shot at. I don't know. I'd have to go back and watch that game because I felt like nothing would be able to stop Evenstar's blob from kind of imposing its will on the battlefield, but I was wrong. I was wrong. 100%. Eldrin of the Mists. I hate spells like the Final Transmutation. So many games have been decided by one cast. Yeah, I hear you. They can sometimes, but the thing is if your opponent doesn't give you the opportunity, it's like a huge wasted investment. So it goes both ways. Ogres versus Tzeentch. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. We could see a Khorne. I seriously doubt we'd see Nurgle unless it's like a mirror match or something. Nurgle can be a good niche pick against like Khorne and maybe against like Slaanesh sometimes it's okay. Depends on what you're playing, but yeah. It's going to be great, man. Eldrin, thank you. Appreciate that donation. Going strong, man. Bacon is life. Bacon is pretty delicious. Much love, man. Much love. I'm curious about the picks and bans. I can't wait for a day when the dreaded Nurgle is back and glorious. Although part of me likes playing underdog factions, and then when they become strong, I'm like, oh, I don't like this anymore. You know? All right, cool. I was telling you guys the story about one of my friends. One of my friends expressed interest in getting into tabletop gaming, to playing Warhammer 40k, and I was hoping with all my heart he wouldn't pick Tau, but he did. Of all the factions in the game, there's like over 20, and he picked Tau. I was like, no, now I have to play against Tau. Yeah, dark times. Debuff spells can be good for sure. It depends. Like the amount of value you get from buffing up, like a unit with like Harmonic Convergence is pretty good. It depends on the situation, but yeah, like damage spells are a little bit more consistent value because you almost always know you're getting your bang for your buck depending on the circumstances. But buff spells can often be better, but in more niche situations. Costalton couldn't find his hair comb. Yeah, that's why he couldn't do the dreaded comb over. There were some pretty mean comb overs in my high school. Yeah, some of the teachers had them. The Plague God shall return. He will. I don't know when, Justin, but hopefully one of these days. So Chungus Kingdoms are here, and Evenstar is on Kislev, but he played them, so we don't know what they're going to pick quite yet. Eye in the North is a good artillery map. We've seen people be baited into picking Grand Cathay on this map. Grand Cathay has a pretty atrocious win rate at the higher level of tournaments. I've seen them do well at the lower levels, but yeah, when you get to the pinnacle of play, which is where we're at now, typically they don't do the job. Probably going to have to develop some kind of... Oh, okay, yeah. Understood. Ogres are definitely, I don't know if they've been played in this series yet, right? So we had... Yeah, I don't know. We could see some ogres here. Evenstar played Slanesh and he played Kislev in this match. So yeah, he still has ogres on the table for sure. Hanadins could play Kislev, could play Slanesh, I think. No, he played Slanesh in the first game too. That's right, it was a mirror match. Okay. You know, there is a hope and a dream for Nurgle here. I don't think it's likely, but it could happen. At least early on, you'll get to enjoy destroying a Tau player. That's true. That's the one upside of things. That is the one upside of things. Yeah, buff and debuff spells definitely are a little bit more niche, though. Damage spells are just like, yeah, they're just really strong. Because it's going to be killing models, which essentially buffs to the unit that's fighting against it, right? Because there's less models fighting back, and, you guys get the picture. Plus, people with good micro, the problem with buff spells is, like, people who have really good control can often withdraw from engagements while something is buffed, and then they can just wait for it to wear off, and it feels really bad when that happens. That's why you got to, like, use it more in, like, when you know somebody's trapped in fighting. Definitely takes a little bit more experience. I wonder how Tau players will be seen by the community if there's a 40k total war. Probably not that bad. I mean, like, it would just be like Vampire Coast. Like, Vampire Coast has pretty mediocre melee and, good shooting. So, yeah, I think it'd be fine. I think it'd be totally fine. Okay. What are the picks and bans going to be? Checking out the old tournament chat to see if they're typing it there. I don't think they are. I think they're doing it in private chat, which is totally fine. Yeah, man. It's going to be a party. I'm going to be playing in a couple 40k tournaments coming up this week. In the next couple weeks, I'm going to be playing at an event on the 9th, an RTT, and then I'm going to be playing in an RTT on the 16th as well. I'm going to be playing 2 weeks in a row. It's going to be quite a bit of fun. Going to be taking my old haggard Black Legion army and just getting stomped because I like to play just old, outdated, terrible armies. But I love my Abaddon model so much that I just want to play with it. I really hope for some offensive units for Cathay. Defense is not my cup of tea, but I love their aesthetic. Yeah, I hear you. You can't really play terribly offensively with Cathay. I mean, you kind of can. You can go like double terracotta with some longbows and rush people, but it's like janky. I think Jade Lancers are kind of crappy too. You know what I'm saying? Hey, welcome Anticity. You're back. Yeah, Anticity. I see your videos have been doing great lately, man. Love what you've done with the channel. Your videos are great. And I mean, I'm learning things that I didn't know, and I've been playing this game since like 2015. Which is great. So yeah, keep up the good work, man. It's amazing stuff. Ogre Kingdoms for Hanadins, and Evenstar is going to be on Tzeentch. Wow, somebody in chat called that super hard. I wasn't expecting Ogres to be picked in Tzeentch, though. It feels like a little bit crazy, but I mean, I guess Ogres can deal with it. Ogres are just so good. They're so good. Abaddon is about to get buffed big time. Yeah, only 3 wounds of phase, which is great. Which is definitely great. Cathay is very, very weak. I agree with you. I think they just... It feels really bad to play Cathay. It feels really, really bad. Like, I in land battles, it's different. But in domination, it's... But even in land battles, like, Cathay... Yeah, they're definitely a lot better in land battles. In domination mode, they're just absolute junk, though, at the moment. I still think they're better than... God, are they better than Nurgle, though? Are they? I don't know. That's the one that I always go back and forth on. Oh my god, Anthony Martin going deep with the fat honey there. Greetings, Turin. I wanted to show my support for the channel. Love the domination content. Hopefully I can learn how to finally and most effectively beat Ogres and Slanesh with Kislev watching your future videos. Good vibes sent to you, my friend. Thank you, dude. Oh my god, that is a chunky one. Okay, never mind, guys. It's Khorne versus Tzeentch, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you, Anthony. And, okay, so you're talking about beating Ogres and Slanesh with Kislev. Okay, so the most important unit in that matchup is probably going to be using the Kossars with Spears. They're really good against both factions. And then just you want to use Kossars with Spears and shielded Kossars, and then usually just some sort of a really durable character, like, you know, like a Kostaltin or like a Katarine with a Patriarch to heal. You don't want to use sleds in those matchups. Against both Slanesh as well as Ogres, you don't want to use sleds. Against Ogres, I actually recommend using, like, even sometimes double Little Grom can be pretty good. Against Slanesh, you typically just want to use like Kossar Spears and have your own cav, like your Winged Lancers, like in a really tight formation, and then countercharge them once they charge into your spears. Hopefully that helps, man, but I'll do my best to get some content out for you. I'll do my best. Very cool. Even Star's ready. It's going to be Khorne versus Tzeentch, the Magic Man. Ready to go. Anthony, man, thanks again. That is a super generous donation, dude. And yeah, hope to keep the good times coming for you. Z Game saying, I play Imperial Guard. It's been rough. I can only hope Baneblade is made viable in our codex. Yeah, Guard are in a bad place for sure. I feel really bad for Guard players too. Guard and CSM are like brothers in suffering right now. We've just been terrible for so long. It's just how we live now. It's just the way of life. What is Khorne going to bring here? Could we see the dreaded Skull Cannons? Does Little Grom beat Iron Blaster? It has better range. So with good micro, you can keep moving Little Grom back because it's pretty fast too, and then you can like range it. But against Ogres, I often open with double Little Grom because it's... The problem is though, if they don't bring an Iron Blaster or like something like that, then you really suffer with double Little Grom because it's not that good against, like, you know, you'll get swarmed by Gorgers and Bulls. Hunter, yeah, sounds good. Anthony says, thanks, Turin. Really appreciate the advice. Yeah, the Kossars with Spears are your best friend. In terms of magic, against Slanesh, you really want blob punishment. So you want things like... But here's the thing. Against Slanesh, you can go with like maybe 2 or 3 Kossar Spears. And then you can bring some basic Kossars with the pistols. Because you need some anti-infantry. And you know what? Against Slanesh, actually bringing like 2 light war sleds isn't a bad idea. Because they will sometimes spam Hell Scourges and things like that. So having a chariot to deal with that's good. Katarine's also quite good there because she can do the Ice Maiden's Kiss and she can do Frostfang on the blobs of Slanesh units. And she can clear out Slanesh infantry very well. An Ice Witch would work too. You could totally do an Ice Witch. It depends on your preference. Guard has Stormtroopers who are pretty solid. Yeah, but Guard has been like... So I follow the 40k competitive scene pretty hard, right? And like, I don't think Guard have placed anywhere near the top of any tournaments of substance, like literally in the past year, if not more than that. And the same with CSM can kind of like sometimes cheese their way in because they have these weird combos. But overall, like, yeah, Guard I don't think have won in ages. Yeah. It's a shame too because Guard are awesome. If I were to play like a Loyalist faction, an Imperium faction, I would play Guard for sure. I've thought about it, but like the problem with Guard is, for me, is that I've already painted a bunch of Horde armies. I have Death Guard, which has like over 100 models in my armies sometimes, and then I play Black Legion, which is also a Horde army. You run like 90 cultists, so I don't feel like painting like a million guardsmen. Like I just don't have, I don't have the drive anymore for that. Don't have the drive. Yeah, I really hope Mortal Empires comes out soon, for sure. Multiplayer battles are fun to watch, I agree, but they would be a lot more fun if we had the other factions in. Like, it'd be a lot more fun. Like, I want to stream campaign too, but like right now it's just not fun. It's just, I don't know. I don't know what campaign we would do next. Power creep. Yeah, power creep is a massive problem in 40k. It really is. CSM is up after Tyranids. Yeah, Chaos Space Marines are coming up soon. They've teased their codex, and yeah, like I actually hope that CSM isn't overpowered. Like, as much as I would love to just, you know, roll people over with a strong codex, like as fun as that can be for like 1 or 2 games, it feels bad afterwards because you don't feel like a good player. And then like, it's also kind of like, yeah, you get all these people who just like, yeah, it's just, I'm not digging it. Man, the Horus Heresy trailer was sweet though. Man, Games Workshop nailed that trailer. That was super cool. Like having the Imperial Knights fighting and stuff, and like, yeah, it was really, really good. All right. I always look at Hanniden's picture. He has what appears to be an aspiring champion with like a Rogue Idol's head on it. I can't tell. It's like super small. Yeah, so we got Khorne versus Tzeentch though. We got Magic versus the dude who hates Magic, which is always a fun one. How about Trader Guard? Is that a thing at all? Not really. But a lot of the cultist models that are being, like the new cultist models from Blackstone Fortress, I think is what it was. And there's rumors that Games Workshop's going to be making new cultist models. They look like Trader Guardsmen. They are guardsmen that are like traders, basically. Yeah. Yeah, Horus was, yeah. The Let the Galaxy Burn line is so epic. I was like, oh, epic, yeah. It was cool because, you know, I like Black Legion. That's the army I play, so it felt like home. All right, guys, so let's take a look here. Wow, what a strange build. Check this out, guys. We have the Chicken of Change, of Tzeentch, double Exalted and double Spawn. Whoa, okay. Versus double Cultist, a Bloodthirster, a Skull Crusher, and 2 Shielded Warriors. Okay, this is like a weird build. I feel like this build is like something we would see like on launch week. Very, very strange. How would Hyles perform in Domination? Well, certainly better than Cathay, I can assure you of that. Like, I feel like if you just randomly interjected Hyles right now into the game, they would actually be pretty good. Like, they would probably beat Nurgle. They'd probably beat Cathay. I feel like they would trade relatively well against Kislev with, like, their bolt throwers and, you know, and some of the other units. Like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like High Elves would actually be good. I mean, but again, it depends on the scope. I'm really excited to see what that looks like. Turin, speaking of aspiring champions, do you think the low model count of units in Warhammer 2 will see more play in Warhammer 3? I think they'll get updated probably and buffed. This is like a weird build, man. This is a very strange build. So what is the tech of the Bloodletter, or the Bloodthirster? I guess Soul Grinders are a thing. He can hunt the big chicken. He can take on Chaos Knights. What else? I mean, yeah, it's kind of... This is the most curious thing for me here. And now for the rest of the army, for Khorne, it's going to be Skull Crushers of Khorne, which are shielded and heavily armored. So in many ways, they're pretty good against Tzeentch. Like, if you think about blues and pinks, they are shielded, so they mitigate that damage, and they have a shit ton of armor. So they can do that. They beat Chaos Knights of Tzeentch. They beat Forsaken. Like, they bring a lot to the table in theory. Double Cultist, obviously super good. Now, looking at the forces of Evenstar, it's going to be an Exalted Lord of Tzeentch with blue fire, so that's obviously what most people just spam in their jog. We do have a couple units to spawn, and Exalted Pink Horrors. Oh no, the Slanesh bots are here. Oh no, do I have to handle this myself? No, one man boy band's got this. Hold on. Yeah, there you go, buddy. Look at that. The speedy response from the Defenders of the Realm. Sigmar blesses you this day. All right, so Exalted Lord of Change going to be rolling across. He's like, "What's up, dudes? How's life treating you? I'm here." And I'm going to be casting some blue fire spam on you all day. Probably going to use blue fire on the warriors here. I would imagine these Chaos Warriors of Khorne probably going to get blasted pretty good. We'll have to see. The big man up in the sky, the Bloodthirster, is here. And he's going to be swinging on down, looking very menacing. Super cool units. I feel like they're a little bit overpriced, though. I feel like Bloodthirsters should only cost like 2,100. 23 seems a little bit overkill. Like, Terracotta Sentinels cost only 1,600. And in a straight fight, like, I think Terracottas actually do very well. Granted, these things can fly, so, but I don't think it justifies, like, 700 more cost. As opposed to, like, you know, 600, I think would be a little bit more reasonable. But I don't know, man. I don't know. So once again, the Exalted Lord of Change is going to be flying around, looking for some prizes if he can. Spawn of Tzeentch moving up. Khorne is actually on the defense here, which is kind of interesting. How are they actually going to kill these Spawn of Tzeentch? I don't really know. No halberds or anything. Okay, we do get halberds coming out. And the chicken, probably just going to be spamming blue fire all day onto the big Bloodthirster, which makes me think maybe the tempo is going to be pushed a little bit. You can kind of try and dodge it. Oh, the juke, dude. That was super good. Wow, I haven't seen anybody dodge blue fire that well. He just straight up matrixed that shit right there. He just like pulled around. I've seen people dodge it by going up terrain. Like they'll fly up a mountainside and that'll kind of make it miss or hit the side of the mountain or something like that, which is pretty cool. Oh god, the Slanesh bots are relentless today. They're like, I don't know what it is. They always wait for the stream to go for about 2 hours and then they strike, but... Well, I'll wait and see. Yep, looks like the mods got it. One man boy band saving us. Thank you. And Anticity as well. Hey, thank you guys for your support. Appreciate that. Battle soon to be underway though. Spawner on the middle objective and yeah. Exalted boys, they shoot pretty hard. 33 missile strength. These are shielded warriors, so they do block 55%, I think, is what it is for the silver shields. Yeah, let's go and double check here. And yeah, 65% of small arms fire. Exalted Lord of Change, going to be tar pitting them, and he hits pretty hard at melee. He's got good armor piercing. And Khorne, for the most part, just going to leave some dudes on the back objective, and now they are looking to take the fight to Tzeentch here in the middle. So Bloodthirster's on its way in, and something that a lot of people don't really know about the Exalted Pinks is they have really good combat stats. 38 melee defense is really good, and 30 melee attack and 32 weapon strength. So like Furies will do damage to them, but oftentimes the Furies will actually, you know, kind of get crumped a little bit by them. But with a Bloodletter Summon coming in to go after them, I think that's going to be quite good. Now, big AoE coming in from Tzeentch on top of the Halberds, which were super bunched up, and or they got sucked in by the Vortex ability. But the Halberds, even in their tattered state, should trade reasonably well here. Up on the high ground, the one unit that I know you guys want to see fighting is the Skull Crushers of Khorne, and they are going to be getting in on these Exalted boys. So I love that. They're basically riding like bulldogs. So here comes the Bulldog charge. Charge bonus of 77. Oh, so cool looking. And they get a big charge into the Exalted boys. Definitely a nice beating. And we also get Furies moving in there. But you can see the Exalted guys actually take it pretty well. With Furies moving in, I think Khorne's going to need to send a little bit more support in. It looks like we do have a summoned Bloodletter, which will help and should put some hurt here on the Forsaken. Now, in terms of value, Hanneden's is a little bit ahead. Actually, it's kind of just bouncing back and forth. But look at this. The Bloodthirster actually getting in here and giving the Exalted Lord of Change the business. The Anti-Large also helping wear down some of the spawn of Tzeentch. It seems like Khorne is having a much better trade than you normally see in this matchup, as the Tzeentch army ability does go down, trying to snipe some of the Halberd units there, not really doing too much. But yeah, across the battlefield, it would seem that Khorne is actually getting pretty good trades against the Big Chicken Man. The Bloodthirster waddling across. The Exalted Lord of Change is kind of having a little bit of trouble escaping, but he does just barely get away there. The Bloodthirster, I'm sure, will be hot on his tail. Now, one thing to remember is that the Khorne army does look very scary right now, but the problem with it is the fact that many of the units are summons. So in 6 seconds, these Bloodletters are going to be gone, and the Bloodletters down there on the low ground will also be gone as well. But there are a fair amount of Chaos Warriors moving, and now I really like this play. This is like a long-term financial investment. This is like one of those what do they call those stocks that like give you a little bit of like money every year or whatever? I don't know. The brain is focused on gameplay here. But yeah, it's like a long-term investment. Sending these Chaos Warriors to the back objective will eventually be a threat for Evenstar that's going to be tough to deal with, right? In terms of the objectives, Hanneden's is up by about 600 value. He did capture the back objective. It looks like there's some Forsaken moving here. If these Forsaken overextend, the Bulldogs are just going to rinse and repeat. So here they come. The Bulldojeks moving in, getting a big charge right there, hammering into the Forsaken, and keeping them off the objective. So yeah, very cool to see Skull Crushers in action, as well as a basic Bloodthirster. No Lord obviously makes it a little bit tougher for the Tzeentch army to get some sniping. Here we get a Cultists of Khorne. They are shielded and super tanky. Going to be chasing down the Exalted Pinks, and that's incredibly cost effective. And now the Khornate Warriors moving to the back objective as well. So here they come. They are moving and a-grooving. Chaos Warriors of Khorne waddling slowly. It's going to take Tzeentch like probably a couple units to deal with this. And if they're already struggling on other fronts, dealing with a full health unit of Chaos Warriors here is not going to be an easy feat for sure. But how are the Bulldogs doing? The Bulldogs seem to be doing okay. Yeah, they're crumping these Forsaken. I would imagine their value is probably like 600 right now, give or take. Let's see. Oh, almost 1,000. Okay, so not bad. And they'll probably get up to about 800-900 after fighting these Forsaken. Yeah, but they're very expensive. They're an 1,800 gold unit, so they take a lot to get back. Yeah, paying dividends. That's right. It's a dividend stock. Yeah, something like that. I know nothing about finances, really. I'm pretty terrible with my finances. It's probably one of my biggest flaws. Math in general, anything pertaining to numbers, I'm usually not very good at. Now here we do get a Cultist being given the giant drumstick of Tzeentch, the Exalted Lord of Change, getting that big old beat down on this bad boy. But Khorne does have a pretty solid little stranglehold on a couple objectives here. And the Chaos Warriors of Hanneden's are moving on to the back objective here and should be able to potentially push off these blues. Depends on the micro. Obviously the blues could run in circles and be a little bit annoying, but the Chaos Warriors should still do well. For Khorne, I think they're pretty content to just sit on 2 objectives at this point. Granted, Tzeentch does have good shooting, so they're going to be able to get shots onto the defenders of the objectives. You know what's really weird about this build? I don't think we've seen a single Khorne Dog yet. Like, I'm looking around, we haven't seen any Khorne Dogs. Yeah, it's been mainly Warrior spam. It's pretty cool to see that even after the game's been out for a month and, you know, a lot of people perceive the meta as relatively stagnant, like seeing people come up with these new strategies that work against top tier players and top tier factions in Tzeentch, because Tzeentch in my experience is typically favored in this matchup just because they are so much more powerful, but we're seeing a very effective style of Khorne play, which is working well against a top tier player, so cheers there. Bloodthirster still flying around, Shielded Warriors just kind of cackling here, going to be moving in. We do see the first wave of Khorne Dogs, so here they come. And they will be charging into the Forsaken, maybe? No, the Khorne Dogs pull back. I think they want to get on these Exalted Boys. That's really going to be the plan. Meanwhile, the Bulldogs of Khorne going to be moving in and certainly hammering into those Forsaken. Forsaken's shields are gone, and now their HP is going to rapidly start tanking as the Fleshhounds need to get onto these Elite Boys there if they can. Middle objective is a little bit contested. Back objective is being taken? No? Okay, all the shooting on the Blues is gone. So now the Chaos Warriors of Khorne, I don't know why they're not charging. Because these Chaos Warriors of Handedens could move in. Now the Blues are actually going to be attacking, doing Handedens a huge favor. Because those Chaos Warriors could have really put some hurt on them. Up in the sky, though, we have the Duel of Fates, a big play here, as the Bloodthirster does get the Horn of Khorne. He's got about 1,000 HP, and he's trying to battle the big chicken. It looks like he has gotten a dent in the shield, or maybe that was some of the Furies. No, I think he's attacking some of the Fury units, and the Bloodthirster is trying his best, but is going to be brought down by the Giant Chicken. Well, the back objective is in the danger zone. Yeah, the Forsaken able to get through those units. A huge Vortex coming in from Tzeentch as well. Evenstar getting a really nice cast there. Might be able to kind of wrestle the middle here. And the back objective is going to be taken by Khorne eventually. It's going to take some time. The fact that he didn't charge with the charge bonus too, losing out on that 22 there is a little bit tricky. So a couple little misplays here and there, but nothing like disastrous. But yeah, Tzeentch is getting back in this game. They were certainly in the danger zone before. The Exalted Pinks are proving to be really good in combat. Like, look how effective they are at fighting back against the Fleshhounds. I guess that's kind of the tech, right? Skull Crushers of Khorne moving in. We got some Chaos Warriors with Halberds. Kind of a curious choice moving down here. He might not have a summons of other units, right? So maybe that has to do with it a little bit. But the Halberds are on their way. And we get some Furies going to be trying to jump on top of the Exalted Boys. The Bulldogs of Khorne still fighting like champs. Probably up upwards of 1,000 value. Yeah. Didn't quite pay for themselves, but they are, you know, they're menacing and they're causing some problems. Blues in the back, going to be crumbled down by the Chaos Warriors, but with the big chicken coming in, the chicken should lend his armor piercing to the cause. Although, yeah, these Blues probably going to be unstable. Yeah, and they're breaking down there pretty hard. Khorne just barely holding on to the middle right here. Khorne up by about 800 points here, give or take. And the back objective is going to be taken. Khorne really needs to find a way to get that one back if they can, but it looks like they're going to be trying to secure the middle right here and just make sure they don't lose it. Yeah, a couple of very expensive units for Khorne. Didn't quite pay for themselves. This objective, these Chaos Warriors might get terror routed off, if I'm not mistaken. Does the chicken even cause terror? Yeah, he should. But Khorne is capturing this one, so if those guys can just survive a little bit longer, they might actually be able to capture it. Halberds moving on. Khorne does have that objective. The Bulldogs of Khorne lurking in the back while Furies of Khorne swarm through the skies and try and take out the Screamers and some of these other Air Force units for Tzeentch. But yeah, I think maybe like Bloodletters back here. Bloodletters could be decent, I guess, but some of the shooting of Tzeentch, the Exalted Pinks with their 69 models, the blessed number, that is certainly very strong. But a hotly contested game right now, as Khorne is getting really close to capturing this. They're about halfway. The Summons and the Furies, they should be able to push them off. And yeah, there's some Forsaken summoned in. So the Forsaken will be able to get in there and probably clean up shop. So they will cut through those Khorne Warriors like butter. Now that they're on the run, they won't be fighting back. But I like this play, because this like brought the Lord over here. It forced some Forsaken summons. It baited out the Chaos Fury summon. I would say sending that Chaos Warrior unit over there was a really nice play from Handedens. I thought that was quite good indeed. So the Exalted Pinks proving to be super durable. I really like the usage of them. They have, what, 38 melee defense, so against things like Furies, which do have good melee attack, like it's almost matched, actually. And, you know, Khorne Dogs aren't going to kill them super quickly. It actually seems that the Exalted Pinks were able to fight back against the Khorne Dogs really well this time. You get a Cultist of Khorne moving in, that's a good choice. He's a good fighter in his own, he's silver shielded, and with the summon of Bloodletters, he might be able to push these guys off. Khorne is still ahead on points, but I don't know for how much longer. Value is actually really close, guys. Handedens is at like 13.5, and Tzeentch is at like 14, but Tzeentch, of course, has the ability to heal, so it's a little bit of a different metric than, well, probably what you'd expect. Halberd boys chasing down the spawn, which are running, kiting, and the shooting firepower of Evenstar continues to rain down on them. And the Cultist is going to be recapturing this objective, while Evenstar withdraws his Forsaken as well as his Exalted Pinks here, and is probably going to be rerouting his forces to the middle objective. It's hard to say. There are some Forsaken running from across the map. Forsaken could threaten to collapse on 2, which I think would be the proper play. We get some more Chaos Warriors of Khorne moving, but Evenstar is starting to get even more and more ahead on value. I think as the Khornate forces become more desperate across the map, a little bit disconjointed, we're going to start seeing the forces of Tzeentch getting their picks and cackling all the way to the bank. Look at that. Chaos Warriors of Khorne eating those shots right in the face. Let's go ahead and take a look at the value of these Exalted Pinks here. I would imagine pretty good. Yeah, they've almost paid for themselves. I think they cost 1,100, so these ones have at the very least paid for themselves. The Bloodthirsters seemed okay in the beginning for getting the chicken low, but man, the Bulldogs, the Skull Crushers didn't seem as good. They didn't quite pay for themselves. Their damage didn't seem like super amazing either, but I don't know. I guess against Forsaken and shooting, they certainly have some teeth. Now, will Khorne be able to get anything back? Khorne is not the best faction from playing from behind because they do have a lot of slow infantry. Granted, the Bloodletters are faster, but they're also very vulnerable to being picked off from some of the Tzeentch shooting and whatnot. So Warriors do get up on the objective. Khorne is now behind on points, but objective number 3 is going to be taken by Khorne in a minute. And I don't know, maybe they do like a mass Khorne dog push. Like maybe Hanneden's like saves up some resources and then summons like 3 or 4 Khorne dogs and goes for the back objective and just tries to play the mobility game. I think that probably is your best bet. The Khorne dogs are very tough to disrupt, and bringing like 3 or 4 of them, yeah, you're going to have to try something like that. At this point, like, what's going to happen is the forces of Tzeentch are going to encircle him. They're going to get the Exalted Pinks. They're going to shoot in. And though you do have shielded warriors, got to make sure they're facing the right way. They're currently facing the wrong way, which means their shields are not going to be helping them because you have to be facing the direction of the units that are shooting at you. And now they turned around, so okay. Didn't lose out on too much. Chaos Warriors of Khorne going to be moving up to fight the Forsaken, and now we get more and more Chaos Warriors moving into fight. There's a little bit of time, but not too much. Like, there needs to be some action soon. Oh my god, look at this. Look at this! Hanneden's had some, like, beat-ass Khorne Warriors over here who came back, and now they're grabbing the objective. That's actually pretty clutch for sure. But if some Khorne dogs could come, that would capture a lot quicker. Because he's going to get to the point very, very quickly here where his opponent where he has to triple cap his opponent, which I don't see Evenstar letting that happen. Evenstar is too good of a player to let that happen. So we will see. Hey, Smotown, how's it going? Hope you're doing well, man. How's it going, dude? So more and more Chaos Furies piling in. The Chaos Warriors of Khorne are holding quite well. They do, of course, have the capture weight. Back objective is being captured, but capture weight depends on the model count. So if infantry have like 5 models like these guys, it's going to take like 10 years to get that capture. He's going to have to do something funky. He's currently got 600 saved. I would really like to see some Khorne dogs or some attempt on the other objectives, because playing in this route isn't going to get you where you want to be. Like, you might be able to hold this objective, but you're not going to win the game. Like, you got to play for the win. And I think using, at least throwing something over here, whether it be Khorne dogs or some other cheap unit, is definitely the way. This objective is now being taken a little bit by Tzeentch. I think the Khorne Warriors are being worn down. And the big problem is that Tzeentch Spawn and Forsaken are such a strong combo because of the armor sundering. So the Chaos Warriors of Khorne are going to be having 70 armor, and that makes Forsaken so much better. And with that, Evenstar clinches the victory, 2-1. And is going to be facing off against Voidlaws in the Grand Finals. GG. Well played indeed. How'd the Bloodletter do? Bloodthirster. Okay, he almost paid for himself. And the Bulldog mount, a little bit underperforming, but I do love the innovation from Hanneden's. I think that's really cool. He tried something different. Maybe the Bloodthirster is a good idea. Who knows? He seemed to be a pretty big player that game. The Bulldog Cav, though, did not seem that great. Did not seem that great. Yeah, we didn't see too much Khorne dog action. I feel like the Khorne dogs could have done more, maybe. But that is going to be a 2-1. And now through the power of technology, ladies and gentlemen, we will update the old leaderboard. And Evenstar will advance. Look at that. His name just magically teleported across. And now it is Evenstar versus Voidlaws here in the Grand Finals. Alrighty. Well played, Hanneden's. Still a contender at the top of the leaderboard. A perpetual challenger will be back and will be seeking blood. But now we have Hanneden's against, Evenstar against Voidlaws. So I'm going to go ahead and remake the lobby. All right, so let's do this. And let's host Turin Finals. This is going to be best of 5. So for anybody just joining in, you got a lot of action on the plate. Want to host some 2v2 tournaments soon too. I'm kind of scheming, having some events like that. Okay, there we go. Where are you guys? Evenstar versus Voidlaws. They actually played in last week's tournament too, or not the land battle tournament on Tuesday. They had a best of 3 against each other. Pretty funny. Obviously, a lot of the top players are going to run into each other quite a bit, right? Alrighty, so best of 5 is here. We're going to be opening up with the Silver Spire. It's a map that we haven't done yet today, but we're going to be doing it now. And while the players join up, we can take a look at the leaderboard and see what the current state is. See who the boss hogs are. All right, where are you at? Okay. So, man, look at this. Voidlaws with a solid 88% win rate now. 22-3. Evenstar, though, right on his tail, man. Do you have high hopes for the patch? I have tempered hopes. I don't have big expectations. I think it's going to improve the game, but I don't think it's going to get us where we want to be. I don't think that's going to happen until we get, like, Old World added in. Yeah, so Evenstar with a really solid win rate as well. Zypho's still cackling here in third place on the leaderboard. Hanadan's 11-3, very, very solid performance. I'm pretty sure Hanadan's has only really like taken losses against like some of the top players. Let's go ahead and double check this here. Let's see. Has it been updated yet? Yeah, not quite yet. So they'll update this in a second, and then we'll see the current state. What factions played just now? We had Zinch versus Korn right there. It was a good matchup, actually. Korn was winning in the beginning, but kind of ran out of steam towards the end, is what I noticed. Alrighty. Very cool. Yeah, like, let's see who Hanadan's has even lost to. Okay, yeah, so Hanadan's has a lot of really solid wins over, like, really good players, right? But you can see the games that he's lost have been against Dactor, Evenstar, Human Boy, and, yeah, mostly against people who are in the top 4, right? Defeated Ulrich Rahl there. Very, very solid. Rhineless, of course, has been doing very well in tournaments, too. Pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff indeed. All right. So the players in the lobby. Looks like Evenstar is here and he is ready to party. We'll hang tight until they're ready. Best of 5 time. I hear they're doubling the price for the Blood DLC. Now that would be a good April Fool's joke. Something like that. Hey, April Fool's is tomorrow, isn't it? It's going to be a lot of annoying videos going up. There's going to be a lot of annoying videos. Yeah, we literally have number 1 and 2 on our leaderboard fighting right now. The number 1 and 2 tournament players are fighting in Mortal Kombat. The Clash of Fates is here. I love the player stats. Yeah, it's pretty fun, isn't it, Anticity? Yeah. Here, we can go back and check that out here. I just want to make sure that, okay, he's gotten in the lobby. Looks like he's good. Silver Spire, so you guys can start with your picks and bans. And, hey, well played, Hanadans, well played. So yeah, you can see their match history too. And like if we want to, I don't know if I've showed you all this Anticity, but there's a lot of features I want to add to the website here. I can go back and like look at older tournaments. I think this was one of the first ones we hosted on the site. So yeah, you can go back and see. This was the one where Zyphos had a reverse sweep against Voidlulls and was able to win it here. So you can like go and review the matches and see who played where. Something I wanted to do was like have players report the factions they played so we could gather stats pertaining to faction win rates, but I think it's like a lot of players would forget to do that. Although I could make it so they couldn't report their score until they do that. Maybe we'll do that for the next patch. Like, do you think that would be a useful feature to see like which faction win rates are the best and how would they do that? Okay, so when they report their score, you have to like put the factions you played. Okay, we could actually do that. I think that's actually quite doable. And then we could have that feed into somewhere else on the website. So you make it so players can't actually report their score. It doesn't let you report it unless you put the factions you played and the factions your opponent played. Yeah. Because like how it works right now is you basically, if you're in the tournament, you just like click this. You click your like little box and then it just gives you the score report. I think faction win rates would be really, really cool. Why didn't you make a GeoCities site? That's old school stuff. Now look at Wookiee here looking all proud. Okay, so yeah, I think faction win rate would be a really doable one. We'll do that for the next season. I think the dev and I will work on that now, and then we can get faction win rates for tournaments. No, we wouldn't even need to, because what we could do is like, okay, so let's say you're playing here. You're Dante's Inferno versus a Cactus. When Dante's Inferno goes to report his score, the box that pops up, I can't see it since I'm not playing, but I can go in and change the scores in the back end and whatnot, but he wouldn't be allowed to report his score unless he selected who he played. So there would be like another drop-down menu. Forcing people to report factions played is much easier done here than on something like Challenge. Yeah. Yeah, we have full control here. We can add in like any features we want. Our developer is super awesome. And then what would be really cool is actually having that appear on the front page. So we could have like the leaderboard, and then like right here we could have faction win rates. Boom, like right there. So people could scroll and see which factions are doing well and all that. I think that could be really, really fun. Okay, so I'm gonna actually make that a priority. I think that's a really, really neat feature. Season 1 is gonna end when we know like a DLC is coming. It's gonna happen right at the end of that DLC cycle. And then there'll be a grand tournament. So season 1 will have a grand tournament. The top 16 players in the leaderboard will be invited, and it'll have like a bigger prize and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, I think that sounds like a good time. All right, so let's see if these players are ready. It's going to be Kislev versus Ogre Kingdom. So somebody in chat was actually looking to see this matchup earlier, so here you go. Only time we've been able to get faction matchups in the past was single race Swiss. Would be great data to have. It's easy to get, too. I don't think it'd be that hard. Turn, if you can make it where picks and bans are done in the site, that'd be really smooth. Yeah, that would actually be really cool, too. It's just a matter of, like, development priority, because, you know, I'm paying for this out of pocket, so I'm, like, trying to think about which features are like most useful, what people will actually use, you know. I guess pick and ban on the website would be nice, but the problem is I'd have to pay to update it every single time there was like new stuff added, you know, because we do development cycles. Like he'll finish the project and then he's like hands off, and then it's just me on the site, right? So then I have to hire him again at some point. Yeah, I think faction win rate is a much more interesting metric though, and it's also cool from a commentary perspective. Overall win rate versus each other faction matchup. Yeah, I mean, all that data could be extrapolated. If people report like the factions that were played, I think it's very, very possible. Yeah, Kislev versus Ogres here. I think for the bigger tourneys and faction info would be good. Yeah. I'm going to meet with him soon, probably this weekend. I was going to meet with him today, but I slept in a little bit. So we're going to meet this weekend. There's a lot of features I want to add, like 2v2 functionality, Swiss tournaments, all that kind of good stuff. So pick and ban on the site also lets you record the data at the same time. Yeah, having pick and ban data would be really cool also. Yeah, you could do that. Pick and ban, though, that would be a lot more work. That'd be a lot more work. And plus the pick and ban formats change all the time. That's the thing. So, like, right now we have a system in place, but pick and ban formats change often. Like, people find better systems or try new things. So I think, like, I think that's a tricky one. But yeah, at the very least, I think, like, faction win and loss would be very good. Cathay would just be at the dreaded, like, 10% probably. You'd only need to make it where you choose your faction, but the actual pick and ban system is via Discord. Yeah, makes sense. All right, I'm going to load in real quick, guys. I'm going to go grab some water. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. It is time. And yeah, let's do it to it. It is going to be Evenstar versus Voidlaws, and this is the best of 5. And the folks will be loading in. So Clayton says, since people use Discord to log into the site, couldn't you connect it to the bot on Discord and do picks and bans? You could potentially, yeah. There's a lot of options. There's a lot of options for sure. 2v2, Swiss League, win to loss ratio, those all sound like really fun things to have. They all sound like really, really fun things. Where can I read up on the current tournament rules? So, Matt, if you head to the website, you can go to any of the recent tournaments and you can see the rules that were used. Yeah, you can see what's cracking. Oh my god, look at this build. Holy shit. All right, guys. So for Evenstar, it is going to be Kostalton, and it is backed up by a Frostbane Tempest, which apparently he loves, and the triple Snow Leopard. Oh my god. Little tiny leopards, and some Khazar spears. Against the Ogres, I mean, leopards theoretically are quite good for sure. Ah, we got to update the player names. Thank you, guys. Sorry, I was so thirsty. Okay, Evenstar is number 1. Evenstar, and then we have Void. Let's put his full name here. Sorry, guys. I was absolutely parched. Kislev bringing in the old Snow Leopards. Yes, yes. And then we got to update this. I can do this before the fighting starts, guys. Believe in the power of typing. I used to be able to type really fast. Before my wrist problems, I could type over 100 words a minute. I was the Terminator back in the day until my old strong hand disappeared. All right. Man, the bots are relentless today, dude. Like, how can we stop that? I need to turn on the subscriber-only chat. Not, like, member-only, but, like, yeah, folks who are subscribed. All right. So, the forces of Kislev hiding in the bushes here, setting up a nice little campfire with all their snow leopards, obviously to try and stay warm. And looking at Evenstar's army here, it is... Oh, never mind. So Voidlaws is on... Yeah, Voidlaws is on Ogres. Okay, I had it backwards. But yeah, Evenstar is going for a Kislev build, and he's mainly going to be hanging out in the bushes right there. And now here for the forces of Void, which I need to tell Void to play with his actual name, because it makes it a little bit annoying in commentary when I go to like look and it's like some random name here. Yeah. But it is going to be an Iron Blaster shooting downtown. We got Ogre Bulls, Iron Fists against some of the shooting, Man-Eater Pistols, and it's not going to be Captain Triple Chin. It is going to be a Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw, most likely with the Power Fist ability or the Missile Resist, I would wager. Those ones are pretty good against Kislev. Yeah, it's going to be Toothcracker and the Troll Guts. Iron Blaster obviously being very punishing here against the Cossars with Spears, but they're a pretty low value unit, so losing those guys isn't really going to be a bit of a problem. Won't the bots just sub to the channel? Most likely. I don't know how evolved the YouTube bots are. Like, I don't know if they know all the tricks and schemes. The bots do add some comedic flair to chat. It's true, they do. That is definitely true. So yeah, Iron Blaster just blasting away on the Kossar Spears, while the rest of the Kislevites, you know, throwing the common man forward, while the nobility and the more powerful characters just watch from the trees. Classic historical military tactics. Kossars with Spears. Going to be moving up and looking to maybe do a little bit of poking. I doubt it. I think that Evenstar is just going to be waiting for the value or the objectives to open up, because then he can, you know, get value from being aggressive, whereas now it's just kind of pushing into the old ogre meat grinder here. He who has aquatics. Yes, the dreaded aquatics maps. It's always good. But yeah, we do have the Snow Leopards. They'll be very good at hunting down the big Iron Blaster. The problem with them, though, is that Ogres have really good mass on everything, so they can definitely protect their assets a little bit better, whereas like single entities can chase big things from other factions a little bit easier. But against the Ogres, it's quite hard. Ogres are really good appeal. Like, so let's say you're playing Empire, for example, right? You have a Temple off Luminarch. Well, your Spearmen won't necessarily be able to protect it against something really big because it can push through the spears. Both Ogres, they can protect their assets very well because of the mass. So, Kossars with Spears, moving up. And you're saying in chat, bots don't sub, they haven't evolved yet. They actually do. Because YouTube does this like annual purge where they purge bots from people's channels every year. I remember I woke up one morning and I had lost like 700 subscribers or something on my channel. And this was when I was like, you know, a much smaller channel. And I was like, oh man, like, did I like post a video of someone? Like, did they really not like that, you know, that Total War battle or something? And then, yeah, apparently YouTube had a notification go out that they were like purging bots. So it does happen. It does happen. Yeah, this is a Total War Warhammer 2 map. It's, or 1 actually. This is Silver Spire. So this is a quest battle map from the first game, if I'm not mistaken, from the Wood Elves. I'm curious to see how his Tempest magic does, but now Kislev is going to be moving up on the objective. They've only taken 500 value, so it's not that bad. Even though it looks worse, the real epicenter of the Kislev army is like the dreaded SEM squad. So it's just like the Snow Leopards and the Patriarchs and all these different guys. And they're going to be waddling up and getting ready to, you know, try and push into the Ogre army. The Snow Leopards, I believe, don't count as, like, normally SEMs are limited by unit caps, but I don't think the Snow Leopards are for some reason, which is kind of a strange thing. So we'll have to look into that at some point. So a little bit of lag. Hopefully nobody's disconnected. But if there is lag, we would just restart at this point, because if there's an actual disconnect, yeah, because this is like early enough that nobody has an advantage. And they're basically just going to do the same thing over again. So, you know, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Don't drop on me, buddy. Oh yeah, look at that. Somebody's internet is fighting tooth and nail in here to stay in the game. It's just the hamster that you know is running in the wheel to power the computer is just working overtime right now. So Evenstar's got his Snow Leopard Goon Squad, and it looks like they're going to go after the Iron Blaster, but the Iron Blaster is just going to go camp near its reinforcements to make sure that it, you know, can't get picked off. Here we get one Snow Leopard attacking the Noblar Trappers. Going to get a couple picks right there, and Kislev does have a decent amount of focus fire moving in. So there they are. Big poke from Kislev. Value is starting to equalize a little bit. Iron Blaster is running for the hills. Oh, okay. This is kind of an interesting usage of the lore of Blizzard, right? It can kind of be used to take out Noblars and things like that. But obviously, Void has some very, very good control. But the Noblars do get routed back into the fight and are now going to be forced to collide here with the Kossovite Dervishes. So that will be the hammering, and those Noblar Trappers are going to be wavering, while the Snow Leopard is going after the Iron Blaster. The problem with the Snow Leopard, though, is he's going to get punished pretty bad by the Saber Tusks, for sure. Yeah, pretty bad. The Saber-Tusk packs and all those other units have a lot of anti-light. 2 of the old Snow Leopards moving in, and now are fighting Gorgers, which actually isn't a bad fight for the Snow Leopards. They hit pretty hard, can kill models outright before a lot of the healing comes into play. So that is pretty good. So as far as the middle fighting goes, we do have a lot of Kislevite shooting. They are shooting into a combination of Noblars and Ogres. Value is pretty even. A lot of it's going to come into the Snow Leopard trading and how effective they can actually be here. I would expect Kislev to use some magic because their Snow Leopards are very trapped right now. You can see they're being hammered by a lot of DPS. And certainly you're going to be getting dragged down. I think that's going to be a Blizzard. Yeah, let's see. Oh, damn, that spell looks cool. Oh, that's like the Hawk spell. Yeah, so that actually lowers leadership, but doesn't quite break them. But yeah, it does enough damage to free up the Snow Leopards a little bit. And I would imagine Kostalton, after finishing off these Ogre Bulls, will maybe make his way over here. Definitely needs to get the Salax Lullaby. Of course, you know the best way to heal the Leopard's wounds would be with a Lullaby. They love those things. So Patriarch moving in. Iron Blaster's back online, shooting into some of the Kosovo Dervishes. As far as the middle fighting goes, it seems to be favoring the Ogres pretty hard. Kossars with Spears, of course, have moved in. But they're being swarmed by Noblars, and they have a little bit of a backing from Kosovo Dervishes, but like the fighting power of these units here generally is going to be much better for the Chungus Kingdoms, as Kislev seems to be struggling in the brawl. Now, that could be changed, of course, with the single entity fights. Even Star and Void do have a big blob fight going down here. One Snow Leopard does break here, but could potentially come back in a second. We'll have to see. And would then be a really good menace on that Iron Blaster. You can never underestimate the Kislev blob. We do have 2 Gorgers on the battlefield. Obviously, Gorgers in our tournament are limited to 2. So you can only have a maximum of 2 Gorgers in your armies. So that is why we're not seeing 4. Because basically with 4 Gorgers, Ogre Kingdoms are just like, yeah, absolute nightmare. Kosovo Dervishes swarming in. Really nice charge there. This is a great fight here for Kislev. They managed to find a Man-Eater pistol, kind of unsupported, unprotected. Noblars rushing in, Saber-Tusks and Gorgers running their OP feed over here to try and help out. And certainly we'll be able to punish that Kislev blob, I would imagine. Kislev is also being stuffed in its deployment zone a little bit, so they are losing the middle fight. And, obviously that makes sense. Evenstar invested so much in this elite goon squad, he doesn't really have much of meat in his army, right? It's mostly just like a couple cheap infantry units, where the Ogres had like a more dynamic army. They had like infantry, they had chaff, they had artillery. So they can kind of play that a little bit better. Whereas I think Void Lulls is probably going to win this because he has got the big blob trapped. They're taking a very rough fight here. We do see the Hawks of Mista being used, I think is what it's called, or the Hawkeye of Mista. It's something like that, which does rout off some units. Oh, okay, it's actually rotating that way. And another bombardment coming down. So pretty cool usage with the Lore of Tempest. We're seeing that come into play here, as it does break some of the Noblars who do get discouraged by the leadership effect, making it pretty nice for clearing out the chaff units. And could Kislev find their way back in this game? Back here, we got Noblars, just tar pitting Armored Kossars. We'll get through them eventually. Ooh, I love it. The big bears are here. Dude, I love Warbear Riders. They're so damn cool. So the Warbear Riders will for sure waddle out there. For sure. And they're going to run through these Noblars, clearing them up, and then they're going to be moving into battle. And maybe they can get there in time to rescue the Kislev blob. We'll see. I think the Ice Witch is on death's bed, though. I think she's in some danger. She's a little bit surrounded over here by some Gorgers and some Saber-Tusks. So Gorgers, of course, can kill pretty much anything in the game. And the Frost Maiden is no exception, as she is going to be getting dragged through the mud there and will not be having a good time. Kislevites, we got some Kosovite Dervishes on their way in, more Ogre Bulls with Iron Fists, and the Warbear Riders really need to get over here and try and help out. Right now, they're a little bit tar-pitted, and most likely are being focused down by the Iron Blaster. Really, really good Ogre army ability there. Super strong. That is going to be giving them very, very slow speed and making them even slower to get to the middle and help. But it looks like the Warbear Riders just going to be piling in and using their anti-large on basic Ogre Bulls, maybe just trying to allow Kislev to get to the middle objective. Rasputin and company and the Snow Leopards fighting pretty well, mind you, but certainly taking some heavy casualties, as now the Ogre Kingdoms are really clawing ahead on value by quite a bit, almost 2,000. Really changed overnight. Not overnight, but immediately there. Yeah, now Kislev is getting some meat, which could help them push forward, but the Warbear Riders are getting crumped by the Iron Blaster, which I believe just ran out of ammo and was sent back to the base. No, it's actually still here, so it still has some ammo. But yeah, Song of Winter Sunlight is quite good. This one will give you a little bit of vigor and make those units fresh. And vigor, of course, is a big factor in combat. So getting that is why the Kislev blobs are so good. Warbear Riders trying to get into the middle, but the Iron Blaster has been blasting them full of iron the entire time, and they're certainly paying the troll toll, while the Snow Leopard is going to move in and I think attack. Yeah, the Snow Leopard does get on top of the Iron Blaster, which is very, very cost effective. Little Leopard should be able to trade pretty well there. Now, any chance of Kislev coming back? I don't think so. They're down on points. Pretty hardcore. They are down on objectives. There's just too many things that are going very, very well for the forces of the Ogres and Void. And it looks like he'll be claiming Game 1 here. I don't see Evenstar staying for too much longer. I think that he'll maybe scrap a little bit. We'll have to see. Tor's Battle Hymn is active, which will give him a nice melee attack buff. I mean, Rasputin, could he go Super Saiyan? I don't see it happening. I know my prediction about Tzeentch was wrong earlier, but I think here it's pretty safe to say with, you know, a 3,000 gold lead, a massive triple cap situation where Kislev would have to triple cap here, is not going to do it. So the Iron Blaster finally getting its due. What kind of value did it get? 1,700, so obviously pretty good. Basically killed the equivalent of a Warbear Rider on its own. And the Warbear Riders do get the Lullaby, and now they're grinding pretty well. I mean, Kislev is finally starting to get a decent fight here, where they get their anti-large fighting the correct targets, and they're not tar-pitted. And Kislev does have his infantry moving up, but the Noblars have actually been just screening super well. Now, you guys think this is annoying. Just wait until you get vampire counts in, and the vampire counts are dropping zombie summons just all over your face here. That is going to be so brutal for sure. So brutal. All right, so looking across, we see Rasputin still fighting. The Patriarch's like, screw this shit, man. You know, the Orthodoxy is cool and all, but I don't feel like getting eaten by ogres, so I'm going to peace out. And the Warbear Riders and Kostalton able to get some good damage, dragging down a fair amount of Gorgers. But still, you know, he's fighting to the bitter end, but I don't know for what reason. He's down by so much, and he would have to triple cap at this point. I mean, it takes a long time to capture objectives, especially since ogres have 54 speed on everything. They can get to the reinforcement point so quickly. And like, just that's what makes ogres so crazy. It's not just their tankiness and their DPS. It's also, well, the mass is crazy too, but it's the fact that they're so fast. They all have 54 speed on their infantry. Like, when people see Death Runners running and they have like 54 speed, you're like, holy shit, that's a fast rat. But like, when everything in your army is like that and has great capture weight, good mass, access to healing, like, they just really bring a lot to the table, man. So yeah, that's going to be GG. Evenstar is going to drop the series. The Kislevites were forced back. The Bear Riders were a very cool addition in the late stage of the game. I don't know what kind of value they got. Let's go ahead and check here. Oh, only 600. Yeah, not too great. They got Iron Blasted on the way in. And that will be game one going to the Ogre Kingdoms. The dreaded triple Snow Leopard was not enough. What kind of value did they get? Pretty damn good performance on one of them, at least. Another one got about 700. The Tempest spells were pretty cool, actually. Look at the value she got. But part of that was because she was fighting on the bear. Right, the bear probably did a lot of work. All right, so yeah, not enough meat in this army. Like, look at the ogre starting army. This army is like gonna get objectives. This one is gonna cheese, and if it can't succeed at cheesing, it's gonna lose. So we saw like a classic case of like a wider, more balanced army just being more effective in surviving the gooning attempts. All right, so next map here is gonna be the old Death's Pass as players move on to the next pick and ban here. Void went for the triple cap. Evenstar went for the triple cat. Yes, absolutely. That is absolutely the case. Yeah, Chaos Dwarves will probably be good. I just hope they don't give them some artillery piece that is broken, like an Iron Blaster or something. Please don't do that. Please. Please don't make us suffer through like another 6 months of like super imbalanced gameplay. Just don't do it to us. War Sleds aren't very good against ogres. You know, I actually think double Little Grom could have been good there too. Like blasting the Iron Blaster, shooting the other ogres off the objectives. I don't know if Chaos Dwarves have Cav. I know that Chaos Dwarves in Blood Bowl, they do have a Cav unit. They have the Bull Centaur or Centaur Bull or whatever. So I think they probably will have some Cav. Yeah, one War Sled actually could have been useful there. That's correct. It may be clearing out the Noblars. Or even a Winged Lancer. You could have used the Winged Lancer as well. Because Winged Lancers can actually mess up ogres. If they get a charge on the back of like an ogre unit, they can really run them over pretty well. Yeah. Something to think about. But now players are doing their picks and bans. I'm going to grab some water in the back of the room. Sorry guys, I'm standing kind of far away from the mic here. Ah, that's good stuff right there. Having some bad allergies the past few days, man. Definitely not fun. They'll get a Hell Cannon at least. I mean, don't Chaos Dwarves have a ton of artillery in general? I feel like Chaos Dwarves have like a ton of cool artillery units. I hope, you know, Chaos Dwarves did have an actual army as well on Forge World. I think they discontinued it. But like maybe they'll just add that army back in when the Old World tabletop comes out so people can play Chaos Dwarves. That'd be really cool. I would actually be down to make a Chaos Dwarf army. I think that'd be really fun. They definitely have a really cool scheme to them. Also, if they get Hobgoblins, they may get some Wolf Cav. Yeah. Yeah, they could do all kinds of stuff. They do have Cav and really good ones. So, okay, how many of you guys in chat, out of curiosity, played Chaos Dwarves in Tabletop? Did anybody actually play Chaos Dwarves in Tabletop? I'd be really interested to see. Are Ogres OP in Tabletop? I don't know. I played Ogres in Age of Sigmar, and they were fine. They weren't OP. They were, like, good, though. But I've never played against ogres in fantasy or anything like that, so I'm not sure. Christopher says, I hope Chaos Dwarf's not broken artillery. I have very bad news for you. Yeah. I love an updated Chaos Dwarf set. Yeah, be cool. Even the Chaos Dwarf models really didn't look that bad. They were sold on Forge World up until like, what, a year ago or something like that? Ogres were super good on tabletop. That makes sense. Anticity, you played normal dwarfs? Yeah, right on, man. Yeah, I feel like Chaos Dwarfs were kind of a niche army. Like, not a lot of people played them. You played them since 95, huh? Very cool, man. Played normal dwarfs on tabletop. No one I know is interested in tabletop, playing tabletop gaming. Yeah, it's kind of like that where I live now. It's a shame. I had these like grand ambitions of starting when Old World came out. So something I wanted to do was have a tabletop channel where basically we do tabletop battle reports, and I'm talking like 2 per week, like really good quality, like investing in good camera equipment, like rent a space for it, kind of similar to what you see on like, you know, Tabletop Tactics and other channels like that, but doing it for Old World when it comes out. But like the problem is I have nobody in my area that plays like nobody. I have to drive like an hour and 15 minutes, hour and a half to get a game. And like, you know, obviously the thing about like Tabletop Tactics and a lot of those great channels like Tabletop Titans is they have like really solid groups of friends who play together on the channel. And you know, I don't really have that. I don't have any friends that like play like that. So it would just be like, yeah. I really would love to have a tabletop channel though. Like doing Old World, man, if the Old World is done well, and God, I would do that so hard. You guys have no idea. I would probably also include 40k on there because I play a lot of 40k, and I have 2 40k armies, and could probably get a third one together pretty quick. How many tabletop games have you played in total? Seems like it has to be rare. Oh, I'm not sure. I maybe missed the context of that question, Shetland. Chaos Dwarfs could link their artillery together and drag them around with demon engines to make artillery trains. Not where I live, though. I live in like a pretty, not rural village, but like, I live in a little mountain town that's like, I live in Ventura County, and there's like no one, there's like very, very weak 40k scene here. Like I have to drive to like Thousand Oaks and to Los Angeles to get games. A dedicated channel would be awesome. Yeah, I would do it. No, I just don't have any friends who play tabletop in the area. Because when I was in Los Angeles, I was on a 40k team, and I was in a tabletop team. So I had tons of people to play with. But since I moved, and my life is way better here. Both Anna and I are exponentially happier. But unfortunately, the one downside is there's nobody to play tabletop with here. Yeah. Yeah, and I was like talking with Anna about it, my wife, because Anna's a really talented painter. So we were saying we would do like a tabletop channel, and she would do painting tutorials on the channel. So she would I would do battle reports, and then she would put up like painting tutorials on how to paint the new minis and all this stuff. No, it's just a shame, man. It's a shame. That's something I really want to do when Old World comes out. Like I would rent a space, like an office space for it, have like really good production quality, get some good cameras. I've always wanted to do battle report. Like I love playing tabletop so much. I love it. It's so fun. What's the best strat you think for Kislev versus Ogres? Because I just get crumped as Kislev versus... I actually like Little Groms. I use Little Grom openings. Sometimes I'll use 2 even. Like Little Grom, like 3 pistol Kossars and then like a character or something. I live in California. Yeah. Any idea when the Old World tabletop game is being released? I'm not sure. Okay, it looks like we got Tzeentch versus Ogres now. So they're just kind of getting all the OP factions out of the way, and then we can get our Nurgle mirror match in the end. Yeah. Like, Anna made a painting tutorial on the channel. She made one for fun on this channel, actually. You can look it up. Just search Turin painting tutorial Death Guard. She painted a Tallyman, which is pretty cool. So you can see it. So it would be like stuff like that. One Man Boy Band says, same. I moved to a more rural area in Washington, and while my wife and I love it, the nerds here are few and far between. Yeah, it's like that in the town we live in, too. Another dream of mine has been to open up a game store. Like that's always been a passion project of mine. Like I've always wanted to open up like a tabletop gaming like a local game store where we do Warhammer tabletop gaming, Magic the Gathering, D&D. I don't really care for comics that much, so I probably wouldn't do that. It'd be more like an actual gaming store. So I've always wanted to open one of those up, but it just financially, it's a risky move. They're not usually very profitable from what I've seen, folks I've talked to. And so that would be something like when I'm a little older, if I've had success in another field, that I would like do. But I would love to have a game store. Oh man, I'd love it. I don't know when Old World's going to come out. I mean, I was hoping this like end of this year, but you know, probably next year. I would wager like 2023 would be a good guess. That would be a good guess. Would you guys come hang out at the game store? Wouldn't that be fun? We could just all hang out there, play some Magic, play some tabletop. Yeah, like a hobby shop. Yeah, I'd love to own a hobby shop. But you know, it seems like a risky investment. Oh man, yes, I have shared that same dream. A gaming and store and a tavern combo. Yeah, they have those in LA. One man, there's a couple of those. How do you see the Nurgle versus Dwarf matchup going? I feel like Nurgle is going to get absolutely destroyed because I feel like Dwarf infantry will crump Nurgle infantry and then Dwarf shooting will just wreck them. Yeah, that would be my guess though. And like Slayers will kill the monsters too, so it's like, I don't know. Well, Nurgle does have rot flies. Maybe you could like swarm them with rot flies, but then Slayers will peel them. I don't know. Maybe it's not as bad as I'm saying. I just feel like Dwarves will win that. Okay, so Connor says, I personally know 4 different people have opened them and then closed game stores. It's very risky. Yeah, that's what I've heard. That would be something if I can like make a fortune. If I can make a fortune playing Total War, this nice niche game here. You know, I would then consider taking such a risk. If it was something that I could like afford to take a loss on, I would do it. But obviously, right now I can't. You know, life's expensive. Gas prices are going up. You know, and it's like everything's more expensive. Food. So now's not a time to take those kind of risks. Anna has the right voice for painting tutorials. Yeah, yeah. She's great. She's super talented too. See you on April 2nd. What's going on April 2nd? Dowie in domination mode, all Iron Breakers. Oh, I would love that. Dwarves will be like a mid-tier faction in domination, I would guess. A couple of pods for PCs would let me host live events, yeah. Plague Toads against Dwarves might be okay, but like Slayers will just massacre them. Although, I don't know, Slayers might take some damage. They are anti-infantry. I don't know. I feel like Slayers would trade well. Cornbread says he's in a hotel right now and there's a gaming tavern across the parking lot. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's fun. You know, I went into a couple back in the like early 2000s, late 90s. There was a couple like gaming tavern type places that opened up, you know, like some of them are like gaming cafes. Where they have like PCs and like parents would drop their kids off and adults would go play and whatnot. But I like vividly remember the gaming cafes being like really grungy. Like, you know, like you know, gamers have the Cheeto hands, right? You got the like the keyboards and the mice would just be kind of grungy and like it just smelled bad. And I was just like, you know, that was very 90s though, I suppose. It probably would be different now. It's about finding a good place and location. Yeah, see where I am now, I don't think it'd be worth opening up a gaming store. I just feel like it would just be terrible. Is there any faction you think Nurgle can beat? Yeah, Nurgle's good against Khorne. They're okay against Slanesh. Nurgle might actually be good against Vampire Counts too. Like, Nurgle will probably be okay against Norska, I suppose. Yeah, they'll be good against like melee factions. They're just like kind of weak against shooting in my experience. Hey, Brian, everything's going good, man. Yeah, everything's going good. These two gentlemen are like making like a life decision here pertaining to their army picks. Yeah, man. It's a long one. Eventually, I'll maybe put some rules in, like 10 minutes or something. Because, like, come on, man. I get it. It's the grand finals. There's some money on the line, but, you know, come on. Yeah, I just need to get a private jet instead. There you go. How do you think Khorne... I think Khorne will be fine. I think Khorne is, like, pretty dynamic. Like, they have good armor piercing. They have good infantry. Lord choices are relatively strong. Obviously, Khorne's going to be more one-dimensional until it gets more DLC, like a lot of those factions will be in general. But, yeah. Yeah, if you live in an area with barely any tabletop players, opening a hobby shop might not be the best move. There is a Games Workshop store, but it's just like... Yeah, so there's a Games Workshop store in the city right next to me, which is only like 15, 20 minutes away. But, like, nobody plays there. And, yeah... I was like talking to the guy at the store and I was like, oh, you know, I'm going to like bring in a friend to play or whatever. Right. Cause one of my friends is getting into the game and then like he went on this, like, he started telling me like, okay, so like the dice I use in the Games Workshop store have to be unmarked. They can't have anyone else's branding on them. The tape measure can't have any branding on it. Like you can't like say like another game company. I can't bring in any paintbrushes that are from another company, even if they're unmarked. And like my paints, like 98% of my paints are Games Workshop, like Citadel, but I do have some that aren't, you know, and I'm like, I can't bring those in. And I was kind of like, it's like, I don't know. The Games Workshop store in LA didn't say any of that stuff. They didn't care. But this one was like, kind of put a bad taste in my mouth where I'm like, I don't know if I want to like give you my business. Yeah, because like, look, I'm a huge supporter. I love Games Workshop's products and things like that. And but that was just like, come on, man, come on. Like the dice. Yeah, I've been to a lot of Games Workshop stores, and like no, like the tape measure thing. I was like, dude, come on, man, come on. Like I literally was bringing my friend in, and I was gonna spend like over $200 getting him a gift because he just had a kid, and I wanted to get him a gift and everything. But like that business is lost for them now. You know, it's just because of like not letting me use like a dice. Yeah. No, it's just to play there, like casual. Yeah. Don't you dare bring in additional customers. Yeah. Do you think that Lizardmen will be good in domination mode? Yeah, dude. Lizardmen are going to be beast mode. Yeah, the Games Workshop I used to go to was totally chill about all that stuff. Like, obviously, I understand not bringing in, like, pirated model. Because, like, I've heard of people showing up at Games Workshop stores with, like, third-party models that are, like, knockoffs of their products and things like I get that. But, like, literally, like, the dice I have that are, like, were given to me by a friend or my tape measure saying, like, Ace Hardware on it or something, it's like, come on. Come on. But, like, it's not every store. It was just that one I went into. They don't want to deal with loaded dice? No, it has nothing to do with that. Come on, guys. I believe you can pick these armies. Okay, Even Star's ready. Ogres versus Tzeentch. We've seen this matchup a lot, obviously. We have seen it a lot. Yeah, it was just so weird, dude. The store was like empty too. I went in, there was like no one in there. And I was just like, yeah, you know, I'm bringing in my friend, like, and then like I get this whole like lecture about what I can and can't bring, and I was like, dude, my entire army is legit GW stuff. Like all my paints are. I spend a ton of money. Yeah. It's like I can't like bring a brush that's from like, you know, a cheaper store. It's funny because the Games Workshop I used to go to in LA, like the guy there was so cool. He legit would tell me, he'd be like, hey, these brushes are good, but like if you want to get the same brush like cheaper across the street at that art store, go get it and come back and I'll show you. Like he was just so honest that I spent so much more money there because of how like honest he was with me. Like I trusted him after that. Like whereas like, you know, with the other stuff, I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, Dustin, you live in a town with 2,000 people. That's a really small town. Where I live is small too. We have 7,000 people. And that's really, really small. Yeah, the pirated model thing is totally fair. I get that. But like, you know, my paintbrush, like, come on. The Games Workshop in LA was awesome though. The one in Los Angeles, they were really, really friendly there. All right, so it is time, ladies and gentlemen. We have the Ogre Kingdoms versus Tzeentch. And it is a matchup we have seen since the dawn of time. The two most overpowered factions in Total War Warhammer 3 going head-to-head, baby. Who's going to emerge victorious? Currently, Voidlaws is up 1-0 in the best-of-5 finals. If he is able to win 2 more games, he will be claiming the great victory. And will be winning the cash prize and maintaining a spot on the top of the leaderboard. Oh no. He has dropped, which is fine. So we can just screenshot the builds and we'll be good. All right, so 1 second. Okay. You hear the screenshot sound? That's right. All right, so let's invite him back. And we'll get him back in there. I screen. All right, so they're just going to reload with the same armies, and we'll... I love how after like half an hour, it's just like... just the dreaded drop. Turin, probably a new manager who's running their first store and doing it 100% by the book. Yeah, probably so. Probably so. Absolutely. So you went to high school in a village with fewer than 200 people? Damn. My graduating class in high school was tiny. It was like 60 people. It was 60 people or something like that. Oh, Conrad, you just got booted from Steam. Maybe that's what happened to Void there. I don't know if that would happen during the game. We'll see. Is there something going on with Steam right now? Some funny business? Let me go and double check here. No, I'm still on. Yeah, I'm all good. I'm on Steam. I'm definitely on the Steam. It does bring me a little bit of sorrow to go to my Steam friends list and just like look at everyone playing anything but like seeing like, because when Total War Warhammer 2 like multiplayer was at its peak, like my friends list was just populated with people playing Total War, and now it's just like, yeah. Okay, I did just get disconnected from Steam actually. Yeah, okay, I just got booted from Steam as well. So hopefully it'll subside and he'll be able to get back on. Nonetheless, we can hang out and shoot the shit and have some good old laughs here. Yeah, which is going to be all right. Cool and cool. All right, so we're just hanging out. My Steam says no connection. Yeah, I had over 700 people in my high school class. It's a lot. Yeah. Sister's graduation was like 8 people. Jeez, dude, that's crazy. It says I'm disconnected. Yeah, I think everybody's having Steam problems right now. Yeah, the Black Lion ROR is going to be super fun in Domination. Just move it around, using its Gatling gun to like shoot things off objectives. I mean, what's not to like? Steam pulling April Fool's pranks. I know. They just like waited for the grand finals. They're like, hey, let's just crash everybody. Yeah, no worries. All right, so yeah, he's going to keep trying to get back in. Let's hope he can, and that's pretty much it. Not much else we can do. Steam's good here, must be US based. Definitely not, because I know Void Laws is, I think he's in Eastern Europe somewhere, so yeah. So, and I'm in California, and I didn't get kicked off really. Show us your models. I don't really have a setup for that right now. My webcam isn't like set up and everything. Which UFC champs are losing their belts this year? Ooh, I'd have to go take a look on the website. I don't have them all memorized. Yeah. What factions do you main in Total War? Well, Empire was my main before. Probably right now, a Nurgle. I'm a Nurgle main, sadly. And, I don't know. Maybe Kislev was another one I play a lot. Yeah, I can play almost all of them, honestly. I'm not good at Tzeentch and Ogres. I don't like playing overpowered factions, so I don't play them. Because, I play for fun. I do play competitively, but I play for fun mostly. I'm not playing in tournaments, so I don't like it super sweaty. And when I do play in tournaments, I'll throw a Nurgle pick in there for fun, if it's a best of 3. Yeah, the Bloated Boys might actually be good, and Bloated Corpses might be good in Domination mode. Yeah, like, if somebody's just sitting on an objective with, like, an infantry unit, like a Bloaty with, since they have Vanguard deployment, I think, like, creeping it up could be very, very strong. Do we know when Falcon's going to make his return to the tournaments? I would wager he'll do that once the Old World factions get added back in. I don't think he's interested in it right now. Probably playing Elden Ring or something. Yeah, that would be my guess. Yeah, Steam's being pretty troll. Grom the Paunch is going to be a nightmare in Domination mode for sure. All right, so let's see if my Steam reconnected. Yeah, it looks like I reconnected. Okay. Well, on the bright side of them taking so long to pick their armies, at least they took so long that it didn't interrupt the game. Like, if it had crashed mid-game, that would have been really crappy. So, at least we got lucky in that regard. Yeah, I play in some tournaments every now and then. Not super often, though. Not in Warhammer 3. I haven't really played tournaments here. I played it in a handful in Warhammer 2. Did pretty well. Got to the finals of a couple and things like that, and won some smaller ones. But yeah, typically I'm like a mid-level tournament player. Like, if you put me up against someone like Void Laws, I wouldn't have a chance. But against like the average tournament player, I can definitely hold my own. Yeah, I mean, I could maybe squeeze a win out if I just got lucky on build roulette. But aside from that, High Elite Infantry will be good in Domination. White Lions, I think, will be very good. Missile resist, armor piercing, good against cav and infantry. Other high elf units, I think like Phoenixes will be really strong. I think like the big Phoenix with the Lariel, like dropping some fat heals. I should host the Hom 3 tournament. Oh my god. I'd be down. That could be kind of fun. Kazrak on his chariot will dominate wild. No, he's not going to be. Kazrak on his chariot is just never going to be good, like ever. Yeah, it's just not going to happen. Okay, Void Laws is trying to reconnect. Nurgle needs some Blight Lord units. Yeah, the Blight Kings for fantasy, I think. I think Blight Lords are the 40k ones. Those are the 40k Terminators. I love those models. They're so cool. Funny that one heavy war sled has more mass than Grom the Paunch. Well, the mass is for like the whole unit, so yeah. Grom has, well, I think pretty good mass. I think Greasus has slightly more. I think Greasus has like 100 more mass, but Greasus is shit because he's like 30 speed or something. So that's why you never see Greasus. He's just absolute trash. Like as far as legendary lords go, let's see. So Scrag is good. Greasus is trash. Kugath is trash. Inkari is good. Scarbrand is good. Kairos is good. Katarine is decent, and Rasputin is pretty good too. Yeah, like most of the legendary lords are good. The only ones that are really bad are Kugath and Greasus. They're just absolute dumpster fires. If Kazrak becomes meta in Domination, I'll be a happy beastman. yeah, that'd be pretty fun. Okay, let's see here. Get in. No problem. So if we can't, we'll see if he can get back in. We're gonna give him another like 5 minutes. If Void can't get back in, I'll just tell Void and Even to play it offline on their own time and report the scores. And then I would just like play some other stuff with you guys. We could do like some FFAs and shit. Yeah, be cool. All right, so let's see if Void can jump his way back in to the old grand finals. What do you think is more likely, Total War 40k or Lord of the Rings? 40k for sure. Lord of the Rings, they're like, Games Workshop likes to give out their IP. You know, they like are happy to like license it out, I think. But Lord of the Rings is like a huge process. Like getting the intellectual property rights to Lord of the Rings is like brutal. So I don't see that being like as easy of a partnership, since Games Workshop already works pretty well with Creative Assembly. They're both in the same region, and you know, if Kugath had an Mortis engine, would he be good? Yeah, he'd be good for sure. Alrighty, so you should be able to get back in here. We'll see what's cracking. Hopefully it works. Accursed Steam causing all sorts of problems. But if you can't connect, we'll just stream some FFA or something like that. Good luck to the mighty Void here. We'll see if he can make it in. I know, you guys hear FFA and you get excited. I don't know why Tzeentch gets so much hate when ogres are clearly on a league of their own. Yeah, no, for sure. Tzeentch is more annoying to play against in some ways. Because when you get like really good players on Tzeentch, they really like abuse the shield mechanic. And that's like a really feel bad thing. When you damage an ogre, you like get that damage permanently. And I mean, they have healing, of course, but it costs a ton of Winds of Magic. With Tzeentch, when you get like poke them and then they just run and heal with their shields, it's probably one of the most frustrating things in the game. Yeah. So that is kind of my commentary on that. Do you have hope for the Glotkin? Yeah, I think the other Nurgle characters will be good, typically. Sure. All right, so it looks like for both of them it's pretty late. I think they're both in Eastern Europe, and I think they're having connection issues. He's struggling to join, so I'm just going to talk to them real quick, and then we'll just do some FFAs and some 1v1s and things like that. I could make the red Olgor into a campaign. I could. All right. Cool, so I'm just chatting with the players real quick. Anytime. All right. Yeah, so Void Loss is still having problems with Steam, which is unfortunate. All right, guys. It is time for the Haggard Lord himself to emerge from the bushes and do some action here. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. So Steam is just acting up, so hopefully I'll be able to get some matches in here. But a little bit anticlimactic, but what can you do? Steam is just being a troll. So I'm going to queue up for some ladder games. So anybody who wants to play, we'll play a couple, and then we'll do some FFAs at the end and call it a day. Yeah, the shields are definitely pretty troll. I could have been the final boss. Just step in and fight. Hey, we got Rusty in here. All right, so you guys are going to get a tournament level match here. This should be good. But you know, I'm a man after your own hearts, and I know all of you guys have been deprived of Nurgle's great blessing, but we're here. So they're going to play that on their own time in the next few days, and then yeah, you'll be able to follow the outcome on the website and all that. Oh, the dreaded Nurgle mirror match! No. No, not the Nurgle mirror, dude. The stream truly is cursed. It truly is cursed. All right, Wookie, where are you at, dude? Give me your majestic paw. All right. I think I have a fun idea for this. I got some cool schemes afoot. Yeah, stuff happens, man. Stuff happens. Absolutely. All right. And looking good. Very cool. I think we just go with that. Do we need that for any reason? Not really. Okay, cool. You guys are going to love this build. You guys are going to love it. And so it's a Nurgle mirror match, which is just an absolute meme. Get a couple of you guys. And then on the back, maybe we get one of you, which I think sounds pretty good to me. And this. Alrighty, so now for reinforcements. You guys are gonna love it. Release the toads. There could be some toads. Wookie gently caressing the unit cards. I love that description, dude. That's really funny. And excellent. Get you. I know everybody likes cultists. Cultists are always an interesting one. Kugath would be fun, man, but like in an Nurgle mirror match, it's just such a liability. What cool flags do I have? Yeah, we'll try that one. That looks good to me. Furies, Rotflies. I guess one Rotfly unit wouldn't be bad. All right, let's get this party started. And looking good, looking good. Gluck to Rusty. The dreaded Nurgle mirror match is here. This is our punishment. This is our punishment for sure. God, I can't wait for the Empire to come back. Honestly, this is your favorite matchup? Oh my god. Nurgle wins no matter what. Yeah, exactly. So for all of you Nurgle fans in chat who are desperate for a win, you're finally gonna get your prize here. Nurgle's coming for you. Oh man, this is so janky. Ultra wide Nurgling build. I like to play this matchup. Okay, this isn't my actual like tournament build that I would use, but if I'm playing for fun, this is like a build I use a lot. Kugath is pretty much always bad. Yeah, there's not too much love for the Chungus man. Flood of Nurglings, way down objectives and glory. Yeah, I mean you could do that. Kugath with like a bunch of Nurglings. You know, I feel like my opponent here is going to use Kugath just because we talked about it so much on stream that I feel like he's going to summon the spirit of Kugath. And I didn't bring any anti-large like a potato. Oh my god, I brought literally no answers for Kugath, which is really funny because, yeah, my build is just... I have no answers for big things. I should have brought some Beasts of Nurgle, but I just got so excited with the toads. Yeah. It's going to be great. Well. Is the Emperor's text-to-speech still around? No. Games Workshop didn't actually sue him. I think he just stopped because he was worried about that. Because obviously he probably makes his livelihood from his channel, right? And having the threat looming over your head that like you could get axed is pretty scary. Like, right? So if you do Total War Warhammer or something like that for a living, it's okay. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna slow some Plague Bears in the back objective, and then the Bretodia is gonna fly. I love the Toad Legions. It's so much fun, dude. It's so much fun. All right, cool. So that's that. Here's our army, guys. Very straightforward. You guys want the blocker on, but yeah, I think he was just worried about it, you know, because we're allowed to, you know, obviously cover this game. You know, we have the blessings of CW, Games Workshop, and Creative Assembly, but yeah. So, but like with something like that, it's a little bit more of a gray area. All right. So what is he up to here? Let's get the boys moving on to the. I literally have no anti-large, guys. I might just get dunked on super hard. Go, Britodia! Go, my minions! We just have a Spirit Leech caster. Just going really basic. We got some Nurglings up there on the high ground. The Toads could definitely kill the Nurglings, but not super quick. It takes a hot minute. Let's go fly up there and see what's going on. He might go for the back objective, but I do have Exalted Plague Bears there, so they should be pretty comfy. I have no idea where his army is. Let's go fly over there and see. You guys love it, Britodia. Ah, that's what it is. Okay, Exalted Great Unclean One. Yeah, he went with a Chungus spam. And unfortunately, I literally have like 0 answers. Like, what? I didn't bring any anti-large. I mean, Nurgle doesn't really have any to begin with, but oh my god, yeah, he went with like a really, really nasty little cultist blob there. So we're gonna just like take the Toads and just go feast on these Nurglings. Alright, so let's head them off so they can't escape. I do have Spirit Leech. What is this gonna be? Forsaken? Okay, no problem. So let's get some of these guys going here. And then, I mean, we could end up... Yeah, maybe we don't do that, because he can just summon stuff there. Although he did just summon some Forsaken, so he probably doesn't have many resources. And we got Nurglings waiting in the bushes, so these guys are going to creep through the trees. And yeah, now the Nurglings might come back, I'm not sure. Kind of want to bring the Plague Bears down here. They're like, I feel like they're one of the only things I have that can actually fight large stuff. Okay, let's go, Britodia. Summon the Toads. You know, when all hope is lost, bring more Toads and flies. Alright, so we're gonna just like cruise down here and just avoid them for now, because obviously, who the hell wants to fight that shit? Not me, dude. Not me. And we can get some Nurglings to just pop over here. Because this matchup's all about like just getting the objectives. So he clearly probably has a lot saved here, but we can definitely go for a little swarm and a goon over there and see what we can do. His army's very, very slow. It's very, very slow. We got Rotflies, so we can like threaten multiple angles here. But we're gonna try and get some Nurglings. You guys can creep over here. Okay, Beast of Nurgle coming in for him. Oh no, my poor Nurglings have been discovered. Might have to run away here. And Plague Bears, yeah, chilling quite happily. And the other Toads, we could just start going after that Beast of Nurgle in the back. Try and pressure there. If we can get these Forsaken to overextend, maybe. Alright, so... Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous about the summons here. Okay, those Nurglings should fall. And what is this going to be? Some Nurglings, great. Okay, so we can happily go take that. Send the Rotflies over there too. Nurglings back up. Middle's going to be taken by the Chung guy. We get a freebie over there. And, man, I wish I had brought some, like, cultists or something. Some sort of anti-large. I think we try and take this position. It's hard to say. As far as the middle goes, we can just send a bunch of Nurglings. Move them up. And then we just get into the back here. Great, so yeah, we got that position, which is awesome. We can take our Furies over. And what are these? These are going to be some Furies, I think? Yeah, maybe they'll follow me to the ground, we'll see. See what kind of control. Okay. Let's get the Toads in there. We got our Rotflies here, and then we can get you back up in the sky. We're going to use this just to try and win the fight, so we'll do that. Alright guys, let's pour in and do some Royal Rumbling. We got the 3 Nurglings chilling here. You guys can waddle down there as well. And now Britodia is here in full effect. Alright, Nurglings. We can go sandwich you. Maybe attack here. And now the summons are coming, so we need to retreat our Toads. I think we have pretty good mass here. We should be able to get away. And where's our other Pox Riders? Okay, they can intercept those Nurglings here. Alright, so get onto the objective. Plague Bears here. We definitely need to replace... I do have a Soul Grinder, which could be relatively good. But we definitely need to just like force path our way back here. Alright, so we got those guys. We're getting some like decent trades. We definitely have to work pretty hard with our build though to get those trades. Ooh, that was a nice one. That was definitely a nice one. We need to like wrestle control of this now. Even though he's got the big Chung guy, we should be able to get the capture weight on it. Alright, so just keep pulling down. Our Toads here are doing great work. Let's collapse these, kill these Nurglings. We're just trying to kill his like objective holders. It's kind of like tabletop where you might not win the fight, but you can take the objective. So we're just gonna fan out like that and try and play the objective game to the best of our abilities. Yeah, nice. We got a little goon here. And how's the back objective looking? We need to get someone to defend that, so probably just some Nurglings or something. Because he's probably going to try and jack it. Yeah, you can see some Nurglings already moving over there. We almost have this objective. The big Chung guy we're just kind of ignoring here. And we did bait out a summon, which is good. Pox Riders. Honestly, we can kind of like camp his deployment a little bit with those guys, which is sort of fun. And did we get the middle objective? We did. Great. So, Exalted Plague Bearers. Now the Nurglings can scurry. We can scurry them off the objective here. And the Toads, we can tar pit with the Toads for now. Looks good. Alright, so we got a nice little fight. Let's pull back. We got the 2 objectives. It's going to take a hot minute for sure. Let's take these Toads up here. These ones can kind of chill in the back, and these ones can come up here. Yeah, so we baited out another summon. So we got both of the Cultist summons at this point. I don't even know what I want to Spirit Leech, honestly. It just feels like there's no good targets. I could try and take out the small Great Unclean one. I definitely could. Yeah, we can start Spirit Leeching the support one, since he's... Actually, maybe the big one's just better. Yeah, you guys need to get back here. Alright, so what do we got? Some spawn of Nurgle here? Alright, we can actually get a surround on those spawn, I think. Is it worth trying to take down the big one? It might be. It might be. Alright, so Rotflies, you guys head on over here. And you Toads can move back here. And now we're going to try and get in on this guy. He's definitely a better brawler than us. Yeah, I think it's safer to go after the other one. These Forsaken can just chill out. Alright, Rotflies, you guys keep doing your thing. We're going to try and get us around on these spawn and finish them off. I don't know if it's going to be possible, but we do have a Soul Grinder now, so we'll summon that soon. Alright, so how are we doing? Yeah, the one is actually taking a little bit of work. We can use our Herald, use a heal here, and pull back. And now we got a full surround on these guys. Great. It's going to be some Nurgle. Do this, get these Nurglings coming here. And let's get our Forsaken pouring up there. You know what? I think the objective play is just better. Alright, so come downtown. Go team! How are the Toads doing? Toads are tar pitting pretty well. Definitely need to try and intercept them if we can. Yeah, maybe just going after the spawn in the backfield is better. Pop that. We're on the objective here. Let's get these Nurglings off. You guys come up, grab that. And these Forsaken come over here and grab this as well. Yeah, so we're about to take the point lead, but he's definitely going to get the middle from us. We don't really have that much going on there. Are these actual summons? Those are actual Forsaken. Okay. So let's see if we can get these Toads away. And bring our Herald over here. Fighting in his deployment zone is very risky, but... Yeah, obviously he's got a more nasty build, I think. I feel like our build's so janky. Okay, so how are the Toads doing here? Definitely need to peace out, because that position sucks bad. Let's go ahead and pop the slope. See if we can get some separation. And how are the Toads fighting? They're getting a little overwhelmed back here. We're down quite a bit on value. Although we are going to probably get this capture point, most likely. But it's not going to be easy, that's for sure. And look at those Exalted boys just fighting like champs. Okay, 1 and 2. You guys come down here. Very good. Spirit Leech. We need to use it on something. I don't know what. I feel like using it on Chaos Furies feels pretty bad. So we'll get 1 unit of Forsaken to downhill charge here, and the other ones can move on. And oh man, I can't see anything here. The Haggard snow blindness. It's certainly real. Alright, so we get a nice little downhill charge. Our Toads back here are obviously getting wrecked. Bertodia is not long for this earth. I guess we'll just do this and then just pop over and attack here. Our Forsaken do some good work. And do I want to summon any flyers? I feel like the Soul Grinder could be pretty decent here. Okay, pop the heals. We got the fat heals on our army here. We're starting to break down some of their units, but it's very close to his zone here, right? Double Forsaken. Yeah, I didn't bring any anti-large, dude. I feel like we have no answers. Hey, Raddington, thank you for the donation. The Chungai are just waddling back and forth against us. Which, maybe we can start gooning this one. It's going to take a while, though. Alright, Soul Grinder time. Let's move this thing up. Nurglings waddle down here, too. He's not really threatening the back, so... Okay, the spawn are almost dead there. We do actually have capture weight on this objective now. So we might be able to get this one. And if we can, like, get the middle, too, and get, like, a little triple cap on him or something. Let's use Curse of the Slug to slow down that big boy. Go after him. We have the capture weight. Let's start shooting up here into these guys. And the Nurglings will waddle down here as well. Cool. So yeah, we have pretty good capture weight on this now. Our Herald is going after the big man. We'll get some mortar shots up in the hills. If we capture this, I think we're actually in good shape. But if he manages to hold it, I think we lose. All right, more Forsaken. Let's go. We're pretty darn close. I mean, we have a lot of stuff up there, including our flies. But he's got some decent capture weight there, too. We've managed to keep the big Chungus from getting there. We got some Nurglings pouring down the hill. Herald's doing a good job. Let's get into the spawn here. Did we capture it? I think we did. Cool. So that's going to take a hot minute for him to recapture. Now we can bring in the Soul Grinder into melee, honestly, and just try and goon. We need to kill the big guy. It's not going to be easy, but let's see if we can, like, drift around here. So our Haggard objective tactics have been working somewhat well. Let's get some Nurglings to, like, tarp it there. Yeah, so we have this. He's obviously going to get it back here because he's got, like, you know, these guys don't need to be running there. They can just go here. We can, like, try and retreat some Nurglings, too. Because now we do have a triple cap on him, I think. Yeah, not for long, though. Not for long. All right, so let's get these guys in a control group. I can't believe we actually might have a chance of winning this. This is crazy. Fecundity. So the big thing is going to be road blocking him now. A lot of his army's up here, so we want to use, like, Curse of the Slug to, like, slow him down and all that kind of stuff. And if we can actually, like, kill this Great Unclean One here, that's going to be pretty sweet. We've actually, like, really equalized the value. What are the units? Furies for sure are good here. Because basically, Furies can be used to mitigate his advance. So we got some Forsaken. Let's just put you guys here. Keep going after the big Chungus. And I think we're going to lose that objective now. We are. Okay, so let's pop Curse of the Slug. Slows units down. And, yep, Forsaken can roadblock here. Let's get some Furies to roadblock. Just attack in. And these guys can move back onto the objective. And just to have constant pressure, we need to, like, have some threat on that back objective. So yeah, we got our roadblocks. The big guy down here is actually getting beaten down by our two characters, which is good. Cultist doing its thing. It's not too bad. Curse of the Slug didn't seem to last that long there. Yeah, we're going for the old long victory. That's right. Yeah, so now we have another threat on the back objective here, actually, which is good. All right, let's attack these Forsaken, see if we can get a little razzle-dazzle on them. And we definitely just need Furies. We just have to, like, keep them from getting onto the objectives for a hot minute. All right. So can we hit you with the old Spirit Leech? Let's fan out, because by fanning out on the objective, it's going to make it harder for his Mortis Engine to clear me out. The Nurglings tried to roadblock. He doesn't have a ton of capture weight here, but yeah, maybe let's just get you guys on there. And you guys move up. Do we take down the big man? Just about. He's almost dead. That's a nice little pick. It's cute. Definitely not going to, like, straight up win us the game, but if we can get to the point, yeah, okay. I almost made a huge mistake here. Like, see, that's what could lose you the game, right? Like, not paying attention to this back objective is really bad. Let's actually slow you down. And we need to get an Nurgling summon there, like stat. All right, so let's get you guys there. Yeah, that's really not good. I need to get some Nurglings up to that objective. I don't know if I have enough to win on points if otherwise. Yeah, if he gets that one, I'd probably just lose. We'll have to see. All right, move you up. You guys swarm those Nurglings. We've gotten the big man down. This one's held by him. He's got a couple units here as well. I don't know if we win with just one objective. Okay, so Nurglings, hustle it up. Get there if you can. Soul Grinder can move up here. Try and do that, and then we got some Furies as well. Nurglings can hustle over here. I don't know, I think he just barely gets us. Did we kill those Furies, or those Nurglings? We did, cool. So at least we hold the back objective. The Soul Grinder can maybe try and do some funny business over here. Forsaken moving, Furies moving. Let's get the Herald moving too. We have a little bit of time. Nice little Curse of the Slug right there. And do we have any Forsaken we can send up to there? They're pretty much the... I should have vanguarded them. Damn. All right, let's go, boys. Let's go. Hustle it on up. Soul Grinder, go here. Nurglings, just go. We can Curse of the Slug these guys. Just kind of keep them on lock here. I think he just gets it. It's hard to say. I don't feel like doing math, so you guys are going to have to help me out here. If we can get these guys, like, off the objective, maybe. We have some units, but not too many. Yeah, my infantry are, like, too far away, I think. We'll see. right, so swarming on the Nurglings. Let's get you guys up on the objective. Get you on the objective. Get you on the objective as well. Oh my god, this is tight. Oh! Oh man! We're actually going to start capturing this objective pretty soon here. There's like no capture weight from my opponent. Oh man, we just barely got it! Holy shit! Oh my god, I can't believe we won that game. Our army was so bad against them, dude. We had nothing to kill any of his big units. Look at them, they just like did as they pleased. Holy shit! the Bretodia. It's unstoppable. The undefeated Bretodia build. It's definitely fun in domination. There's a lot of like little tactics and nuances and like decision making there. Oh my god, dude. That was just a close game. Well played, Rusty. Well played. I think the Great Unclean One has this one. No, not quite. Not quite. That was a close match, dude. That was a really close match. GG, well played. Dude, see, Nurgle's OP, guys. Nobody can beat my Nurgle. Nobody. The sweaty Nurgle mirror, I know. I needed some gooning on his big guys. I had like no answers, but like we played the objectives well, which is cool. All right, time to suffer some more. Let's keep suffering until it's the same map. Yeah, it's the same map. The flaming garbage truck prevails. Is that what Nurgle is? It's just the huge garbage truck of a faction. Yeah, absolutely. All right, Wookie, where are you at? Let's get that screen blocker up. Aha, he is here. Bretodia. Dude, Bretodia is unstoppable, yeah. All right, so we got Ogre Kingdoms. This is a brutally hard match. I literally have, if this guy's decent, I have almost a very small chance of winning, but we're going to give it our best. Is that the build? No, that wasn't it. I have a build for this, which is kind of cheeky. All right, dude, he's probably going to come in with like 4 Gorgers too, and it's just going to be all miserable. That looks fine. 3, 4. Uh-huh. All right, guys. You guys ready for just pure suffering? Just ogre misery. And this is not tournament ogres. This is like ladder ogres, which are just like dirty. Just pure filth. Huh. Okay, so we definitely need some more of you guys if possible. It is time. Dude, Kugath against ogres is basically just handing your opponent the game on a silver platter. Yeah, that's just not a good call at all. It's gonna go badly for you. All right, that's fine. We just bring this, and then what other spells do you want to bring? What other spells could be useful against Ogre Kingdoms? Honestly, not too much. Okay. So we got that. We got some of those boys. We got some slow boys, as they're called. Get a couple spawn, maybe? This matchup sucks so bad, dude. Oh, man, it sucks. He probably feels bad. He's like, oh, man, this guy's playing Nurgle. He must be new. Can we do this? I feel like I need more of these guys. You should, like, when you're playing Nurgle, you should always max out on Nurglings. I feel like it's a fool of a toke not to. And then we can definitely get another one of these. All right, good luck to my opponent, man. Not that he's going to need too much. All right. Hey, Loom, take care, Rye. Thanks for joining. Gorger Kingdoms versus Nurgles. This Serb's down with the sickness. Dude, if he comes in with double Iron Blaster, I'm going to be so sad. I will cry in Nurgle. Yeah, because like I'm too slow to hide from him too. Like he can just like catch me with him. It's like this map is like a huge shooting gallery basically. Yeah. It'll probably be double Iron Blaster. One of the first games I ever played with ogres, I played against I forget his name. He's a Gramash TV. He's a Korean multiplayer streamer. And like he played Nurgle and we were both like excited, and then I just came in with double Iron Blaster, and this was before we knew how broken they were. I did it as like a joke, and it just like killed his lord in like 10 seconds. I was like, holy shit. Yeah, Ogre Pistols and Iron Blasters and Gorgers, yeah, pretty much they have an answer for anything. But the one thing we can do is win on objectives. That's our best bet. We can't fight them, but we can win on objectives. If we're winning in value, then the Ogres are just playing wrong. One sec here. Oh, no, don't crash. There you go. Kugath is just terrible because you have to hide him and use him as an artillery piece, basically. Yeah, which you don't want to be doing. 2,000 Noblars, I don't think would even pay for himself. No. I don't think it would. All right, Nurgle. So yeah, we went with the Plague Bearer build. Plague Bearers are actually like decent in this matchup, so that's why we do it. And we'll get one of you guys here, and the other two will kind of waddle here and here. They're going to be like chilling, and then we kind of have to like hide everything at first because we don't know where he's going to come from. So we'll give him a second to set up. It's got 8 units, pretty standard. Probably like 2 or 3 Gorgers and an Iron Blaster in there, and then Noblars. Oh boy. Mr. Adam, oh boy, Nurgle, I never get to play this. Yeah, that's another chance too. Maybe he's not like practiced, so he's not going to know what to do. He's going to be like, what is that unit? What is that Plague Bearer? Oh, look at it. Okay, I would assume he might be waiting for me too, so we're just going to ready up. I mean, Domination doesn't have too many units, so. Basically, we just want to hide for as long as we can until it's, You know what, let's actually go over here. That feels better. The 2 cultists can chill here too. So yeah, we just go for this. Maybe we push up, like this one feels safer because I have some forest to work with, so I think we just push for those 2 objectives. I have beaten very good Ogre players before with Nurgle, but it's like always like a fight for my life. Ogre Bulls. I'm not seeing an Iron Blaster, so that's good. He'll probably summon one in though. All right, so honestly, we can start waddling you up the middle. Do we want to just go up the middle? I think so. If he doesn't have an Iron Blaster, the middle is very viable, and you guys can move up here too. Yeah, so he's got all kinds of scary stuff. 8 Gorgers. It's a Tyrant. Tyrants are really good at avoiding being sniped. Yeah, he's got Lead Belchers too. Okay. So we gotta put some respect on their names. So let's just go up here actually. And just move back there. Because this is just a shooting gallery here. Looks like he's gonna press the back objective, but Exalted Plague Bearers will just handle those guys, especially if I summon some Furies. So we can start Spirit Leeching the Gorger, or the Tyrant, but he has access to healing and stuff, so we don't really care for that. So we're just gonna take the really slow approach to work towards his back objective and try and get that, and then we'll eventually do our thing. He's got a big army though. Definitely got a big army here. All right, you guys are chilling. What do we want to summon? Plague Toads are actually not bad in this matchup, but I think I'm just gonna save up and surprise him. Okay, so he's gonna try and shoot my Lord here. We just have to give him the old razzle dazzle. Just the Nurgle speed is Nurgle is renowned for his speed. We're gonna Spirit Leech these guys now. I think it's a good target because I can't really get to them, so eventually killing them with magic is a good call. Okay, so now in the middle, we need to like get his attention elsewhere, right? Yeah, he's actually still getting some good shots on us, despite all that, despite the juking efforts. All right, cultists, keep doing your thing. So you're gonna go up to the top objective. It looks like he is, so we'll pull back here. And we can summon in Bertodia when the time comes. So when he like decides to jump on that objective, we'll do that. All right, so cultists, you guys get on that point. You guys get on this point as well. And we can come across. And it looks like, yeah, we're gonna get attacked up here pretty hard. But this is what I'm glad he's doing this, because this is, and I'm not showing my hand yet with any summons. Kind of sad I used my Spirit Leech there, but it's okay. Cultists should get there soon, and it's going to be really hard for him to get that back objective back after we get it. All right, so Bertodia. Here it comes. Furies. And we can also get our character attacking. God, the snow blindness is so troll, man. I guess we'll just start taking down the Tyrant. Screw it. And Bertodia, go. Nice little surround there. That was pretty cute. Gonna get some work in. We might have actually put ourselves in a little bit of danger by landing our character, but I think we break this position. I think we do. And let's go ahead and get some more spawn. Move up. And now we got the Nobbler Trappers. Interesting. Okay. So we can just keep fighting here. No problem. You guys move across. How we doing? Seems pretty good to me. He'll have more capture weight on the objective, but I think we actually win that fight. He's playing a very different playstyle. All right. So how are we looking here? I could use the big like AoE punishment effects. Nobblars should be broken by Plague Bearers pretty swiftly. And we do have the double summons too. So how are we doing? He's getting worn down. We need Fecundity though. We definitely need some Fecundity. What are these, Man-Eaters with Great Weapons? Okay, so we need to get the little guys. So pull you guys up. He goes here. You guys go here. Toads, we pull back and summon in some more Furies in a second. And have them attack the Man-Eaters. Great. Alright, so as far as this fight goes, seems good. The cultists are going to get here eventually. We'll definitely take control of this. I don't need to use any summons, though, at this point. Exalted Plague Bearers are in a little bit of danger. The Toads have been able to escape. And now we can get the Toads to go back here and jump on his shooting, which he's trying to get. Our Herald's actually winning the fight, which is awesome. So let's go jump on these guys, and you guys can chase off those Ogre Bulls. This fight seems pretty good for us. Plague Bears, I always thought Plague Bears would trade a little bit better into those guys, but I guess not. And we could use one summon here just to like speed up the tempo of this, which I think is a good idea. Come on, Toads, come on. What are you doing? Oh my god, just getting dragged back into the terrible fighting. Alright, so Man-Eaters, keep doing your thing. Spirit Leech, boom. And the Toads do jump on their prize. And we can get more Nurglings. Just to waddle up and get that objective back. Now, this one should be ours soon. Plague Bearers have broken the formation. The 2 cultists are here. And yeah, we got a bunch of weight on these objectives now. So now he's going to have to react to one of these other points. And then we just press the middle after that, right? That's the play. We'll use Fecundity to heal my Lord since I don't really have a lot of natural healing. Let's see if we can goon this Tyrant. So we're going to get him with the Toads here. Alright, let's get him. And see if we can pop this guy down. Those Lead Belchers might be able to shoot us, but I think we just get some Flyers if I have any. I don't think I have any left. Oh, I do. Nice. Alright, so let's get you guys here. We almost got his Lord. Let's drop that sweet, sweet Spirit Leech. And we got this objective just about. Yeah, we've held him off it. The 2 cultists are fighting tooth and nail here on the objective, and these Plague Bearers should be able to move on. Very good. So then we can start pressing the middle a little bit. We've almost got his Lord down. The fact that value is close means he's definitely getting wrecked pretty good in a lot of regards. Now we start sending stuff to the middle. So let's send you guys up, like so. And do we have this objective yet? The fact that we don't have this is not good. It's definitely not good, because he's getting pretty far ahead on points. Do we need another summon here? I don't think so. These guys need to just waddle. We can use Curse of the Slug to try and get this objective here. So I'm going to slow him down a little bit. Give him the old razzle-dazzle. Alright, let's crash down. Those are Man-Eaters with great weapons. We'll take some Nurglings, leave them back here, and then we can send the spawn as well. Forsaken, you move up, start chewing through some Noblars, Nurglings. We need to go for like a heavy triple cap. Man, how can we not get this? How is this not our objective yet? Man, that sucks. He might be able to actually like get this from us. I guess we just drop this here to try and keep them at bay. That sucks, man. I really needed that to work. Although, you know, whatever. We might just overwhelm him here. Alright, so Trappers, you guys can come down here and clear these off. We'll at the very least get this. Dude, oh man, we just barely lost this one. That sucks. I think the Cultists will occupy a lot of attention here and keep trading effectively. We do have a summon in the back pocket, so that's a bummer. That's a huge bummer. Alright, so Noblars are getting broken off. Man-Eaters with Grey Opens are getting crumped. We can go ahead and Spirit Leech them. We're going to have to cap soon, though. And let's get one of these. Actually, you know what? If he has those Ogre Bulls back there and he doesn't notice them, then that's actually good value for me. Alright, let's push you guys off. Alright, let's go get on those Man-Eater pistols with our shooting. And if we can occupy a portion of his force up here, that's good. Drop that, and then let's get the double Plague Bearer summon. I think we have the middle under control. So let's just get whatever infantry we can this way. Alright, great. So yeah, the middle's under control. He's going to definitely take a hammering here. So now we just need to move up to the top. Get on these Man-Eater pistols. Could stuff them in their deployment zone, but we really need to capture this. I think we're getting to the point where it's going to have to be a triple cap soon. Which definitely is not fun. How's the summon doing here? Rot Glorious Rot would be very, very good. I think we killed this Tyrant too? Yeah, I think we did. Cool. Alright, so heading up here. We can use the Doom and Darkness to try and break the leadership of that position. Let's take our Toad Riders. And we need to get some Toads moving to that side as well. Alright, Forsaken chilling here, Spawn chilling here, Nurglings chilling here. Although we could take some of these guys up. Who knows? So how's it looking? Toads. Let's get you down there. It's one of the only fast units we have. We have the middle objective. He's got a lot rolling here, so I think we do need to keep these Forsaken here. Alright, let's get these Forsaken moving out, get the Spawn moving, and we can get Nurglings keeping those Nobblers off the point. Okay, so we just have the two Cultists fighting here still, I think. Yeah, we have Fecundity, but let's save up for Rot Glorious Rot. And in the meantime, we'll just start, Spirit Leeching some random shit. Alright, so let's get you guys. I need to reinforce the middle though. I can't like completely abandon it. So let's do this. Oh, did I spawn to the far back one? Shit like that can cost you, man. All right, so how are we looking here? Yeah, they might be able to get to that objective eventually. Let's send one extra Nurgling down there just to buffer it. Forsaken will cut through that like butter. 2 cultists are here. And Glorious Rot will be very, very good. Oh, his Lord's actually alive. Holy shit. Yeah, it's fine. He's very pretty beat up anyways. I think we get this top objective, though. I don't think he's got... Like, he's spread pretty thin right now. And I'm pretty well entrenched on the middle. Although he's getting some crazy shooting on me right now. All right, let's take those Ogre Bulls out. Okay, Glorious Rot's going to do some fat damage. And we're about to get, like, a big Alpha Strike on this position. Let's go ahead and pop this. That's going to hit, like, everything here. And let's send the Toad Riders down here. We don't really need them here anymore. 2 cultists. Forsaken move up. We can clear you off and get these Plague Bears on it. Dude, look how slow Plague Bears are. Holy shit, that's depressing. Yeah, we're actually doing pretty good. We're actually doing pretty good, but the main reason is he's not employing Gorgers in his build. I mean, yeah, we're playing well and everything, but maybe he doesn't like them in this matchup. I'm not sure. I think they're pretty good against Nurgle, though, so... Okay, Nurglings, do this. Toads drift around. You guys jump on them. You guys jump on them. We got the Spirit Leech. We're going to go try and Goon the Lord, I think. And Forsaken get back on that objective. So now he's swerving around to the middle. Glorious Rot seemed to have done some good damage. His Lord is in the danger zone. The Toads got caught on something, which is unfortunate. Any back cap pressure? I don't think so. Looking around. Okay. How we doing? Yeah, now that Plague Bears are here, we can actually like bring the Forsaken down. Now that everyone's feeling jolly and cozy. So now it's just about reinforcing positions. We have the triple cap, so it's just like slamming old Nurgle bodies. I don't know why he's not using an Iron Blaster though. Like even in tournaments we allow one, but okay, his Lord is still around. We need to finish that guy off. He has the Nurgle Lords have access, not Nurgle, but Ogre Lords have access to healing. They get a passive healing ability, but Nurgle doesn't for some reason. Dark times. All right, Spawn, do your thing. Cool. Plague Bearers and Cultists can chill up on the high ground. I'm more than happy to leave them there. We can actually send one down here to give a little bit of like actual fighting manpower. And do we have time for Plague Bearers? I think we do. We'll just kind of waddle them to the middle. A big influx of Ogre units. We'll go ahead and do the Leadership Bomb and just move in and see if we can Alpha Strike them. So that will tank their leadership pretty hard. I think the Lord is actually fallen. So what is this? Iron Guts? Man-Eaters with great weapons. Thankfully for me, he hasn't noticed this yet. Okay, we won. GG. So yeah, he played fine. He just didn't use the really broken units, right? Like, Nurgle can fight Ogres if they don't use Gorgers and Iron Blasters. But if those units are included, it becomes much harder. It's still winnable. But, hey, a win's a win. I'll take it. GG. All right, guys. Nurgle will continue his reign of tyranny. He is playing honorably, for sure. Yeah, for sure. It's still not easy, though. Hey, we got Mr. Adam again. I wonder if he's going to go... Oh, looks like he's got a Starcraft Vulture as this picture. That's cool. All right. Do we do Nurgle, or do we do... I think it's time for some Grand Cathay. We're going to just give all the underplayed factions a little bit of love right now. GG to Mr. Adam. What a shad. Although I wouldn't have minded facing like 2 Gorgers and an Iron Blaster. It's just more like 4 of them that's really, really awful. Hey, Alex. Sorry if this has been asked, but are the other plans in giving campaigns another go after the... Yes. I'm for sure gonna do that. I'm gonna be playing campaigns again once the patch is out. And if you could instantly learn 2 martial arts, what would they be? I'd want to be jiu-jitsu and boxing. Yeah, for sure. Because those are like actual martial arts that are useful. Okay, so we got Kislev here, which is a fun matchup. All right, I have a build in mind. There's a lot of fun stuff you can do in this one. That's for sure. I think that's the way, though. I think that is the way. So what do we want to do against the Kislevites? They can bring cannons, of course. Man, it sucks because there's so much I like about Cathay's playstyle. It's just, it's kind of junky, you know? Like a lot of their units. Uh-huh. That looks good to me. Let's bring you guys, and then slap chevrons on the rest of these units. So definitely going to bring, like, a Terracotta Man in the reserves. Probably not in the main army. The Jade Halberds are quite good here, also. I feel like playing the Cav game is a little bit hard. Okay. Iron Hails. Do you want crossbows? Could bring one Celestial. You do have good armor piercing. What you gonna do with all that junk in that trunk? Muay Thai is pretty sweet too, yeah, actually. Muay Thai is pretty rad. But yeah, for me, it's just like, I feel like boxing and jiu-jitsu are like kind of... Although the problem, yeah, Muay Thai might be better actually than boxing. I mean, boxing is great, but Muay Thai includes kicks. You could also just say kickboxing. Okay, it would probably be like kickboxing and jiu-jitsu, because that would make you an extremely rounded fighter. That's basically what I'm looking for, you know, as it pertains to your question there. All right. This is interesting. And so for the best. Let us hope for the best. Good luck to Mr. Adam. Jade crossbow spam, a worthwhile build in some matchups, not in this one. Kislev has a lot of armor. I think Jade crossbows could be okay, in theory. Against like Kossars and whatnot. Oh, you know what? There's something I don't like about this build. I gotta switch it up here. It's got you. Take chevrons off. Cut you guys. Get this. Yeah, there you go. That feels a lot better. Man, there's so many like funky little strategies I want to employ. How much would it actually cost to get you in the build? The Astromancers with the Staff of Pome are very good, because it just gives you the Cloak of Pome. It just gives you constant Winds of Magic regeneration, which is really, really cost effective. All right. Plus, he's not the worst fighter in the world. Yeah, Muay Thai is pretty intense though, man. I've watched quite a few Muay Thai fights in Muay Thai, and I'm like, dude, oh my god, when they kick each other, it's just like, I feel like they could chop down a tree with some of those kicks. Hey Alex, thanks again for the donation, man. Yeah, I watched so Chris, I actually watched a mixed rules fight in MMA. Well, I don't even know, yeah, just a martial arts fight. It was I probably mangle his name, but Rod Tang versus Demetrius Johnson. That was pretty crazy. So how that fight worked was round 1 was Muay Thai to give Rod Tang the advantage. You know, because he's kind of going more out of his comfort zone. And then round 2 was MMA, and then round 3 was Muay Thai again. So basically, Rod Tang had the opportunity to take Demetrius out in round 1. Then he has to survive round 2, and then if he gets to round 3, it's basically over for Demetrius, right? Like based on from what I saw. But dude, I don't want to spoil it, but that fight was really cool, actually. Yeah, it was really cool. All right, so Grand Cathay is here, and we got a little junk in that trunk. Chaos Undivided and Domination, yeah, you can't. They're like, it doesn't let you pick them because they're a little bit OP in this game mode. All right, so we got like some spears, just peasant spears to move up. We got a sky junk. Oh, hello. Then we have a caster just to drop some bombardments, and she's going to be flying around with her Royal Air Force, and we just hide this guy in the back, basically. Formation attack needs to come down. Cool. Alrighty. Good luck to my opponent. Man, that was a fast ready up. This guy's ready to party, huh? Alright, so let's get this cannon like set up like so. Like right over here is going to be good. Let's move, get the junk moving to the middle. And what does he got? He's got an Ice Witch of Tempest, some Griffin Legion. Wow, some very elite units. But is he ready for the junk in the trunk? I don't know. Yeah, it was a really good fight, that MMA fight I was talking about. We'll send a halberd unit to the back objective. We definitely have some good targets for our Celestial Bombardment. Look at our wins. It's the Cloak of Pome plus Arcane Conduit gives us 100% faster. So we get 1 per 4. Like, Cathay gets such crazy good magic, actually. Yeah, the Dragon Emperor is generous to his dudes. Alright, let's set up this formation again. 2, and then 3. We basically just have to take away their angles that they can like attack us from, right? get a cannon, chill out. Looks like they're going for the back. So we need to plan ahead as well. Because, you know, when people can't get one objective, their plan is going to be to backcap you. So you always want to plan for that. So just park some elite halberds back there and sit the sky junk in between the 2 points. How much magic do we have right now? Damn. We're cackling for sure. Griffin Legion hiding. Very, very good call from my opponent. Clearly he's... I saw last game he was doing some really, really good plays with his flanking and stuff, so this guy clearly knows what he's doing, but I don't know if he's ready for the junk in the trunk. It's coming for him. This guy's probably like, he's like, dude, nobody plays these factions. What's going on? This guy's playing Nurgle and Cathay. Alright, so cannons, what do we want to shoot at? He's got a bunch of armored Kossars and some, yeah, so we'll just shoot into the armored Kossars. Ooh, that was a nice shot, man. Those cannons are so good. Long Riders can chill. Sky Junk, we want to get a little bit closer. We could drop the bombardment spell, but like typically you want to wait till they're standing still. So yeah, we're just going to hang out in that regard. You know what? I'm feeling a little bit spicy. I'm going to get a second cannon. Just roll it up here and just like bombard him, dude. Which is going to be great. All right, so let's put you in guard mode. Have you stop. Cool. Now we're just chilling. And let's start ripping some shots. Go, Sky Junk. Unleash the fury of the Dragon Emperor. All right, let's see what kind of work we get in there. All right, cool. That wasn't bad. Definitely wasn't bad. All right, so let's move you up. I think it's time to just summon some more infantry. Some Jade Warriors. Move them up to the middle. I need to turn off formation attack on like every unit I do, which is such an annoying thing. Oh no, I'm being shot at. How dare you? So he could pay the troll toll here. If he's not paying attention, oh, I brought the wrong spell. Oh well, it's not very good. But watch this, guys. Oh, that's gonna be so much damage. Oh, Anakin, I'm so weak. I'm too weak. Dude, he just got... The Dragon Emperor just gave him a righteous pounding for sure right there. Alright, so let's blockade this, blockade this. Gotta watch out, man. Gotta watch out. Alright, let's go in guard mode. It's got some stealthy, but like they're just gonna get pulled apart by the cannons. They're gonna get it. X gonna give it to him pretty hard. Let's get you guys. Get the Longmas chilling over here. We got the objectives being captured now. What's he gonna do with all that junk? Well, certainly not enjoy himself very much. The Lord's running out. We just want to get more halberds moving up. And just kind of start streaming in troops, basically. Like, he might be able to get this objective from us, but I think we're gonna be pretty cozy in other regards. Uh-huh. And what's that gonna be, like Death Frost or something? Oh, okay, that's kinda cool. That was some big damage. Okay, so we're up in value, but like, obviously there's still a lot of threats on the field. We could move in. I think just like sitting on the corner and being very, very defensive is fine. Because he's got a big cav force, right? So we wanna be careful here. We could go after the Kossovite dervishes. The Sky Junk needs to scoot back a little bit, probably. Now we got some Jade Warriors on their way up. So he's sitting still, which means we can just start bombarding him with these big spells. Move you guys back. Threaten with the Jade Lancers, or with these guys, but don't actually like fully follow through. Yeah, it's a little bit dangerous. Ooh, that spell is good. Yeah, we need to probably pull these guys back. Because we can just value trade here. And just nuke him off the objectives, I think. He's gonna get like one spear unit here with his witchcraft. Alright, so the Astromancer's down there. We definitely need more stuff. So let's just get you and you. Move you guys up, turn off formation attack. I love it. Just can't use this like cool army ability I have. Always a good time. Alright, so yeah, Warriors can move up in the point. The Blimp, just keep unleashing hell. I don't feel like manual firing it right now. I'm just gonna kind of do it the old-fashioned way. And shoot here, and we'll have another nice ability in a second. All right, there you go. And we just got to make sure our position isn't compromised. Oh, the dreaded Snow Leopard is here. Still very early in the game, right? So we could just focus on value trading. Ah, it was all right. We definitely need another bombardment. Okay, Griffin Legion looks like they're thinking about coming over here. So we need to be able to intercept them. All right, Blimp, come on back. Halberds, move into the trees here. You guys move out. See if we can avoid that, and we can now get you guys taking out the Snow Leopard. Or at least intercepting there. And the Constellation of the Dragon. We need to wait for like a more bunched up blob. That's for sure. He's thinking about going to the back. Yeah, we can get some Peasant Horsemen. And the Spears, rush in, fight here. And yeah, we still have some Jade Warriors doing their thing. Alright, let's rip a shot here. See what kind of damage we can get. Okay, looks like he's going to be moving up. And let's just wait and see. We need to be patient here. Peasant Horsemen, go forth. Yeah, it looks like maybe flank. Big cav flank coming in here too. Alright, so yeah, clearly he wants to come down this way, so let's just get these halberds intercepting here. Alright, cannons, let's move you back. You can get the Jade Bombardment like right here. I think that's going to be pretty good. Intercept. And then you guys just park here. Long Riders can go and get those Kosovo dervishes. And these spears need to drift back here while the cannons can move up. I think we're like doing pretty good in terms of value. Oh wow, that's a lot of shit right there. Okay, we'll use the big AoE ability. The Cathay cannons are actually surprisingly swift, which is really funny. Alright, so Kosovo dervishes. Shut them down. We got the big nice army ability. Let's move you guys in. So now is where we start to take over the game, I think. Let's get the blimp moving. We basically countered all of his harass. I don't think he actually got any effective engagements on us there. Big AoE blasts. And from the other side, let's go ahead and get a Terracotta Sentinel moving up. Now that the Streltsy are kind of offline, I think that's going to be fine. And halberds and cannons. You guys just shoot in. He's got a shit ton of winged lancers. Oh my god. Go Jade Warrior crossbows. Shoot and shoot. It's going to be tricky to defend against us, though. He might be able to finally get in. We'll see. Let's go send some peasant archers over there to deal with that. And in the back, halberds move up. Sky Junk, shoot into him. Let's get our cannons scurrying away if we can, like behind the spears. Unfortunately, we don't have any like actual like units that are really fast to get there and protect there. Sky Junk's doing its thing. He's got us stuffed pretty good, but I think we're slowly starting to push our way out. Terracotta Sentinel's on its way, and we need to just get more stuff. They're a little bit less obstructed there, so they can actually get to the objective. All right, cannons, down here you go. Let's rush here, intercept these winged lancers. So we might have to just forsake the cannon position now, because I think has run its course. Yep, we got a unit here that we could perhaps bombard off. Sky Junk, keep dropping the junk on the trunk. Yeah, the back is compromised. It's pretty heavily compromised. See what kind of work we can get done. Okay, so Terracotta will get to the middle. I think with the Terracotta's support, we should be able to wrestle there pretty good. We just got another bombardment. Let's see if we can have the two ladies fight here. We're still at the point where like a double cap's going to be fine. Yeah, maybe some Jade Lancers would have been good. Yeah, we do have one. Let's pull them in. See if we can like target these guys a little bit. All right, so Zargard are on their way up. We should have better capture weight here. He's going to lose his lord. And if the trades keep going south for him, he's going to get like triple capped, right? All right, you guys pour in and fight. You guys pour in and fight. Do I have formation attack on? I don't think so. He's trying to kill the cannons, which the cannons have already kind of done their job. Not too concerned about it. Terracotta, let's get you in here, man. Yeah, capture weight should be good for us now. Winged Lancers moving in. We'll have more bombardment soon. Let's go ahead and send you guys back. And do I have some units coming? Yeah, we got some halberds making their way downtown. Making my way downtown. Halberds. All right, so capture weight is ours. We have Terracotta, we have halberds fighting. A lot of cav on their way over. Let's get the Great Longmas and all of you guys moving in. We'll unsummon the cannons when we get the chance. And yeah, that'll be that. So yeah, we need to cap though soon. Definitely like threatening something in the back would be good also. So let's go send some peasant spears down there and some halberds there maybe? Although I feel like we need these guys in the middle to at least get that point. Do we have anything here that we can summon? This is the classic Cathay situation where you kind of get stuffed in your deployment zone a little bit, despite winning the fights. Because we're pretty massively ahead on value, but we do have a lot of time to triple cap. Alright, so Zargard, a very, very juicy target, for sure. Like all of the Kislev cavalry are getting routed pretty horribly. Let's get the Longmas up. Sky Junk can shoot at these guys. We need to definitely nuke these Zargard. Oh, he actually left, okay. Yeah, so he was down by about 7,000 value, and I think he was out of steam. He had one unit left, I had my full army more or less. We just march and get all 3 objectives, so... Yeah, I mean, that was pretty good. Now look at the caster, 3,000 value. Dude, that bombardment ability is so good. Yeah, he was mostly dead in the water. You could see most of his army was like squashed. Hey, Anticity holding firm. Sorry, I couldn't focus. I was in a fierce battle with Mr. Adam. All right, let's do an FFA with you guys to close this out. FFA stream. FFA Turin. Yeah, we can just do that. Anybody can join. Let's do it. It's pretty late for Misha. Pretty sure she'd be asleep right now. Anticity with the steel chair, of course. And let's go ahead and set up a free-for-all. And you guys know what time it is. I think I have to try someone else other than Red Olgor for a game. I want to try something a little bit different. Yeah, it was a good game. It was a good game. Yeah, the Slanesh bots are ferocious tonight, dude. They're all over the place. Bear sleds just need to have their armor lowered a little bit. Yeah, I think that's like a big factor. For the maps, let's go ahead and do Kislev Troll Country. We got a Panda, Sir Tarquin, Drakens, and myself. So let's try a Grand Cathay FFA build. I got some fun ideas for this. So let's get the screen blocker up just so I can surprise you guys with it. I think it's going to be fun that way. How do you like Domination? I really like it. I like it a lot. I think, well, when you come from a community where you have to like police a lot, it's really nice to have like the change of pace there. All right, so let's go with... So Slanesh, Zeech, and Khorne. Okay. Wookiee is blessing the build. Okay. That looks fine to me. How do we want to do this? So we'll get you. So many choices, man. So many choices. That's a staple. You're going to be here. The dreaded Wujing War Compass may be rising from the ashes here. Not 100% sure, but it's certainly in the field of possibility. All right. It seems pretty good. And then we can get two of you guys. And what do we want to get for a Lord? All right. Feeling pretty spicy here. We have some magic intensity, which is always fun. We need to cut some abilities here. Oh, man. Guys, this is so shady, dude. It's so shady, McGrady. Inspired. The Mortis Engine kite on the guy is so funny. Oh, my God, dude. Yeah. All right, guys. This is the most evil build of all time. Evil. I'm just kidding. It's pretty terrible. But you're going to love it. Yeah, Domination is good for multiplayer because it's like it has an easier barrier of entry. I still love land battles, but the map, like, land battles have a lot of problems for sure that you've seen in Warhammer 2. They're both fun. They're both fun. I don't know. I think Dominations is the future, though. Like, if they do bigger maps, more map diversity with, like, more open field and then add in, you know, bigger starting armies, I think Domination will be the way to go. I've never had a bad toxic experience playing Domination mode, which is more than I can say about land battles. Yeah, 100%. You see the same thing on tabletop too. Yeah, Domination helps to balance things for sure, because like factions that can't necessarily kill other factions can still win on objectives, right? Like Nurgle usually won't be able to kill ogres, but you know, you can beat them on points. Double Skyjunk? Oh, dude, you guys are in for a treat. Red Olgor would be proud of this build. That's all I can say. Oh, okay. Please don't crash. There we go. There is a lot of junks, and I am basically just hoping and praying that nobody near me has an Air Force, because if they do, I'm just going to die. Speaking of tabletop, you see those Abaddon leaks? Yeah, dude. Yeah. Abaddon is my boy. I got his model. He's all painted up, looking nice. Anticity says, I vow never to admin fruit rules again. It sucks. Yeah, that's why I like Domination. It's because you don't have to deal with that shit. So this obviously isn't a tournament legal build, but it's FFA, and Red Olgor is the man. He loves these builds. All right, so we got this. We got double Skyjunk, double Sky Lantern, and then a Magistrate on a Lantern. We do also have we have the Staff of Pomei, so this guy's just gonna hide in the bushes and give us magic regen, and we have one Iron Hail Gunner just in case. So like an Air Force does come in, maybe we have some way to defend against it. All right, guys. Do you believe in a thing called love? Because I do. You guys thought triple Skyjunk? Did you anticipate the Penta Skyjunk? Lord Magistrate with these Skyjunks as well. Yeah, look at that. The dreaded bots are here. Dude, Anticity's fast, man. I need to give you a raise. Yeah, I gotta find a way to deal with that. Red Olgor wouldn't know what to do with these Skyjunks. He got trapped in one. That's his mythology. So, yeah. So this is the build, dude. It's pretty great. I have Abby as well. He's looking solid. Yeah, he is. He's already really good. Abaddon is an amazing model right now. He has great rules, but it's only going to get better. All right, so this guy's good to go. Yeah, man. We're all set here. We're all set. Take to the skies! We are, dude. The Air Force of Doom arrives. All right, so Slanesh is a great one for us to fight because they don't have much air, but Khorne is... Oh, yeah, that Khorne army is looking mighty juicy. Let's move this way. Hello, Khorne. What's going on, homie? Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, yeah. Stay away, Slanesh. We don't want any of those Furies, even though we could still beat them. We could take, like, 2 Furies. It's just like... Oh my god, Khorne is so fast. Holy shit. Oh, they're a Minotaur army. That's why. Okay, so we're just going to go to the middle, so at least we can shoot at things. Our army isn't very quick. But you know what? It looks really cool. Look at this shit. Oh no, a little bit of lag. It's okay. It's FFA. Look how Chad those Titans are. Oh, so cool, man. So cool. Imagine a huge gust spell that just carries all the junks off the screen. Hey, look, guys. We're already getting shots and missing. I think the sky junks are almost in range. Yeah, they are. Okay. And this guy just sits in the bushes drinking some nice herbal tea and just loving his life. Meanwhile, she is looking for final transmutations on blobs. So we need to run her up there. We're getting 1 per 6 right now. It's not that crazy, but... Yeah, because we don't have, like, an Arcane Conduit Lord. Oh! 1 arrow and the sky junk just falls. Yeah, I know. Alright, let's start blasting, man. We'll do scooting and shooting. That's like the MLG plays here. So we shoot and then we get more ground. Nice, nice. Okay, we're on the board, baby. Let's go. Let's get over here. He's on our horse. What are we being flanked by? Oh, there's corn dogs in the bushes. Look, look. Fleshhounds of Khorne are hiding, dude. I love it. I like how the brave magistrate is like leading the charge here. We definitely need to start shooting before the fighting like is over, though. All right, so where's she at? She should be on her way. She's on a horse. Oh my god, she's been stuck on that Terracotta Sentinel the whole time. That's terrible. All right, this thing needs to move up too. All right. We're just going to park our army like right here and just hopefully get some value. We're probably going for last man standing here, I would imagine. Okay. So Terracotta Sentinel number 1. You guys can go here. Start doing your thing. Okay, let's creep up here. This is going to be a pretty good spot right here. Yeah, so let's move up there first before we do it. Sky junks. Those are sky lanterns, so we need our junks to get a little bit closer. Oh, this looks pretty good to me. Let's do it. Alright, so the final transmutation is on. We can get you guys shooting here. We do have some fiends and other units circling. Big, thick final transmutation. Kind of we get Inkari and some Forsaken and some Marauders. Not the best one in the world, but look at the chicken actually getting shot by our junks there. Trying to snipe our guys. Should be fine for us. And where are the junks at? Oh my god, the junks! We need the other junk here. Okay, guys. Oh! We must peel! Come on, give me the line of sight. Blast them! Fire! Oh yeah, dude! Holy shit, we just popped him in the face. Oh, that's the coolest thing ever. Alright, what else is going on? I forgot. Are we playing this game? Okay, we are. Yeah. Where's the other Terracotta Sentinel? He's just like chilling here. He needs to go get busy. Oh my god, that was so awesome. So, let's get our Sky Lanterns to shoot the chicken. Yeah, absolutely. And we'll get the Iron Hill Gunners to do it also. Corn dogs are unfortunately drifting in here, so we gotta just make sure we don't like get our casters sniped and shit. Oh, that's so funny, dude. Alright, so let's get the manual fire shot. Be gone, heretics! Yes. 1 Terracotta's in danger. We should have a final transmutation again soon. Let's pull that back. Dude, I love that. That was so funny. Holy shit. Okay, the chicken is getting sniped slowly. Let's go ahead and give the melee attack buff to the spears here, which... Oh, I forgot to turn off formation attack. No wonder everything's fighting so stupid. Alright, Metal Caster's chilling. I do have enough for a final transmutation. Probably worth it here. And I think we're good. Dude, how awesome of a shot was that, man? Yeah, we don't have a lot left. We get the final transmutation on the blob. It's gonna hurt pretty bad. Sky Lanterns can start shooting Inkari too, but I think the chicken is more of a problem. Oh, it got a regrowth off. Okay. My poor Iron Hail Gunners are running. Okay, so now we save up the last of our Winds of Magic for like one more overcasted one. Go, go, Terracotta! Oh no, the Minotaurs are coming. We need to like try and peace out here. Let's get over here and help your buddies. Okay, the chicken is attacking what appears to be a Sky Lantern. It's taken a little bit of damage, but not as much as I would like. Let's give the Sky Lantern some melee attack for the memes. Alright, let's defeat that chicken in combat. Sky Junk, and yeah, what is this, a Sky Lantern? The Junks are super tanky. They have like 10,000 HP. It's pretty crazy. Alright, All hands on deck. Oh, oh my god. Yeah, they're wearing down the big boy a little bit. The chicken's starting to take a beating. Both our terracottas are still fighting like champs too, which is nice. The fact that they're like such good leadership is amazing. We want to float some lanterns over the infantry here to give them the harmony. Kari's almost dead actually. Wow, okay. Like the junk shooting is definitely doing some work. Our lantern man chilling in the back. All right, let's give melee defense to an actual unit that matters now. Just give it to some spears. And Kari's running for the hills, but which is fine because we got the junk in the trunk. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I need this character. Oh, the herald's coming for blood. Ooh, nice slicing charge right there, dude. Nice slicing charge. All right, get the big shots. We'll save the bad manner bombs for later. That's usually how we try and close it out. Okay, we do have another one. I want to save up wins though. Ooh, that is a lot of Minotaur great weapons, guys, and I don't know if I actually have the meat to peel them off. This terracotta is running for the hills. That damn chicken is the biggest problem, though. He's been a pain in the butt, dude. All right, Spears, keep fighting. We're number 1 on points, but Khorne is very, very close. Terracotta, maybe we'll win that fight. Most likely will. Sky Lantern, shoot. And you shoot here as well. We need to target that chicken. Let's give a melee attack buff to the terracotta here. Spears, head back in. The Pome caster is still hiding in the bushes very carefully. Oh, forgot about our caster again. This Khorne character has like a hard-on for my character, so we need to scurry. Whose horse is faster? I think his is faster, yeah. Apparently Chaos breeds better steeds, don't ask questions. Sky Lantern, still going like a champ. 1 terracotta's fallen. Not a whole lot we can do about that. The blimps are trying. This chicken has been an absolute pain. Absolute nightmare to deal with, dude. Oh god, and look who's running around all crazy. Don't you come close. Don't you come close. And Kari better fight soon, though. He's getting kind of popped. The Sky Junk, let's just start shooting here. Caster can lurk this way. This is actually a pretty prime spot right now. We get in Kari plus the Herald. I think saving it for later is the way, though. Okay, let's keep going. The Pome guy, we're almost out of wins of magic, so when we're out of wins, we'll pull him from the bushes. Alright, Junks. Drop the junk in the trunk. We'll give melee defense. I don't think he can buff himself, which is unfortunate. Okay, you know what? Screw this shit. Oh! Oh, man, and Kari might just die to this. It depends if they move quick. Oh! I should have cast it on Inkari. But Inkari's getting popped pretty good. Yeah, see, he runs out of it. Damn, I was hoping to get a 3-for-1, but the reaction time was a little bit too quick. Although I do kill the Cultists of Khorne, which is good. Oh, Inkari's kind of getting worked on here a little bit. The chicken is going to be a problem, though. We're going to have to just blast him. Sky Junks, we can turn that on. Inkari's running for the hills. We do have some peasants. Okay, we need to fan out so the chicken can't tie us all down. We still have a terracotta chasing something off. Dude, the bots are just crazy today, yeah. Here, I got this one. Hold up. Report for... there we go. Cool. It's a good thing, like... This build takes such little effort that I can like actually minimize and deal with like the chat problems. All right, can we blast that chicken into the Shadow Realm? We're pretty far up on points. I don't think there's too much of an issue. Let's get the spears moving here. Are we gonna have enough? No, we're not. So we can just come and fight and bring you out too. Come on, Terracotta Man. Oh, Anticity, please, dude. You're just doing this in your spare time. Don't worry about it, man. Panda has left the game, so Slanesh is gone. Well played, Panda. It was a pleasure having you. We're gonna get you eventually, chicken. You will face the wrath of Cathay one way or the other. We could circle beat the chicken with our blimps. Eradicate them. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, oh no, I missed. Oh, I think I hit it with 1 missile. No, I didn't. I would have noticed. All right, Terracotta Sentinel Man, do your thing. You can actually keep hiding in the bushes. I think it's probably safer that way. Oh, come on, buddy. Dude, look at how depressing this is. Like the one chicken just. I wonder how long this is actually going to take. Oh, he used regrowth. Okay. The Sky Junks are going to beat him down, bro. We're going to give the Sky Junk some melee defense. Oh no, he's going after the right one. What does their melee animation actually look like? Does it actually have one? Does he like swing the blimp after someone? Look at the blimp goon squad, dude. Oh, that's so funny, bro. How fast is little Herald? 48 speed and I have 48. Okay. He's trying to snipe the Herald out. Zinch has no chance of winning. The chicken still has some ground-based forces. That's probably why he doesn't have to land. Okay, let's halt. Get the brace. I don't think we got it in time. They can run, but they can't hide from the blimp squad. Look at... He's just slowly getting worn down, dude. He must have something on the ground. Oh, no, he doesn't. Okay. He's eventually going to have to land and fight my Terracotta, which is pretty hilarious. And my junks are good to just keep shooting, dude. They're more than happy to just float around and accrue value. The pilot just poking him with a stick out of the basket. I love that. That's so funny, dude. Here, let's see if we can finish this character off. The dreaded melee attack spear buff. You guys ready? Inspired Assault. See if they can win it now. Shaken. Okay, he's actually kind of getting the business given to him. Yeah, look at that. He's like, oh my god, these spears with the Inspired Assault. Showing the Blood God who's boss. 33. Did we get him? Oh my god, and they shatter. Hey, at least... Oh, they killed the cultist before they shattered. Alright, chicken, it's you and me. If I could actually... If I could actually queue up... If I could actually queue up the Star Wars theme song right now, I would. We're moving in for the kill, baby. The chicken landing trying to salvage this leadership, but the Terracotta's down there, but... This is such shit, dude. Oh my god, man. Look at this thing running around. Blimp Biscuit behind blue skies. Oh, that's so good. Dude, how are you so sharp all the time, man? My brain is like... I guess... Yeah, I don't know, man. How are you so good with those? Nobody knows what it's like behind the blue skies to be a Cathay blimp behind blue skies. Alright, let's get him. Look at him. Look at the shield regen on this chicken. We're gonna get you eventually. If we have to melee you with our junks, we will. Oh, I think I forgot to turn on fire at will on one of them. Okay, now he's gonna start shooting. Here we go. Nobody knows what it's like to be a sky blimp. Yeah, the Terracotta could probably solo this thing. You guys want the spin to win? Oh, I'm feeling a little lazy, to be honest. He's healing capped right now. Let's give the Terracotta all the stats from the... Alright, guys. It's time for the big MLG micro. Alright, so we're gonna spin. We're gonna spin. Spin, baby. Spin to win. Spin to win. Spin to win. Okay, they're spinning to win. Okay, we're getting it. The OP Cathay micro. This is what makes Cathay the best faction. The ability to spin their sky junks, which I'm not even doing correctly. But it's okay. We're gonna do some dance moves here. Okay, his leadership's down to 15. I wish I could attack in melee. This guy should probably just shoot normally. It's fine. Oh, guys, hold on. No, I have the play of plays. You guys ready for this? Limp Bizkit did cover that song, yes. And I think when I was like 11, I liked it. I'll admit it. Guys, the style points are coming. Oh, chicken. We're gonna drop a fat payload on his head. Oh no! There we go. Get him. Oh yeah, baby. Let's go. Get the chicken. Collateral damage. Oh my god, what a meme, dude. What a meme. That's so dumb, dude. It's so dumb. Takes like Kairos actually did really well here. Holy shit. I guess he had harmonic convergence. Let's give the stats here. You can put the Cathay general in a balloon. Yeah, you can. The magistrates. All right, guys. Grand Cathay has emerged victorious. Clearly we're unbeatable with them. 2-0 on stream today. Yeah, I don't know if it actually did any damage. I don't think so. Drop the junk load. Okay. 2,873 value on that guy. Amazing. 3,100, 2,200. The blimps, the lanterns aren't as good, but the junks, holy shit. 22, 3,000, Terracottas obviously did okay. 3,000 on the Final Transmutation caster too. Inkari did really well, for sure. Sir Tarquin had an epic Minotaur army. Yeah, they all did okay. No, I don't think anybody did. Maybe Kairos did good. Kairos got about 3,000. Yeah, wild stuff, dude. Wild stuff. All right, guys, that's going to be it for today. Sorry the tournament ended like it did. The players, we had Steam kicked the players off and they couldn't reconnect for some reason. Some players could, some couldn't. So it was very troll. But the tournament update will be updated on the website soon. So you guys will be able to see the result as soon as they finish it, probably in the next few days. And yeah, that's that. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. I certainly had a blast. Always fun playing Haggard Cathay builds. It's just, they have so meme units, dude. They have so many meme units. Thank you guys for the donations. We got some new members as well. Really appreciate it. Special thanks to Anthony for the big 100. GG, couldn't keep my Kairos alive long enough after getting my army. Yeah, you kind of got sandwiched a little bit, didn't you? Yeah, you got Slanesh and Corn Sandwich. Any Warhammer streams online? I don't know right now. That'll be something I'll add to the website too, like a feed of other Total War streamers who are like online. Dude, Optimus Pine, you're blimp. I think that's some of your best work that you've ever had, dude. That was a masterful meme. So yeah, it's over, guys. Thank you for joining. I might stream Age tomorrow, but I do have a doctor's appointment. It depends if I can make it. But we'll see. We'll see. Thank you guys so much for your support as always. And again, sorry the tournament didn't come to a conclusion, but we'll have another one soon. So don't worry about it. We're not gonna have another tournament until the patch though. So we're gonna wait for the patch because right now balance is pretty haggard. I'm tired of seeing Ancient Ogres every game. All right, guys, take care of yourselves. We'll see you on the other side. Until next time, Saturday or Sunday most likely. That'll be it. Take care, guys.